When a stupid FPS player falls to another world of Volume 3. When I was preparing to go to the guild the next morning, the malfunction of TSS went back to giving me an error again. I was a little sad that my only link to my world was broken completely, but I had already decided to live here in this other world. No. This world. I closed the TSS screen, exited the inn and headed to the General Guild's annex. The first step in the plan was to get the reward for mapping the Emerald Demon Labyrinth. It felt like it had been a long time since I was last at the Barga branch. Due to requests related to the Harvest Festival, the place was flooded with adventurers since the early hours. These requests were not only about collecting air mana stones. There were a lot of traders and workers traveling between Myril, Barga, and the royal capital. They carried many goods as well as money and mana stones, so it was necessary for them to have guards during the trips. Bandits that targeted said merchants were increasing as well. I glanced at the crowd of adventurers coming and going at the main building and I went into the annex. Compared to the main building, the annex was having a normal early morning with not too many coming to settle requests. Welcome. I'm Appraiser Resmond. Oh, it's Schwartz-sama. Welcome back. Yes, I'm back, Resmond-san. Did you come to pick up what Rumi-sama left for you? Yes, if you please. Of course. Please wait a bit. Resmond-san disappeared into the back of the reception counter then immediately reappeared, carrying a large bag. Since I hadn't received the mission via the guild, I didn't need to show my card. Instead, I was required to sign a receipt. With this, I now had plenty of funds. I thanked Resmond-san and left the annex. On the way back, I searched for Ashley-san in the main building, but I didn't see her. Whether she was in the office or out for work, I didn't know. The Pleasure Quarter, as well as the shops on the south side of Barga were bustling with people thanks to the festival. To the average citizen, the death of a labyrinth was simply a happy event. In broad daylight, the bars in the quarter were full of people nursing drinks, not only adventurers but also men who could find some spare time from work. Cheers over the labyrinth conquest could be heard here and there. To this country, or rather this world, were labyrinths such an anathema? I glanced at the hustle and bustle and stepped into Marida company. Welcome. Schwartz-san. Has your job completed? Yes, without any troubles. Is Malta-san in? Yes. I'll call him over right now. Please come inside. The store was tended by the usual clerk. I was guided to the parlor and offered the delicious tea I hadn't had the chance to drink in a while. During the labyrinth conquest, Lali, Barga Lord's daughter, Lapitilika-sama had also brewed some tea. But the tea here was exceptional. This light color and aroma. Is it coarse tea? Sweet but not sharp. No, not coarse tea, but fermented tea. Just as expected of Schwartz-san. You know of the difference? Malta-san had entered the parlor. I was so absorbed in the tea that I hadn't noticed. The tea today was made from first-grade summer leaves, ground and thoroughly fermented for 1 month. The sharpness has faded, leaving the sweetness to come out. That is its trait. It is very delicious. It's been some time, Malta-san. Yes. I've been waiting for you to come back. At this time means you participated in the labyrinth conquest, didn't you? Yes. I wasn't able to witness the final victory, but I was able to put my humble abilities to use. You've worked hard. Thank you. Today I've come to sell the mana stones collected during the conquest, and the camping equipment I asked for last time. Were you able to prepare them? I was. Of course. I would also gladly accept the stones. Among the stones I had collected, I kept the non-attributed stones and the few water-attributed ones, then sold the rest. The water stones would be used as materials for the water flasks. I used part of the money from selling the stones to pay for the camping equipments and more non-attribute stones. The ammo charge of P90 and Scar H that I often used were balanced thanks to these mana stones. The costs would increase once I went solo and I might even take a loss, but if I didn't splurge using rocket launchers and laser guns like water, I'd probably be able to maintain a balance. That being said, I would also be able to collect more arms and magical materials in the lower levels of the Wolffang Labyrinth. By the way, does Marida Company deal in groceries and cooking utensils? Groceries and cooking utensils? Unfortunately, we don't handle them here at Baga Branch, but we do at our headquarters in the royal capital. I see. Could you please refer me to some stores in Baga that do? Yes, I can introduce to you some places, but the timing is a little bad. Is that so? Yes. Due to the Harvest Festival, a lot of food is being transferred to Myril. It depends on how much food you need, but you might be turned down if the quantity is too much. For us traders, the Harvest Festival is a chance to showcase our business's capability. If our businesses meet a shortage during the festival, they'd be considered lacking in capability and our credibility would fall sharply after the festival. I see. How many days? 2 to 3 weeks, 3 meals per day, so about 63 servings. You will need to pre-order for such an amount. I was wondering if Malta-san would show his thinking face this time when something like an illusion happened right in front of my eyes. Malta-san's mild face became trader-like sharp, and his eyes shone brightly. Schwartz-san, I have a proposal. What is it? 3 days from now, I'll return to our headquarters in the royal capital and bring back a large number of goods to sell during the festival. What do you think about being the guard for the merchant party, as well as helping us with the transportation of goods? Aside from the usual rewards for guards and transportation, I'll send a horse to the royal capital beforehand to ask for 100 portions of food to be prepared. Of course, I'll also offer you a discount for the charge. What should I do? There wasn't a better chance to obtain food cheaply, and I also wanted to see the royal capital. Not just for the scenery, but also to find out more about the General Guild. This was also a good chance to see another big city aside from Fort Baga. Could you confirm these things, please? The size of the party, whether there will be other guards besides me, and the details of the trip. Also, about the goods transportation. Do you mean to use my toolbox? Yes. I would like to use Schwartz-san's toolbox. The party will travel with 3 wagons. The first team carrying goods from the capital is expected to arrive in Baga tomorrow. We have our own guards, but they'll be watching the warehouse here, so we plan to hire some adventurers. I see. I confirmed the details of the trip with Malta-san. As for the goods, there was a limit to what he could tell me, but I was able to verify some details about those I would carry. It would take us 3 days to reach the capital. We'd stay there for 2 days before heading back to Baga in 3 days. I would have time to the royal capital. Understood. I accept your proposal. Oh, thank you. However, please understand I will use a disguise. I don't want information about my combat skills or toolbox to spread. It's more convenient, and it'd also be troublesome if invitations from the clans came. Certainly, I will keep that in mind. If I was to live on in this world, VMB's powers would become widely known in the near future. But if people thought that the person who had it was someone other than Schwartz, then I could conquer labyrinths in peace. First I needed to hide my face, and if I used the voice change function in voice chat, it was time to use that mask. I had breakfast at the inn's dining hall the next morning. Today's plan was to stay in the Wolffang Labyrinth for 1 night and start the conquest. I had asked Myrna-san to prepare a bento yesterday, and at first, I hadn't been able to properly convey to her what a bento was, so I felt troubled. But once I had explained clearly that I needed 1 serving of cooked food packed into a box so I could eat it inside the labyrinth, she had finally understood. She had prepared 4 servings of bread and side dishes for me right away. Adventurers usually used a magical utility bag that could carry more than its size and slow time down on the inside. However, the concept of time did not exist for my gift box. Whatever was put inside would stay in the same condition when taken back out. This, I had confirmed, The 100 portions of food I was to receive in the royal capital could also be stored without ever spoiling. I had also told Malta-san about the bento. Rather than carrying around portable food like jerky and bread, adventurers in this world normally stored ingredients in their utility bags to cook some simple meals on site. Carrying pre-cooked foods like I had requested was not a common practice, and Malta-san had listened to me with bright eyes and obvious interest. The problem with the food I ordered was their containers. This world didn't have the technology to produce things like aluminum lunch boxes, and neither could I explain it. Plastic containers also didn't exist, of course. After I discussed it with Malta-san, we had chosen the containers made from plants, similar to bamboo baskets. I asked for lids to be made with them, and for food that didn't leak. I would like to bring soup eventually, but there was not enough time to prepare the materials or make boxes with partitions. Malta-san's face when listening to my explanation and the example of lunch boxes had been so sharp that it was kind of scary. But if they immediately started gathering food in the royal capital, storing the 100 portions of food wouldn't be a problem. So it came down to the carrying method. That said, the 4 servings of food I received today were stored in a bamboo basket I bought to test. It didn't have a lid, so I had to cover it with a cloth. Once I put it inside the gift box, there shouldn't be a problem though. I was enjoying some tea leisurely in the dining hall while waiting for my bento when Ashley-san appeared at the inn's entrance. Schwartz-san. Welcome back. Ashley-san, long time no see. I'm back, somehow. Ha ha ha. I heard you were quite busy. No, all thanks to my guards, the Sasankwa members. I urged Ashley-san to sit down, and until my bento was ready, we entertained ourselves by talking about the Emerald Demon Labyrinth and the camp. While I had been in the labyrinth, Ashley-san had gone north of Bargain on guild investigator business. We talked about a lot of things, but when Rumi-san's invitation to join the guild came up, her eyes turned sharp. Rumi-senpai said guild, and not general guild? Yes, if I'm not mistaken, she did say guild. Is something wrong? If she said general guild, that means she invited you to join the general guild as staff. But if she used guild, she probably invited you to some division of the general guild, the one she is involved in, to be specific. Ashley-san held her tongue then. It was probably some kind of division that couldn't simply be put into words. Thank you. I will confirm things properly before deciding to accept the invitation or not. I wasn't sure if I should say the timing was good, but when our chat was coming to an end, my bento arrived. Ashley-san said she was going to have breakfast, so I excused myself to go back to my room first. When I was leaving my seat with the bento in hands, Ashley-san said to me in a casual tone, "Schwartz-san, did you have some kind of breakthrough? You look much more refreshed than before." I could feel my heart jump. This person, only this person saw me as just me. That was what I felt. Yes, I was able to resolve one of the worries I've had since coming here. Is that so? That's good. You'll go to Wolffang Labyrinth after this, right? Take care. See you later. Yes, see you later too. With all the preparations in Baga finished, I went to Wolffang Labyrinth and started my conquest. My target was to pass the 12th level and if possible, reach the 18th level. First was to quickly get to the spring on the 3rd level. Then I would aim for the springs on the 8th, 12th, and finally, the 18th level. I went to the labyrinth's administration building, submitted my exploration schedule, and had my guild card checked. I took the chance to ask if there were any other explorers currently inside, but conveniently, there weren't any. Most of the adventurers were heading to the Emerald Demon Labyrinth for the Harvest Festival. With its gatekeeper impossible to pass and its conquest left incomplete, this labyrinth was unpopular. That was why there was no need to worry about other people inside. I checked my equipment while heading down to the 1st level. My suppressor and tactical light were installed on the P90. A suppressor was also mounted on my sidearm, the 5.7. This loadout would be enough down to the third level, where the map was 100% complete. The monsters from there onwards would possibly get stronger, so I planned to have the scar ready just in case. Okay, I confirmed my route down to the second level and dashed. Then I accelerated to move forward with strafing. Then I sped up in one go by performing consecutive strafe jumps. I smashed into the glass wolves and horned rabbits that appeared and shot them dead. I didn't collect the mana stones because I planned to reach the third level as fast as possible. I would proceed with more caution from there on and begin to collect stones. I verified the number of dots in the small room I was approaching and plunged in without stopping. The 4 dots in the room were glass wolves, sitting at the room's center. Just as they turned around, I smoothly fired at them. I stormed into the room from the door but didn't charge at the wolves from that direction, and it confused them. They couldn't react at all except for getting up. Just like that, they ate my bullets and dropped. I made sure that all 4 of them were wrapped in mist and sank into the labyrinth before I glided to turn around and landed from the strafe to change my magazine. I also took the chance to have a drink, take a breather, and collect mana stones. The flask I ordered from the Marida company had water stones inserted in the lower half and could automatically activate its magic circle to collect water inside. Magical tools that did not require the user's magic were popular and their prices were good. I couldn't use these tools for all my everyday necessities, but the flask was greatly appreciated. After that short break, I continued on to the big room. There were 13 monsters inside, a mix of glass wolves and goblins. I threw an M84 inside from the entrance, which stunned their sight and hearing. As groans rose from inside, I shot and killed them. I covered the first level in less than an hour and headed toward the second level. I also used strafing to move forward on the second level. The red bears might appear from here on, but I also planned to smash into them and knock them over like this. While checking the third level's stairs location, I continued to move at a rapid pace like on the first level. To be honest, if some other adventurers saw this, I wouldn't be able to come up with a valid excuse. When I explored the Emerald Demon Labyrinth with the Sansanqua girls, I had heard many talks about adventurers' skills. Skills were activated by their owner's will and didn't need to be chanted like magic. A skill could be invoked with only their will to make your body move, using the owner's magic as the power source. Marinda-san moving around to act as the party's shield and Ryu-san drawing her sword, those were actually skills in action. They were high-ranked adventurers and their magic reserves were high enough to not run out during explorations. However, low-ranked adventurers were only able to use skills sparingly while exploring or doing missions out in the world. There were many skills that manipulated movements and at first glance, my strafe jump did look like one, but continuous flight without stopping like this obviously either meant it did not require magic, or my magic reserve was very particular. I could hear heavy footsteps ahead and a light dot appeared on the map, a red bear. I adjusted my angle of approach and moved closer to the wall. The bear came into view. It noticed me and roared, but it just cost itself some time with that action. I placed my crosshair over its open mouth and squeezed the trigger in one go. In a blink of an eye, its roaring mouth was choked with overflowing blood. I kicked at the wall mid-jump, turned to behind the bear and shot at the back of its neck this time. Its head was blown away from its body. For larger beasts, you needed to use more 5.7 by 20 aim bullets, or narrow down the aim. Next time, should I try to aim at the heart from either the front or the back, or should I blow away the head from the beginning? I could switch to the scar, but if I used 7.62 by 51 NATO on second level, then it'd be worrisome on the lower levels. I watched the bear sink as I thought of future fighting methods. I was in the middle of conquering the Wolffang Labyrinth, and currently in the third level's spring. From this point on, I would stop strafe jumping and continued more cautiously. I was considering between completing the map and heading for the lower levels, but I decided to go down to the lower level first. Since I would be mapping on the way, it would take quite a lot of time, and reaching 18th level as I had targeted was unlikely. Once I crossed the spring, stronger monsters would appear. According to what I had learned from the General Guild's archive, stronger goblins would show up more frequently from now on. While I was eating the bento I had received from the inn, I worked on the TSS, adding some grenades and getting the Scar H ready. When my lunch break ended, and I resumed my labyrinth conquest, the next spring was on the 8th level. If I ran through each level in 1 hour, it would take me 5 hours to get there. I headed to the 4th level stairs while comparing the guild's 3rd level map with my own. My headphones picked up several footsteps in the direction I was going. I had heard these footsteps before in the Emerald Demon Labyrinth. They were 3 goblins. Plenty of light grass was properly planted in straight rows in this labyrinth, so it was quite bright. If they kept on like this, it would be a long-distance battle, and the P90's effective range was 200 meters. I crouched down while I aimed down the crosshairs a couple meters ahead. Most long-range magic couldn't reach out past 100 meters, however, the types of magic that could materialize objects and hurl them was not affected by this limit. Firing crossbows and bows up at a high angle, you could reach out to several hundred meters. Without a scope though, the effective range to reliably land a hit was less than 100 meters. Firearms had an immeasurable advantage in long-distance battles. In a labyrinth's underground passages, it wasn't likely to reach past the hundreds of meters range, but to stage an ambush where as soon as the enemy showed their face, I squeezed the P90's trigger and opened a hole in the head of the goblin that just appeared in the passage ahead. The next ones were the goblin mages. All 3 were mages. I squeezed the trigger without letting myself get distracted. I advanced without dropping my guard, confirmed they had sunk into the labyrinth, and picked up their mana stones. From then on, the enemies became more varied, such as high-ranked goblins grouped with other monsters, but they were all incapacitated by the M84 and P90. The M84 was especially effective, even with the large beasts like red bears, so I only had to shoot their heads. I couldn't use it in every battle, but considering the CP consumption, it was actually cost-effective and started to become an indispensable weapon during my labyrinth exploration. I cleared out the large room on the 3rd level and descended to the 4th. The number of red bears on the 4th level was unusually high, so I changed my main weapon from the P90 to the Scar H. The shots were loud and could attract the other monsters, but from my experience in the Emerald Demon Labyrinth, there was no need to worry so much. If I was with a beastman like Mitch-san or in a party, I would need to be careful about the gunshots though. In the guard mission with the Marida Company, I planned to use a weapon that was allowed to be equipped with a silencer instead of this rifle. Nevertheless, I used the Scar H this time. How much destructive power did the 7.62 x 51mm NATO have against large beasts? They could blow hobgoblins' heads up. But what about those damn bears? They could as well. The heads were blown off with one shot, and if I aimed at the hearts, they blew big holes in their chests. Just as expected of these bullets. If they had such offensive power, then I probably could manage with just the P90 and the Scar H as my main weapons for now. My speed rapidly increased after switching to the Scar. I moved through the unexplored areas at the same speed as the higher levels and reached the 5th level in no time. However, a magazine that could only carry 20 rounds was indeed worrisome, so I summoned the Supply box and switched to a bigger magazine. The 5th level had the same underground atmosphere as the other levels up until now. What I learned from the archives was that the atmosphere would change from now on. Instead of regular horned rabbits, there would be higher-ranked ones instead. I moved forward with caution and heard a footstep that I had never heard before. There were 2 others that, based on the heaviness, seemed to be from red bears, so huge. What I saw through the crosshairs was twice as large as normal horned rabbits, about 1 meter in length. It had the same tawny fur, but the horn on its head had a spiral shape like a drill, and was much larger than the regular rabbit's horn. I was fascinated by its unexpected size, but it had already noticed me. It roared as if that was the only thing it knew. It should have closed the distance before trying to threaten me like that. First, I placed my crosshairs on the 2 red bears and aimed for their chests where they couldn't dodge. Sometimes in battle, you couldn't get a clean hit if you aimed for the head due to the reaction to the shot. Since I had sufficient offensive power, I changed where I aimed since the head could avoid the shot with a small movement. A chest shot, if hit, meant immediate death. I glided the crosshair and shot in the semi-auto mode at each bear. They tried to dodge in response to my shots, but they couldn't evade my shots with such huge bodies. They sank with big holes in their chests. When the red bears were killed, the rabbit's red eyes seemed to burst into flames. It let out a strange sound like a roar and spit out a fireball. But I had already encountered an attack like this when I fought against the higher-ranked glass wolves, the dire wolves. Of course, I remembered it and was on guard against it. Easy. I did a slide jump forward to the left to dodge the fireball, then turned and jumped more to the left side. Passing the rabbit, it moved its head to follow my movements, but it couldn't match my speed. I switched my rifle from semi to full auto and squeezed the trigger while guiding the crosshair along the rabbit's body. A continuous burst of fire along with the metallic clangs of shells being discharged echoed throughout the underground passage. With bullet wounds all over its body, the long-horned rabbit exploded without leaving a trace of a rabbit behind. I landed from my jump, crouched down, and looked at the lump that used to be the rabbit through my iron sights. Did I overdo it? I didn't think so, but I couldn't help feeling that what I did was overkill. However, if I made a mistake, that meant death. From then on, whenever I came across a long-horned rabbit, I would check how many bullets were needed to kill them and what their vital points were. In the end, I was able to conclude that if I aimed for their chest and the area around the base of its horn, that would be effective enough. This 5th level is full of huge beasts. The number of red bears increased here and the long-horned rabbits would always appear in big and small rooms alike. But there hadn't been any big trouble up until now. 2. I finished up the 5th level and headed down to the 6th level. I noticed that the atmosphere had changed a little. First was the smell. There was a rotten smell, like some creature was decaying. Then there was the ceiling. This was underground, but the ceiling was almost 10 meters high. Labyrinths were underground, but they were not created by digging tunnels in the earth. They were in a different dimension, and if you dug down into one level, you wouldn't get to the next level. You could get into the next passage by destroying the wall, but the wall was said to be restored by the labyrinth's magic. From the information that I had gathered beforehand, levels 6 to 10 were the undead zone. There would be zombies, skeletons, and labyrinth bats, a bat-type monster. I switched back to using my P90 as my main for now and moved on with caution. A little while later, my headphones picked up the sound of something being dragged along with moans. This is zombies? I stopped and crouched down. I waited for it to appear in my sights, and before long, a zombie came into view. Half its face had turned into sludge and its skin black. The clothing it wore had become rags and were extremely dirty. It walked very slow as well. I placed the crosshairs over its head and shot. The bullet blew its head away, but it didn't stop walking. What? The headshot didn't kill it. I knew a lot of FPS games with zombies as the enemies, and most could be disabled with headshots. However, the zombies in this world were different. This one continued to move. I quickly shot at both its knees to stop the legs. The bullets didn't just pierce the knees. They burst, and the zombie fell face down on the ground. What? With no head and half its legs from the knees down gone, it still crawled forward. I then shot its shoulders and blew away its arms. Yet, It still didn't sink and continued to wriggle forward. Was it really immortal? No. It was already dead. So it couldn't be immortal. There must be something, a core that animated the corpse. A mana stone? I didn't know where a zombie's mana stone was, so I tried for the heart. The bullet made a large cavity on the chest where its heart should have been, but it still kept moving. Was it in the stomach? I continued to shoot until it sank into the floor. I had finally found out that the mana stone was in its lower back. So the mana stone is at its waist. This zombie's stone was at the waist, but I didn't think it was the same for all the zombies. I was a bit worried, but then I recalled the illustrated book about monsters in the archive and searched for information about zombies in the captured files on the TSS. In the end, I did confirm that the undead could be killed if I separated the mana stone from its body. The stone's location was not fixed and I basically just destroyed it with my weapon. It seemed like adventurers usually used weapons to knock the stones from the bodies. Should I do the same? But for melee weapons, there were only batons and the like. And what about burning? Speaking of killing zombies, it was either headshots or burning. That was it. The 6th level of the labyrinth was the undead zone. Zombies and skeletons here couldn't be killed unless their mana stones were destroyed or separated from their bodies. This didn't suit my current combat style where I attacked the enemy's vitals to kill them. On the stairway that connected the 5th to the 6th level, I activated my TSS and selected that section for weapons against undead. Light particles assembled themselves before my eyes and the black supply box appeared. I opened the box and took out a large piece of equipment. It was the Type 1-to-1 flamethrower, used to burn down zombies. It was also used in real life by the Japanese ground self-defense forces. Flamethrowers were used frequently during the First and Second World Wars, but its use gradually decreased afterward. As a result, it had not been developed further. This flamethrower had been developed from the M2 that the US had used during World War II. Its effective range was around 40 meters. It had 3 tanks, 2 for fuel, 1 for air. Its utilization frequency was remarkably higher than the M2 as normally this flamethrower could spray 10 times, but this frequency was increased to 20 NVMB in order to keep the game's balance. Its fuel tanks could also be easily filled via the TSS, but the CP cost to fill the tanks to capacity was higher than the SCAR and P90 magazines. I wouldn't have a negative CP balance if I used it now, but the cost would definitely be high if I was trying to save up CP. I had been able to keep my CP high thanks to the mana stones I had collected mixed with the reward I received from Rumi-san. Flamethrowers were larger compared to the other main weapons and it was impossible to use another firearm while you used it. To use it properly, you had to hold the nozzle in your hands all the time, since it was not designed to hang on the main body of the weapon. My sidearm was in its holster so it was okay, but I wouldn't use the SCAR or the P90 together with this, so I put both into the supply box with their magazines. I also took out some grenades from the box, the TH3. It was another option I could use to burn down the zombies. They were otherwise known as thermite grenades. They were 15 centimeters long red cylinders and would blow up 3 seconds after the pin was pulled. They looked like a big toy firework, but its damage radius reached about 2 meters in real life and 3 meters in VMB. The burning time was about 20 to 30 seconds, enough to spread to the surroundings. With a temperature over 2000 C, they could even burn a hole in a steel beam. As my preparations for the undead zone was completed, I resumed my conquest. I advanced while I held the flamethrower's nozzle in both my hands, ready to spray at any moment. The 1-to-1 could be fired from the hip, meaning just level the nozzle at the waist level and fire. Aiming was done with the goggles crosshairs, so there wasn't a need to worry about missing. I passed the site of my earlier battle and heard the moans of zombies. Like normal firearms, flamethrowers were not meant to be used in close quarters, so I kept the zombies in sight while I kept in mind not to let them get too close. There were 3 zombies. They approached so slow that I wondered if they even wanted to attack. I squeezed that 1-to-1's trigger, gliding the crosshairs, and spraying fire on them. They caught fire and bathed in jellied gasoline. Their bodies burst into flames and crumbled in the blink of an eye. In the last battle, when the body parts hit by the bullets burst out, I thought the extremely soft bodies were their defense power. But their bodies were easily burned down. As soon as they crumbled down, they were wrapped in a black mist and sunk into the labyrinth floor, leaving behind their mana stones. I picked the stones up while careful not to get burned. Flamethrowers caused damage with the jellied gasoline they sprayed that was ignited when it left the nozzle, but the flame itself was not that hot. The stones were a bit warm, but they didn't melt. I didn't feel any radiant heat while I sprayed. Probably because it was a piece of game equipment and not the real thing. To test, I faced the wall and sprayed, but I didn't feel anything. Just like how I didn't smell any gunpowder when I fired the other weapons, radiant heat was an unnecessary element in the game and thus, was not included. But there was no such thing as a perfect Topher. The flames had also burned away the light grass. I smiled warily as I took out more light grass seeds from my pouch and threw them to the sides of the passage while I walked on. It seemed like there were only zombies on the 6th level. To an average adventurer, what was the tricky part of this level? The smell was horrible. But the difficulty level wasn't high. Seeing how easy it was to extract mana stones, this was a pretty delicious level if I was only here to collect the stones. Later, I heard that just one touch from a zombie could mess with your magic and cause you to get a diseased condition. This condition gave you a high fever and other symptoms. However, the condition meddled with your magic to do it so it wasn't a threat to a Manuk like me. I went in further into the level and the zombies also became more varied. There weren't just human zombies, but glass wolves, horned rabbits, and other monsters that lived in the vicinity of the labyrinth. The speed of the wolves and rabbits were the same as the living versions, so I was more cautious with them. But they were put down instantly with the 1-to-1 spray. I descended to the 7th level and the skeletons finally made their appearance for the first time. Skeletons' mana stones were plainly visible at the center of their chest, supported by extended ribs. As a test, I pulled the 5-7 out, placed the crosshairs over one of the skeleton's head and smashed its skull. It didn't stop, so that meant it was the same as zombies. Compared to zombies, the skeletons were much more of a threat. It was the simple reason that they carried weapons. They didn't wear any armor and their stones were visible, but they wielded short swords and an axe. Some even had small shields. I used the flamethrower to spray them. The lit jellied substance stuck to their bones and raged through their bodies. Once the bones supporting the mana stone had collapsed, so did the skeletons like puppets with their strings cut. This is pretty powerful. During my days in VMB, I hadn't used flamethrowers because they weren't useful in PvP battles, but now I couldn't help but reconsider my opinion about them. I didn't know how it would perform against other enemies. Other labyrinths had undead zones, so it looked like the 1-to-1 would be a mainstay from now on. Some skeletons raised their shields to defend themselves from the flame, but these shields were made from wood and burned in no time, leaving the defenseless ribcage to be swallowed up by the fire. I had to refill the tanks after every battle and that was kinda bothersome. I stopped to operate the TSS and began thinking. Then my ears caught the sound of wings flapping, which I didn't hear before. I immediately turned towards the sound. Something was coming from the 10-meter high ceiling. By reflex, I slide jumped to the back as a big black V-shaped mass struck the spot I had just been at. They were labyrinth bats. They were huge. Their wingspans must have been about 2 meters. The bats continuously swooped down then rose suddenly. The moment they crashed down, they bared their fangs and snapped. I saw they had fox-like faces as I was dodging. I also concluded that this was their only attack method. I pointed the flamethrower nozzle into the air and sprayed. They shrieked when the flame hit then crashed down while on fire. They seemed to fall head first and I heard bones snap. The flame lasted quite a long when sprayed on living monsters. A distance away from the bats, the fire was still burning unnaturally. The fire probably burned until all their health was gone. The fire wouldn't turn back to light particles, even if I was not nearby. I came up with this theory while I watched the bats become wrapped up in the black mist and sink into the labyrinth floor as they burned. With the appearance of the labyrinth bats, I finally encountered an enemy I couldn't hear. My headphones picked up sounds within 500 meters, but only sounds closer than 150 meters would show up on my map as light dots. The bats lay in wait for their prey, so I couldn't hear them until the moment they attacked. Since this labyrinth was bright, I had set my goggles on normal view, but with the appearance of this monster type, I turned my NV on. I started to check the ceilings frequently. The passages were bright but the high ceilings were dark. I continued to be on high alert and checked above at every turn to guard against surprise attacks. Like this, I descended to the 8th level. Currently, I was on the 8th level of the Wolffang Labyrinth. The 8th level was also an undead zone, but the monsters here came out as a mixture of zombies, skeletons, and labyrinth bats. Thanks to the trustworthy 1-to-1 in my hands, the groups of zombies and skeletons had been burned down and I was able to reach the spring. I took a longish break there to have dinner and a quick nap before I headed down to the 9th level in the middle of the night. At first, I had planned to make it to the 18th level, but it would be impossible at this speed. 2 days later, I had to go to the royal capital with the Marida Company's caravan as their guard. So the plan had changed. I would only head down to the 11th level to see the structural change before I returning to the surface. I activated the TSS and brought the Dorchester out of the garage. I still camped in the spring, but this was to get a better rest both physically and mentally. I sat a chair in the Dorchester's living space, had dinner, and slept on the chair with my legs stretched out on the desk. I wanted to lie down, but the bed was just as hard as the labyrinth floor. Next time, I would get a futon or a sleeping bag to get a good night's sleep. I dozed off for around 4 hours before I woke. I checked the surroundings outside through the peephole just in case. As before, I was the only one inside the spring. I put the car back into the garage and washed my face in the spring to clear away the sleep that still lingered. I carried the flamethrower on my back and readied my gear such as my sidearm, its magazine, and my combat knife. Then I headed down to the 9th level. Once past the spring, stronger monsters appeared, as if they were leveled up. I became more cautious and got ready for surprise attacks from the ceiling. I advanced with the flamethrower's nozzle at the ready and kept the crosshairs pointed in the direction I was going. The enemies also seemed to have noticed me, and out of 3, 2 ran towards me. I stopped in my tracks and waited for them to appear. They would be roasted the moment I saw them. Together with the moans, 2 glass wolf zombies jumped out from around the corner where I had trained my crosshairs on. I squeezed the trigger when I confirmed what they were, and flaming jellied gasoline spewed on them. Together with the smell of burnt flesh, the zombie wolves writhed about as they frantically tried to put out the flames, but the flames couldn't be put out like that. Their bodies were slowly destroyed. Once I had confirmed they had sunk into the floor, I moved forward to check on the latecomer. I turned the corner, and what in front of me definitely was a zombie, but it was nothing like the monsters I had seen on the upper levels. Its face was swollen with a dark tinge and its abdomen was strangely bloated. It looked like it was diseased. This was a higher-ranked zombie that I had seen inside the monster book. It was called an illness zombie. I didn't attack immediately, and while I was still observing it, it bent backward. View It spat a dark murky green liquid at me. Here it comes. I reflexively turned back around the corner and avoided a direct hit, but the zombie's spit attack splashed into my vicinity. Despite a 10-meter distance, it was the same type of attack as my flamethrower. The blackish-green liquid splashed about in the passageway. Was it venom? At any rate, it didn't look like something pleasant to be covered in. Before it spewed again, I jumped out of the corner to avoid stepping in the liquid and sprayed flames at it. It did seem to have more endurance than normal zombies. But once the skin caught fire, it burned down, and green liquid burst outward from its body. I need to be careful with these things, I unconsciously muttered. I opened the monster book in the TSS and searched for information about illness zombies. This blackish-green liquid was indeed a kind of venom. It would melt skin and cause immense burning pain when it came in direct contact. Was it acidic? How did normal adventurers take that thing down? The illness zombies had their mana stones in their heads and they could be defeated by decapitation. But once the head was cut off, the venom would burst out as the body collapsed. So you had to get away in time in order not to get sprayed in the face. Even to me, someone who had a special way to attack from a 10-meter distance, illness zombies were something that needed special attention. The zombie sunk into the labyrinth. But the mana stone it left behind, the venom still hadn't vanished. It seemed like it took some time for the labyrinth to absorb the venom it had spat out the first time as well as the pool that formed where its body had been. I gave up on collecting the mana stone that lay in the venom and went on. After that, there were several more battles and I burned down the filthy monsters on my way. Then I saw something like a large room with multiple light dots wriggling inside. They sounded like skeletons, but slightly heavier. I peeked inside from the room's entrance and confirmed there were 12 skeletons inside, but the 12 of them did not stay in a group together. 6 of them branched out, and the scene looked like a party of adventurers resting inside a spring. I observed both groups' formations and noticed they weren't normal skeletons, but higher-ranked ones. Each group had 2 skeleton fighters that wore leather armor, 1 archer, 2 mages, and 1 guard carrying a large shield. What should I do? If they were not undead, I would have thrown a flashbang inside to disorient them before I took them down. However, skeletons didn't have eyeballs or ears. They perceived things some other way. I considered how I would attack them and came up with 2 methods. One was to attack from the entrance to cut down their numbers. The second was to use the TH3 to strike first then charged into attack. I also wanted to gain different experiences, so maybe I should try both. First, I aimed at the area near the entrance and made full use of the flamethrower's 40-meter range. The first group sat in a circle as if they were resting around a campfire. I placed my crosshairs on the back of the skeleton archer and squeezed the trigger. I glided the crosshairs side to side over the circle as I sprayed. The closest ones to me, the archer and the 2 fighters, were burned down. The 3 further away were also hit, but the skeleton guard's shield had deflected the flame. Was it made from steel? It didn't burn. However, the large shield couldn't cover the guard's entire body. I put the crosshairs on the feet that jutted out from below the shield and burned the area around its ankles. The guard was standing, protecting the 2 mages with its large shield, but with its ankles on fire. It couldn't maintain its stance and crouched down on its knees instead. It also couldn't hold the shield up straight, and its body was exposed. Without delay, I sprayed fire on its chest where the mana stone was located. Briefly protected by the guard, the 2 mages behind it had managed to chant their spells. Black spheres around 30 centimeters big rose up from the left and right sides of the burning skeleton guard and flew at me. I immediately jumped out of the room to dodge. The moment the sound of the spells crashing into the wall echoed, I jumped back to the entrance and attacked the moment I crossed it. The guard had been engulfed in flames, but the moment I crossed into the entrance, an arrow from the archer in the other group flew at me. The other group was behind the 2 mages. Staying on the threshold with my back to the entrance, I leaned over to peek inside. Then aimed at the remaining 2 mages and squeezed the trigger at once. I wasn't sure if they had put up a magic barrier or not, but my flame didn't carry any magic and couldn't be stopped by a magic barrier. After I burnt down the first 6 skeletons, I changed my target to the other group. I peered inside the room and they seemed to have also changed their formation to be battle ready. The guard was in the center, flanked by the fighters with the other 3 lined up behind them. So it was 1 versus 6. I pulled the TH3's pin, slid into the room and performed an axle jump before I threw the grenade. I then switched to a strafe jump to avoid the archer's arrows. The grenade exploded at the guard's feet and its shield was covered in flames within moments. The fighters on its sides also caught fire, but they could still move. I moved to the left of the group with a strafe jump, then squeezed the flamethrower's trigger midair. From the height, the flaming gasoline swallowed up the left fighter and created a pool of fire at the skeleton's feet. I landed and placed the crosshairs on the mages behind the fighters, but an earth wall rose up from the labyrinth's floor to block my sight. What? It looked like they had realized that the magic barrier of the other mages hadn't been able to stop my flames and to physically block the flames. The mages had conjured up an earthen wall. Easy. The wall didn't just block my vision. They also couldn't see me. Right? Hiding behind objects that couldn't be penetrated like walls or boxes was a basic move in FPS, so there were many countermeasures to take against these moves. I took out another thermite grenade from my field jacket, pulled the pin, crossed over the wall and threw it at the place I thought the mages should be. The moment I threw the grenade, I saw the archer on one side of the wall aiming at me. I did a strafe jump to the left to dodge the arrow, then returned to the other side of the wall. The mage should have burned down by now. I performed a series of strafe jumps counterclockwise and got behind the skeletons. While I jumped past them, the other mage chanted for another earth wall but missed, and the wall rose up uselessly. The archer was pulling the string on its bow when I placed the crosshair on it and sprayed. Then I glided my crosshair across them and the flame swallowed up the mage and the fighter. These 3 remaining skeletons were also burned down in no time. Phew. I collected the mana stones as I watched the burnt ground. They had been able to use an earth wall to defend against the flamethrower after just one look. I couldn't hide my surprise at the intelligence of these higher-ranked skeletons. I refilled the flamethrower through the TSS. While I told myself to be more careful with intelligent enemies from now on, being able to beat a group of stronger monsters made me feel a sense of accomplishment like never before. Just a bit more and I would reach the 9th level. At the thought of the return, I couldn't let myself become drunk on this victory. I gathered my thoughts and went deeper into the labyrinth. Level 9 of Wolffang Labyrinth was the latter half of its undead zone. Aside from the illness zombies, I also encountered another troublesome higher-ranked zombie variant. That was close. While my attention was on the higher-ranked zombie in front of me, the 3 illness zombies behind spat venom at me simultaneously. I turned 180 degrees while slide jumping to the backhand. As there was no other path, dashed up the wall with a wall run, then went further to the back. I jumped to the opposite wall mid-run and turned around. While I was turning 180 degrees mid-air, I placed my crosshairs on the hopper and squeezed the trigger, spraying fire at it. Hoppers were high-ranked zombies that first appeared on this 9th level of Wolffang Labyrinth. They wore robes with hoods, and they leapt at their opponents with gaping wide mouths ready to bite. They were rather fast, but things would have been okay if it were just them. The venom-spitting illness zombies were troublesome. They seemed to be spitting their venom in order to block my retreat. I had burned down the hopper, and next were the illness zombies. According to my experiences from previous battles, after they spewed their venom, they wouldn't be able to do it again for a while. There were 3 of them, but they couldn't do anything aside from flinging themselves at me. There was no reason to go that far. I glided my crosshairs and made the fire dance wildly. Level 9 didn't only have these higher-ranked zombies, even higher-ranked glass wolf zombies. The dire glass wolf zombies appeared. They were as fast as the hoppers. As they came towards me, I moved around so as not to be cornered and burned them to ashes. They hadn't used the magic-charged roar like the dire wolf I rescued Malta-san from had. I wasn't sure if this was just by chance, or zombies couldn't use those attacks. There was no way to know unless I researched it at the archive. I checked through the monster book, but couldn't find the answer right away. I continued on and burned down a mixed group of zombies in a small room. Then I noticed a stone box-like object in the center of the room. Could it be a treasure chest? It looked like a stone chest. I approached it while picking up the mana stones of the zombies I had killed. Under closer inspection, I found out that the lid was covered with detailed carvings. They looked vaguely similar to the carvings on the water flask I had ordered from the Marida company. The chest was about 1 meter in length, 60 centimeters in width and height. It was a bit smaller than my gift box. From what I had researched, the magic tools and weapons a labyrinth spat out were usually found in shrines, or on pedestals in large rooms. Could they also appear in such chests like this? No. Maybe this was also a monster? I watched the chest without touching it, but without opening it, I couldn't really find out anything. I set up the CPS on my left arm so that I could activate the shield at any time. Then I slowly pushed the lid off with my left hand. Sounds of stones scraping echoed, but there didn't seem to be any traps. I kept on pushing and the lid fell to the ground. I peeked inside and saw a bare dagger. As I took the dagger out, the chest collapsed into sand. The sand was also absorbed by the labyrinth, and it looked like there had never been anything in the room afterward. The dagger was more important at the moment anyway. It had a 10 centimeters long double-edged blade and a wooden handle. The blade had a gentle curve to it. Weapons created by labyrinths like this dagger were probably magic weapons. It didn't look like the type that consumed mana stones. Did it need magic power? It seemed like I couldn't use it. Well, I didn't plan to wield a magic weapon with an unknown power anyways. I couldn't carry the dagger around with its blade out, so I summoned the gift box and put it inside. I'd have to consult either Malta-san or Esmond-san about it. It was the first magic weapon I had found during my labyrinth explorations. Having discovered another fun thing in labyrinth exploration, I went deeper inside. I had reached the 10th level. There was supposed to be a magic transportation circle here, and even though I couldn't use these circles, I wanted to see one myself. This was also the final level of the Undead Zone. The labyrinth should become a field dungeon from the 11th level onwards. The undead didn't just appear in the Undead Zone, but the frequency of their appearance would naturally decrease as other monster types appeared. The flamethrower would be relieved of its duty after this level. I would cover the 10th level and go to check the atmosphere on the 11th level. Then return to the surface. Let's use the one-to-one a little bit more. I encountered more labyrinth bats than zombies skeletons on this level. Every time I checked the ceiling at a turn, large numbers of bats would ambush me. These ambushes were troublesome. At every turn, I would lean on the wall and peek around the corner, checking both the route ahead and the ceiling. If there were labyrinth bats hanging down, I would immediately place the crosshair on them and spray the flames without mercy. The flaming fuel didn't just burn the bats, but also the ceiling. The bats fell from the red blazing ceiling with strange cries, and I moved the crosshair onto the ones still moving to burn them off. The flamethrower, with its 40 meters range, was an effective weapon during solo labyrinth explorations, when one didn't have to worry about secondary disasters. I didn't pay attention at first, but even after continuous spraying within the labyrinth passage, the oxygen level didn't seem to decrease at all. Using flamethrowers within closed spaces like caves would consume oxygen and cause a shortage of it. Even without being hit directly by the flame, living creatures could still be killed by the deficiency of oxygen. This was another effect of flamethrowers, a cruel one. I refilled the one-to-one while I waited for the flames to die down to collect the stones. As I was about to move on, I heard something rush in my direction. I had generally remembered the footsteps of different zombies, and these steps were from a group of dire glass wolf zombies in a hopper. I readied the flamethrower and focused my crosshair on the route ahead while also breaking into a run. After various battles, I had come to the conclusion that the best way to deal with this type of mixed group was to charge straight into them. The first to come into view was two dire glass wolf zombies. The hopper was coming later. As expected, I glided the crosshair and sprayed a wave of flames on the wolf zombies. They were rushing straight at me, but split outwards to the left and right when they saw the flames coming. However, the flames covered the entire passage and couldn't be avoided. The zombie wolves were swallowed up by the fire in one go and stopped moving. From behind, the hopper leapt over while avoiding the flaming fuel scattered about the passage. Hey! I held the flamethrower's nozzle in my right hand, activated my CPS on my left, and knocked the hopper to the wall. My powered suit didn't just enhance my leg strength and jumping ability, but also increased my physical power in general. If I had been carrying small arms, I could have shot the hopper down midair, but with the flamethrower, it could have become a hurling ball of fire barreling towards me, so I couldn't do that, and if I let it move freely, it would jump in from an unexpected distance and cause trouble. With this, I could stop the hopper's movement and create a more manageable situation. Before the hopper could get up, I pointed the flamethrower at the wall and sprayed flames at it. I watched the hopper burn black and made sure that there were none following. I still felt bewildered by all the behaviors and reactions that were different from the games, but I could do it. I had been managing well, and I was getting more confident at this. I broke through the small and large rooms, and suddenly a gate supported by white stone pillars appeared before my eyes. It had the same design as the one in Emerald Demon Labyrinth, but there was a wolf-head humanoid monster sitting on the throne. Was it the dungeon master of this labyrinth? I passed the gate and entered the large room where the gatekeeper had once been, and saw a transportation magic circle at the center. So this is a transportation circle. Despite knowing it was futile, I still took out the combat knife from the sheath on my thigh and gave my finger a shallow cut. I dribbled some blood on the circle, but it didn't seem to record my biometric info at all. It's really no good. It couldn't be helped. My explorations would be easier if I could use these circles, but letting my inability to use them get to me was just a waste of time. I headed to the stairs leading down towards the 11th level deep inside the room. Starting from the 11th level, labyrinths would begin to imitate their surroundings and become field dungeons, where the scenes could be mistaken as real nature. But the scene in front of me was very different from the forest east of Wolffang Labyrinth. There was indeed a forest, and even some paths that could serve as passages through it. However, the atmosphere was completely different from that of a forest. It was clad in a dark mysterious mist that brought about the magic forest atmosphere with just a glance. The size of a field dungeon varied depending on the level, and if I strayed from the forest paths, it seemed like I wouldn't meet some invisible wall. The walls seemed to be at the actual edges of the level, and could be discerned clearly. I couldn't see the walls and didn't know the actual size of the forest. I was concerned about the forest paths, but my exploration ended here this time. It would continue after I completed my mission with the Marida Company's trade caravan. I went back to the 10th level, summoned the Dorchester in the gatekeeper room, and took a lunch break. Unlike a spring, there was no water source to drink from here, so no monsters would enter this room. I might have been spotted by some other adventurers who teleported through the magic circles, but let's cross that bridge when we got to it. I ate my meal on the chair in the car's living space, checked my equipment and replenished it, then left. An hour later. I increased my pace and reached the surface in one go, so I returned earlier than expected. I had to get my equipment for tomorrow onwards ready. It was almost the evening when I returned to the fort city of Baga. I wanted to ask Resmond-san to check the magic dagger I had found in Wolffang Labyrinth, but it should be crowded at the guild's annex by now. A lot of adventurers would rush there to report their quest completions or bring proof of their conquests. Resmond-san worked fast, but the wait time would still be long. I'd ask Malta-san to appraise the dagger instead. First of all, I'd head back to the White Flower Pavilion and ready myself for the mission with the caravan tomorrow. I needed to get dinner as well since I'd need to leave early tomorrow. I had to get things ready quickly and make use of tonight to heal the fatigue from my exploration. I had planned to go to bed early after preparations and dinner was finished, but it was already 2 in the morning. The preparation is so much trouble. I hadn't taken the guard request tomorrow as the D-ranked adventurer Schwartz, but as someone else, a masked man. Quite a lot of people had seen the power of VMB already, but only a few had known of its offensive abilities. People were only aware of its mapping ability. As I'd be conquering labyrinths on my own, my combat ability would become more widely known. If I was able to detach this from Schwartz's mapping ability, maybe I could devote myself to labyrinth conquests without being bothered by invitations from the clans. I had decided on my disguise. I'd use the Kevlar mask to conceal my face. This bulletproof mask was used by Taiwan and Bosnia's special forces, and could stop 9x19 Parabim rounds as well as 357 Magnum rounds. It was designed to have only 2 holes for the eyes and no opening for the mouth or nose. The eye holes were equipped with the same lens as my goggles, so I could still check the map and obtain info with no problems. I also planned to use the voice change function of VMB to change my voice, and I would wear something over my powered suit to fully cover it. It was already mid-November, so there was no problem wearing thick clothes. I usually wore a field jacket so the image would be different this time. I'd wear a black overcoat similar to the black suits the German army had worn in World War II. I couldn't wear a belt since it would be difficult to take out a handgun from the shoulder holster. I changed clothes in a second with the avatar customization and registered the set. Black Kevlar mask with a black suit, absolutely the kind of officer outfit that would aggravate those with 8th grader syndrome. The next problem was the weapons. First of all, the FM-69, manufactured by the American company Magpul. It was a submachine gun built on the Glock 18C machine pistol, specialized for bodyguard duties. Its rectangular shape could be folded down to a compact size that could fit into the back pocket. It carried 33 bullets, and could be unfolded and ready to fire in less than 0.5 seconds. I prepared the FMG for close-quarter battles inside the royal capital, but I was really troubled about what to use during the trip. I wanted something completely different from the P90 and SCAR that I usually used. I racked my brains over the numerous small arms and attachments combination in my inventory. Preparation like this was really enjoyable. It was a difficult but fun time that made me forget about sleep. Before I realized, morning was already coming. In the end, I chose the ASVAL, a select-fire rifle with an integrated silencer as my main weapon. It was developed for the Soviet Union special troops, and even through the 9x39 rounds it used had a slow firing velocity. They had low sound signature. However, its magazine could only hold 20 rounds. This was used to balance with the integrated silencer. Its bullet's offensive power was somewhere between the 9x19 and the 7.62x51, enough for largish monster. Even though it made the gun look misshapen, I also mounted a silencer to the FMG9, and hid it under my overcoat together with the ASVAL. To others, it would look as if I wasn't carrying any weapons. Lastly, aside from the small arms, I also prepared a special electromagnetics baton, an original melee weapon from VMB. It was an improved version of the self-defense stun baton currently on the market and could be extended to about 70 centimeters long. If you pushed its pointed end to your opponent and pressed the switch on the grip, it would emit an electric current similar to a stun gun, and temporarily stun him. In VMB, It was the type of weapon that was joked to make people want to shoot you dead if you used it. But I had never used it before. It had been completely just for show. With this, my preparations were complete. I brought along some luggage, told the landlady Myrna that I would be away for about a week and paid the rent to keep the room without meals, then left. When I arrived at the Marida company, 3 large wagons had already been parked in front, and the workers were busy loading boxes and sacks into them. As I was peeking at the group to see if the usual clerk was there, the eyes of the workers were all on me. Those eyes were not for customers, they were clearly cautious and uneasy, which wasn't surprising, as I came wearing the mask and suit. "Welcome. What business do you have here today?" the usual clerk asked with apparent tension on his face. It seemed like he didn't recognize me. "I am Shaft, commissioned to guard this merchant party by the chairman of Marida Company." Shaft was the alias I thought of for when I wore this attire. I had no time to think of a good alias, so I just picked the code name of the Asval. "Could you please wait a bit? I will confirm it with the chairman." "No problem." "Please excuse me." I had told Malta-san that I would be in disguise, but I hadn't said anything about an alias. It would be great if he could guess it. Just as the clerk had said, I only had to wait a little before Malta-san appeared and approached me with caution. "I am Malta, chairman of the Marida Company. Excuse me, but I would like to confirm under whose commission do you come as a guard of this merchant party?" "I come here in place of a D-rank adventurer called Schwartz." "I heard that you have acknowledged this. Is it not true?" "I apologize. Of course I have known about this." "Shaft-sama, please come inside. It will be a while until we depart." Just as expected of Malta-san, he had skillfully guided me to get a confirmation. I followed him to the usual parlor. "Schwartz-san, you're really thorough in your disguise." "A disguise is meaningless if done halfway." "Well, the clothes and that black mask were simple enough, but even your voice is completely different. I still can't believe it unless you take off the mask." This voice was much lower than my real one, and with the Kevlar covering my mouth, it came out even lower. It seemed like Malta-san still didn't fully believe me, so I decided to take off the mask to confirm my identity first. "Well, you're Shaft-sama now, but what about going in and out of the city?" "There is no way to disguise that, so I will go in and out of Baga and the royal capital as Schwartz." "That's better. You can have multiple guild cards if you register with multiple guilds, but with aliases you'll be taxed separately." "Getting multiple guild cards. Is it unusual to double register?" "It's not. Many people register with different guilds depending on their expertise, like adventurers registering with the Merchant Guild or the Magician Guild. Some facilities can't be used without the registration card of the specialized guild." "I see." Since it was not unusual, I considered registering with another guild as Shaft. Once we reached the royal capital, while we were chatting, the usual clerk entered the parlor. "Chairman, 3 adventurers from the General Guild has come under our commission." "Should I bring them to you?" "Oh, they have come?" "Please bring them here." "I will right away." The clerk didn't look in my direction once, and withdrew immediately after reporting. "Is this look too severe?" "As you're a guard, it's better than looking like a gentleman." Malta-san seemed to find the clerk's reaction interesting as well as unavoidable. He laughed, his belly shaking. "Oh, is it here?" "Yes, here, leader. I'm opening the door." Loud voices were coming from outside the room. It might have been just my imagination, but I think I'd heard those voices before. On the day of the caravan's departure, I put on my disguise and headed to the Marida Company as Shaft. I was killing time with Malta-san when 3 adventurers from the General Guild came for the guard commission. "Oh, I am the clan master of Patrinia Villosa, C-ranked adventurer Maximilian." "C-ranked adventurer from Patrinia Villosa, Volks." "I am a C-ranked adventurer from Patrinia Villosa, Gothard." The 3 adventurers that entered the parlor were the ones I had gotten into a scuffle with when I had just come to Baga. They seemed to be a fixed party of their clan. When I heard of Patrinia Villosa, What came to mind was a weed that blooded around the area. They could grow more sturdy, but if left to themselves, they would only grow to about 60 centimeters to 1 meter tall. Their small white flowers gave off a rotten odor. Maximilian was a giant with cat ears who wore leather armor. Volks had a mousy face and wore a hooded robe. Was he a magician? The foxy face Gotthard wore light equipment, but it was difficult to imagine him as a lightweight soldier with his pot belly sticking out. I am the chairman of Marida Company, Malta. Thank you for accepting our commission. This is Shaft, a friend of mine. He will also take part in guarding the caravan. I'm Shaft. They seemed taken aback by my appearance. Maximilian, however, took one step forward and measured me with his glare, as expected of a clan master. Are you an adventurer? If yes, what's your rank? No, I haven't registered as an adventurer. I come here to guard the caravan as a friend of Malta. Not even an adventurer. Can you handle a guard mission? Don't get in our way. That's right. Having leader is enough. Idiot. I've told you many times, call me master. Now. I know of Shaft's capabilities very well. He will stay with me in one of the wagons, and the three of you will be positioned at the front and rear of the party. Have you been able to prepare your horses? Before the other three had arrived, we had agreed that Shaft and Malta-san would not use polite speech with each other. This was a trick to clearly differentiate Shaft from Schwartz. My tone as Shaft would also be different from that of Schwartz. With the accumulation of all these small details, I would be able to deceive them easier. Of course, we came here on horses. Then we had a light briefing regarding the mission and discussed things like who would take which role and what the watchkeeping arrangement would be. Adventurers would get into fights in second-hand shops like these. Would this be okay? I was worried, but it seemed like they had completed a lot of such missions before. They enthusiastically said leave it to us. So, let's go. The cargo had been loaded and we left the fort city of Baga. The three adventurers on horseback passed the gate first while our wagons followed after. Of course, identification papers such as guild cards were checked at the gate. I changed back to Schwartz inside the curtained wagon and had my card checked, then switched to Shaft again. During the trip, the cat-eared giant and the mouse-face guy would stay at the front of the caravan, with the fox face taking up the rear. The wagons were driven by Marida Company staff. Malta-san and I sat inside the front wagon. There were 2 rest stops between Baga and the royal capital, with pillars and roofs to shelter from the weather, as well as places to cook. Today we aimed for the rest stop close to Baga. Nothing happened on the first day of our journey. Malta-san and I chatted a lot to entertain ourselves. Of course, I didn't forget to pay attention to our surroundings since I was on a mission. That said, what I really paid attention to were 2 things. In the beginning, under the guise of helping Malta-san on some errands, I had strayed from the main road into the forests and placed some baits to lure monsters like grass wolves out. I was checking how these baits worked. Another was to watch for bandits. As the harvest festival for the Emerald Demon Labyrinth was going on, the traffic between the royal capital and Baga had increased, with a lot of goods and mana stones being transported. The wagons we were guarding right now also carried a large number of mana stones. There weren't that many mana air stones. A lot of adventurers who had been working in the labyrinths around Baga were now returning to the fort city to dump their spoils off to participate in the harvest festivals. Those spoils were what this wagon was currently holding. They were also the target of bandits who had been gathering around here. Night orders from the royal capital and Baga were also working day and night to quell the bandits, but it would not come into effect until the middle of the festival. It was just the beginning now, so their work had not been effective yet. Similar rest stops were built on each of the main roads between Baga and the royal capital, and bandits basically appeared at night to attack these areas. That was their usual pattern. The stops were frequented by merchants and travelers, which made it convenient for bandits to watch and raid. I paid special attention for these two types of assailants, listening to the sounds of our surroundings while I chatted with Malta-san. Nothing happened during the first night either, and the three Patrenia Velosa took turns to keep watch. On this mission, Marida Company also prepared the meals for us guards. On guard missions, the meals were either prepared by the adventurers themselves or provided by the commissioner. Rather than generosity, the Marida Company was probably preparing food for us to test the lunch boxes. The lunch boxes they gave us were made from small boxes similar to the bamboo baskets that Malta-san and I had selected. Inside were some white bread, meat, and vegetables, sectioned by papers. I checked with Malta-san and was told that the papers had been soaked in wax so the juice from the different dishes wouldn't mingle with each other. He seemed to think of it right after my talk about lunch boxes from my vague recollections. They prepared meals for us this time to also test out these boxes with the waxed paper divisions. As for me, as long as I didn't have to eat only jerky, bread, and water, I would be thankful. The three members of Patrenia Velosa were also surprised at being able to have proper meals on a guard mission. At first, I was worried about their abilities, but it seemed they didn't lie about having completed many such missions before. They took turns to keep watch on the road and at the rest stop without any problems. However, our trouble-free moments only lasted for the day. On the second day, we left the rest stop near Baga and headed to the stop near the royal capital. When we were halfway there with a few more hours to go, I picked up some sounds I had never heard so far. They were horse hooves, probably two. They weren't coming from our front or rear but from the forest. Due to the distance, I couldn't pinpoint their location, but they seemed to be keeping pace with us. Malta, we're being followed. Really? Schwarschaft? Two horses, in the forest. They've been following us since a short while ago. I can't see anything, but probably some bandit scouts. Bandit scouts? I can't see anything at all. Yeah, leader wouldn't miss it if there were any. Yeah, probably just some stray horses. I couldn't help but change my estimation of these three. I asked Malta-san to get the staff prepared to move immediately if something happened tonight. If those were really bandit scouts, they would strike tonight. I didn't know their attacking method and I couldn't be sure that I would be able to respond properly. But there were people and things here I had to protect. The other three adventurers' preparation for the bandit attack was nothing different. They took turn to keep watch and rest just as last night. I asked Malta-san and the three other staff to gather and rest at one of the wagons. If the attack did happen and things went wrong, they could rush to capital. I activated the TSS. Prepared the ASVAL's magazines and a large number of flashbangs. Since I didn't know how many people they had, it was best to prepare more magazines in advance. I had considered using heavy weapons, but those would decrease the powered suit's mobility. This was a technical specification of VMB, so I bargained on the VAL's power and muffling property to confuse the enemies. It was almost time for the new date to come. I went out to the roof of the stop, watching the surroundings with caution. I listened carefully, and switched my goggles to NV mode. There it was, countless sounds of hooves rushing at us from the forest. They're coming. Even though they hadn't believed in my warning about the scouts, the Patrenia Velosa members would still react once they actually saw the bandits coming. So I thought, and I raised my voice to alert them about the attack, but their reactions were not as I expected at all. Idiot. With such numbers, we won't be able to do anything. That's right. There are 40 of them. Let's run away quickly. Wow, what were these guys saying? Of course, there were about 40 bandits on horseback coming from the forest, but more could be seen running after those. There were about 60 in total. The riders had already drawn their swords and were charging in with war cries. Their number was nasty. While we were busy protecting the staff and the wagon, they would have surrounded us. Malta, run for the capital. Malta-san had immediately drawn the wagon's curtain and looked out with my first warning. He was staring at me wide-eyed. Go now. You're a hindrance. I didn't know if he understood or not, but he got back behind the curtain and the wagon took off immediately. The most valuable mana stones were all on that wagon. The other two were loaded with other goods. In the worst case, even if those two wagons were taken, the loss wouldn't be too much, and it would be great if they could stop the bandits from pursuing. I could also withdraw then. It was the second night of my mission with Marida Company. The two horses I had noticed during the day were indeed bandit scouts. They had raided us at night, but their number exceeded my expectation. When preparing for the attack, I heard from Malta-san that a gang of bandits would have as many as 10 men. I had thought this attack would have about the same number, but in reality, there were 40 on horseback. This was followed by 20 more on foot for a total of 60 bandits. There weren't many large-scale bandit gangs in Kurtmelga Kingdom. The bigger their number, the larger the base they would need for accommodation as well as a matching quantity of food. They also needed to feed the horses and such. The number of goods and money needed would swell up considerably. The harvest festival had just begun and it was too early for such a big group to appear now. They wouldn't gain enough spoils from these raids. I had a clear disadvantage and the other 3 adventurers on this mission had already fled after seeing the bandits' numbers. It couldn't be helped. It was the right move to run from such a large gang. But I couldn't forget their actions. I had told Malta-san and the other staff of the company to run to the capital on one of the wagons, but with 40 bandits on horseback, it was unthinkable that they'd overlook one missing wagon. First of all, I needed to make an attack to make them aware that I was still here and that it would not be easy to chase the fleeing wagon. The bandits charged in while shouting war cries. I went to the back of the 2 remaining wagons, got my eyes ready and aimed down the sights at the coming riders, my crosshairs on them. They were spread out, but I aimed at the leading horses' heads, guiding the crosshairs left to right and squeezing the trigger continuously. The valve's muffling property was excellent, even better than suppressors. They flew through the air nearly soundless. The bullets only opened small holes on the front of the horses' heads but wreaked havoc inside. This caused their heads to explode at the riders sitting right behind. The mounted bandits were more shocked at the brain matter flying at them than the sudden explosion of their horses' heads. They fell down one by one together with their horses, who were killed instantly. The bandits seemed to use the campfires at rest stops as targets for their late-night raids with only the moon as a light source. As the leading group suddenly collapsed, the followers were caught up and also fell down. But there was just too many of them. I had forced about 10 of the leading riders to fall off their horses with my preemptive strike, but the following group split into 2 in order to avoid them and came at the rest stop from both sides. I saw their movements clearly thanks to my NV mode. After my attack, the bandits split into 3. 2 advanced to flank the rest stop and the group that was attacked halted at the back. What are you doing, stupid? Don't be careless, Luva. Chase after that wagon. Don't let it escape. As I was changing the magazine, my earpads caught a man shouting. It didn't feel right. Shouldn't they aim for the remaining wagons, which were loaded with goods? The group split up again. One group took a roundabout to run past the stop. Should I chase them? No, first I had to crush the 2 groups coming from the sides. I took out an M84 and threw it at the group coming from my right. I aimed carefully and the flashbang exploded around the middle of the group. A brilliant flash of light flared up the dark night, accompanied by a roaring sound. Unable to see or hear, the horses became upset. The riders once again struggled not to fall off. I fired at the left group without checking the effect of the flashbang. There was no need to. I knew it was effective by the sound of the explosion. I focused on my fluctuating crosshairs displayed on my goggles instead. The left group had moved away when the leading horses had been shot down in order not to be caught up in their fall. There was no meaning in shooting the horses again, so I put the crosshairs on one of the bandits for the first time ever in this battle. Shooting at a living human was a line I had to cross sooner or later if I decided to live in this world as an adventurer. It was time to cross that line. Taking into account the horses' speed, I shot down the bandits in the left group one by one. I had to stop in the middle to change magazines since there were only 20 bullets in one, but I had managed to kill 9 of them. At the same time, the right group was still struggling with the effect of the flashbang. Suffering from having their vision and hearing impaired like never before, they couldn't recover yet. I took out a frag grenade from my overcoat and threw it at the right group to blow them up. The M67 fragmentation grenade was green in color, shaped like a bear. It would explode 3 seconds after being thrown, causing fatal wounds to those within a 5 meters radius. The fragments inside could injure and kill those within a 15 meters radius. In VMB, the fragments that flew out of the radius would disappear into light particles. After crushing the 2 groups coming to surround the rest stop, I changed out my half-empty magazine to ensure I had a full load while watching for their next move. They're not coming? The next group didn't come for the stop. They joined the foot soldiers and lined up at the front as if to form a shield. It seemed like they were cautious about my long-range attacks. In that case, I activated TSS and summoned the Kawasaki KLR from the garage. I couldn't afford to keep dealing with the bandits here forever. I would chase after the riders that were after Malta-san. I got on the bike, took out 2 TH3 thermate grenades and threw them at the 2 remaining wagons. They burst into roaring flames. I twisted the accelerator and sped up, going for the mounted bandits. I drove at maximum speed. Compared to the first time I had ridden the bike in this world, it was more frightening to ride on a highway lit only by the moonlight and the bike's headlight, but it was just a trivial thing compared to the bandits that were chasing Malta-san. I used one hand to take out the FMG9 while still riding, touched the side lever and with the sound like that of a toy, the gun extended to its full size. It was difficult to control the valve's recoil with one hand, so I used the FMG9 which could be controlled with one hand in semi-auto. I could see the bandits now and they seemed to be catching up with the wagon. The FMG's effective range was not that long so I needed to get closer to take them down. The bandits riding at the rear seemed to have noticed the sound of my bike and turned around, but they wouldn't be able to attack at such a distance, be it magic or archery. I calmly aimed at them and fired. The gunshot mixed in with the sound of the running wagon and the chasing bandits. As the bullets hit their backs, they screamed out in pain and fell from their horses. I overtook the bandits and cut in between them and the wagon. I turned back to check the distance of the wagon, then switched the FMG to full auto, gliding the crosshairs over the bandits and rained bullets on them. Malta, it's me, Shaft. Stop the wagon. It looked like Malta-san had gotten into a trance running from the bandits. He didn't notice me riding along the wagon at all. The staff driving the wagon peeked out from inside the wagon and called Malta-san. They finally noticed me. They seemed surprised at me riding some unknown item alongside them and stared at me with wide eyes. I asked them to stop once more and the wagon gradually slowed down. Ah, you're alright. That's great. I'm alright. Sorry, but I burned the other wagons. I also disabled the horses, so probably there won't any pursuit. I'll also get on the wagon, then let's go to the royal capital. I see. Shua Shaft-san. No, Shaft-sama, you saved my life not only once, but twice. Thank you. It's just my job. I'm sorry I couldn't protect the other wagons. Anyway, let's go. I put my bike back into the garage and went into the wagon. It was full of bags packed tight with mana stones. The staff looked pale and huddled together. I told them everything was all right now and asked the one to drive the wagon. Then I sat down at the back of the wagon where I could see outside. I told Malta-san that there would be no pursuit, but if the target was not the goods, but rather the Marida staff themselves, the attack wouldn't end here. I peeked outside just in case as we drove to the capital. During the night, I joined Malta-san and the rest of the Marida Company staff after I escaped from the bandits' attack. We continued onward to the royal capital in the middle of the night with only a lantern to light our way. In the end, the bandits didn't chase after us. At dawn, we arrived in Kurtmelga, the royal capital of the kingdom. When we entered the gates, we told the guards about the attack at the rest stop near Kurtmelga. The inquiry and identification process took place, but I entered the capital as Shaft. I told them that my papers had been left behind together with our other wagons. Entry into the capital was heavily restricted for those who couldn't prove their identities, but under the guarantee of Malta-san, chairman of Marida Company, they issued me temporary identification papers. The Marida Company was quite prominent here. We glossed over a few details of the attack. Afterward, a group of knights was quickly dispatched towards the rest stop. After the guards finished with their procedures, they released us from the guard station. Smiles returned to the staff's tired faces. A whole night of running while worrying about another attack had worn all our nerves. So this is the royal capital. I sat down on the coachman's bench as we drove to the Marida Company's headquarters while I listened to Malta-san's stories about the capital. The royal capital was built at the time of the kingdom's founding, more than 500 years ago. It sprawled out in a circle with the royal castle at the center. Its walls had been extended multiple times through the years, resulting in the threefold shape it has today. The first district, with the royal castle at the center, was where the nobles lived. Businesses such as stores and the pleasure quarters gathered in the second district. The third district was the place for ordinary citizens as well as the shops that could not enter the second district. Outside the capital's wall was a vast fertile land, providing food for the 500,000 people living within the capital and its outskirts. In addition, the river running through the capital was a convenient source for water and transportation. Wooden buildings were common in the third district, but the buildings within the second district were mainly stone, like in Baga. Marida Company's HQ was in the second district, but they also had a branch office in the third district. Malta-san's home was inside the head office, where we were currently heading to. Shaft-sama, we're almost there. How should I introduce you to my family? As Shaft, please. Also, later, I have something I want to discuss with you in private. I had not talked with Malta-san about how Marida Company itself was probably the target of the bandit group. The rest of his staff listened to us from behind the curtain, and I had decided to not mention it until everyone had calmed down. Here we are. This is the head office of Marida Company. The head office was a 3-story stone building, similar to the Baga branch, but larger. Part of the first floor also served as the parking lot, so our wagon went straight inside. President, we thought you won't arrive until tonight? The office staff appeared and called out to us as soon as we entered. We were scheduled to arrive tonight, so it was understandable how they were surprised. Hearing about the attack from Malta-san, the easy mood of the morning reversed suddenly and everyone moved in a hurry. The Baga staff went to the staff lodging at the back of the office. They needed rest after being relieved from the tension of last night. The unloading was left to the head office's staff. They thanked me with tearful eyes. As for me, to put it clearly, the impact of this mission went straight to my heart. I had killed humans, but above all, I was saved by the sincere gratitude from Malta-san and the staff. Shaft-sama, we've prepared tea inside. Let's leave things here for the staff. We need some rest too. Thank you. But before that, I summoned the gift box through the TSS and light particles gathered, and a box wrapped in flashy wrapping paper appeared. The scene attracted the staff and surprised them. I lifted the lid and reached my hand into the blackness inside, pulling out the goods of the wagons that had been left behind. I had burned the wagons with the thermite grenade, literally, but all of their goods had been put into the gift box before the attack. All the valuable mana stones that had been on Malta-san's wagon, because if something happened to me, The gift box could not be summoned and the goods inside would be lost. To avoid that, mana stones had been loaded onto Malta-san's wagon, and I had kept the food and other less expensive materials. The decision to burn those 2 wagons had been made on the spot, but Malta-san had chosen which wagons to abandon based on their goods. I had burned the empty wagons to distract the bandits from my retreat and to prevent them from being used as transportation. I took sacks and boxes of goods out of the gift box one by one, leaving them to the staff. Then I followed Malta-san to his private quarters deep inside. Ah, so tasty. In Malta-san's room, I sipped the tea a maid had brought over and I was finally able to take a breather. This tea is harvested from a selective plantation north of the capital. From each stem, only the part from the tip to the first 2 leaves is picked. It's a first-grade tea. The color is very deep, but it doesn't carry any bitterness and has a sweet floral scent. It's a wonderful tea. Schwartz-sama, you are as well, for knowing this. Ah, so tasty. In my previous world, I used to enjoy the tea of each country I had visited. Sipping tea while admiring their etiquette had also represented the country's culture. The space to drink, the teacups, and the other tableware. It had been a kind of tranquility to enjoy after being released from the FPS world, a world of constant stress where I had to react just from a sound and only had one chance to aim and fire. Once my cup was emptied, I put my mask back on and brought up the topic I wanted to discuss. Malta, about the bandit attack. Their target probably wasn't the goods but Marida Company, meaning you yourself. I see. Did they say something? Only to not let you get away. Is that so? Shaft-sama, I'm truly sorry about this. Seems like the conflict in the business district here has caught up with us. Malta-san told me about the trouble behind the scenes between the traders in the royal capital. On the surface, the traders in the second district were a close-knit group. Behind the scenes though, they sought connections to nobles and influential clans as well as specialized guilds. They also fought violently for control of the business district. It wasn't just a few that also conspired with both the assassin and bandit guilds to steal business as well. They also sought to monopolize goods and markets by getting support from influential families or clans. But Malta-san was sure this attack was related to these issues. And which market was that? It was the harvest at the labyrinth west of Baga. Malta-san was the first to know about the Emerald Demon Labyrinth's existence, and he had shown he was capable of moving between the capital and Baga fast and independently. He had been acquainted with Baga's lord and other influential people as well as providing goods and food for the city. The rice I had eaten in the labyrinth had also come from Malta-san. So, he was able to obtain the priority purchase rights to trade goods and mana stones coming from the Emerald Demon Labyrinth before anyone else. The large number of mana stones he had purchased this time had been from that. This priority purchase right was equal to a monopoly in reality. In addition, Malta-san was planning to introduce the lunch boxes during this harvest festival. Adventurers and the Night Orders would clean up the labyrinth in the opening phase of the harvest festival. After that, there would be no monsters in the labyrinth. The labyrinth would then be declared safe, and ordinary citizens without permits could also enter. Malta-san had his eyes on this chance, planning to sell the boxes to those citizens and workers inside the labyrinth. These people didn't carry portable cookware like adventurers, and some didn't even have a utility bag, but they would still come for the air mana stones. In that case, what if they could eat delicious meals inside the labyrinth? Of course, the items used would be cheap to keep the price low, but they would still jump for it. Anyone would get tired of jerky, bread, and water. The longer one stayed inside the labyrinth, the easier one could obtain mana stones. This meant more money to make. Moreover, the lunch boxes on sale during the festival would also attract adventurers. After the festival ended, It was easy to see the demand for lunchboxes from adventurers would surge. Creating a new demand would turn the economy around and circulate a large amount of money. All by Marida Company alone. The other trading companies didn't seem to know about this objective, but it was possible they were targeted simply for the priority purchase right. The attack at the rest stop hadn't been by one gang of bandits. They probably were a group of thugs gathered by a large sum of money. This was the hypothesis we had. But what to do from now on? At that time, someone entered the room. "Father, is it true that you were attacked?" A brown-haired girl, who looked like she was not even 10, shouted as she came in. Meanwhile, in Malta-san's room, we were discussing what was behind the attack and planning countermeasures for any future attack when the door burst open suddenly and a young girl barged in. "Father, is it true that you had been attacked?" "Minya, we have guests." It seemed like the name of the young girl that barged in the room and jumped straight into Malta-san was Minya, burying her face into his big belly. Her concern for her father was enough for her to not to notice my presence. What? While she was burying her head into her concern towards her father was more than enough to not even notice my presence. What? Minya slowly turned her head toward me with tear-filled eyes, half her face still buried in her father's belly. The ballistic mask that covered my whole face except the eyes had an intimidating feel to it, and for a young girl who was simply worried sick about her father, it might have been too much to handle at first. Well, should I take off my mask then? However, having her know my identity as Schwartz and letting her hear the name Shaft would be problematic. Both Malta-san and I kept staring at each other while wondering what to do. The appearance of a new character in the room lifted some of the weight off our shoulders and made the situation easier to handle. "Minya, you should not be troubling your father, dear. Welcome home. Would this be Shaft-san? My name is Marida, Malta's wife. I'd like to thank you for protecting Malta and the employees." Marida, who just entered the room, was a slender woman with long brown hair like her daughter and looked to be in her mid-20s. She was dressed in a white blouse and blue pants which gave the feeling of work clothes. Minya's hair was also brown and long, however. Her clothes resembled that of a chiffon dress, a combination of a light blue skirt and a sleeveless dress. No, that is going to be this time's job. In fact, I deeply apologize for not being able to protect the other wagons. "What are you saying, Shaft-san?" "Something as simple as a wagon is easily replaced and the goods for the wagon were already received as well. You managed to protect the most important thing, something that is no replacement. Our lives." "Malta, I think it's about time you give Shaft-san some rest. You can just call me Shaft. Would you mind if I called you Marida-san?" "I'm fine with that. Feel free to call me Marida." "Shaft-san, it has come to my attention that you have some very good secrets on making large amounts of money. During your stay in the royal capital, I insist that you think of this residence as your own." This time's caravan schedule was a 2-day stay in the capital, with our departure planned for the 3rd day. On the 3rd day to return back to Baga. The plan at first was to find a place to stay while walking around the capital until I had completed my registration at the guild. However, since Marida-san insisted that I stay over at their residence, I couldn't just refuse the invitation. With Marida-san included in the conversation, Malta-san and I discussed everyone about the escort from there, and I was going to stay at their home. I was also in charge of keeping the family safe. Since Minya was still in the room, I refrained from saying anything that could let her know about the chance of being attacked by the group of bandits again, something Marida-san seemed to have realized instantly. Obviously, Marida's company had hired exclusive guards at all times, but their focus was the wagon and the storage, so Malta-san himself had no personal guards. In this time's escort, it was decided that there would be a trusted and exclusive guard for Malta-san. Until who that person was decided, the person in charge of protecting him would be me. Throughout the conversation, Minia sat quietly between the couple while trying to get a glance at me whenever she could. When our eyes met through the black mask though, she'd look away. Perhaps she just doesn't like me. After breakfast at Malta-san's home and having a small nap in the guest room, Malta-san and I went to the Capital's General Guild. The Capital's General Guild was considered to be the main headquarters for every single guild, where every guild regardless of their business gathered up. The guild Malta-san and I came for is one of them. More specifically, a mercenary guild. Malta-san came here to hire a mercenary to protect him while I had come to register myself as a member. Although being a mercenary guild, their main business was not properly dispatching people to war. Driving wagons, sailing boats, and doing their maintenance was also part of their work. Private protection for merchants and nobles, special units for any problems that involved foreign countries, and shady business. Registering Shaft as an adventurer while I was registered as Schwartz would be a waste, but if I registered at a crafting guild, I would have nothing to do. Being a hunter was also impossible. I thought about the Merchants Guild, but being with Malta-san was still more beneficial in many ways, I realized. After all that, only the Mercenary Guild was left. It was also quite convenient due to this time's request for guarding the wagon. So, I ended up registering with the Mercenary Guild. That was when a small issue came along. Practical skill exam? Yes. The first thing that is required of a mercenary is fighting ability. Knowledge in other specialties such as medical and other skills are also required. A mercenary that is unable to fight is unable to provide the service to a client. For that reason, we test your skills in combat when you apply. We have an examination hall at the back of the building. We'll have you take the test there. What would happen in the case that the examiner was to get injured? The medical corps would be on standby. Therefore, there is nothing to worry about. However, if there is a serious injury that ends up being connected to their death, the Capital Guards will be called. So be careful. So, registration for the Mercenary Guild isn't a piece of cake. What should I do? Avoid using any guns and just take the test with the electromagnetic baton? Wait. No, what if I were to fail? The exam will begin immediately. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. The receptionist guided me to the back of the building to a small field which seemed to be used for exercises. Waiting in the center was the person in charge of the examination. Is that the guy who's applying for the exam? You checked what's behind that mask, right? As they approached each other, the man seemed to check something with the receptionist. He's a certificate holder of the Marida Company. Marida Company? Are you serious? They're the ones in charge of assuring the identity of this mask-wearing weirdo? He came along with the company's chairman. Oh, here I was thinking they were the kind of company who doesn't want to get their hands dirty. Was there a change in policy? There's no way I would know anything about that. Just get going with the exam, please. I measured the examiner's physical appearance as I listened to their conversation from a small distance away. If it was just an easy practical skill exam, the baton would do it. But if the presence I feel from this is similar to Marinda-san, Ryu-san, and Lionel, this man is probably really strong. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Siegfried, former A-Ran adventurer, and currently a member of the Mercenary Guild. I'm Shaft, a former A-ranker. Not an opponent I can beat if I make a few mistakes. Siegfried was a man in his 30s with saggy eyes and short brushed back brown hair. The guild personnel had a clean look to them, but this man had an unpleasant look with an overgrown beard, sloppy t-shirt and pants, a rough appearance. You don't need to win against me. I just want to make sure you have good skills. If you get hurt, there's a guild member over there who will cast healing magic on you. So don't worry. Feel free to come at me when you want, no need to hold back. As Siegfried said that, he held a wooden stick and the exam began. I took my electromagnetic baton off my waist with my left hand, lightly swung it, and it expanded. After seeing a stick about 30 centimeters in length expand to double its size, Siegfried's face was that of someone who was admiring an interesting toy. The distance between Siegfried and I was about 10 meters. We walked towards each other, reducing the distance. The other side seemed completely defenseless at first glance, but I was careful to check for any movement without letting any detail escape me, ready to react to any sudden movement. The moment the distance between us reached 5 meters, I advanced towards him with a slid jump. With the momentum, I swung the baton at him with the tip of the wooden sword pointed down. Siegfried stopped my swing with the grip of the sword. Despite encountering my attack, my swing was boosted by the power suit which surpassed any ordinary man's strength, even stronger due to the momentum, and overpowered him. Whoa! Feeling pressured by me, Siegfried jumped backward and put some distance between us. I put my right hand in my overcoat and took out the 5.7 and immediately placed the crosshair on Siegfried's right knee and pulled the trigger twice with resonating gunshots. The receptionist reacted by shaking her shoulders, but I kept my pistol tight and pointed the crosshair to his head. Was this enough to prove myself? Ha ha ha. What is that? Magic attacks? I didn't hear any. Chance thought. Shall we stop with the unnecessary questioning? Siegfried kneeled down with both hands holding his right knee tight and drenched in blood. Okay then. You pass. Hey, I need some treatment here. I can't stand this pain anymore. Why? Yes, sir. Upon hearing his call, a female member of the guild rushed towards him and began to chant healing magic on him. I put the pistol back in its holster and started walking towards the receptionist. Seems like I passed. Hand over the guild card please. Right away. I returned back to the reception hall of the guild along with the receptionist. Today's objective had been completed the moment I got my guild card. Malta-san was waiting for me over at the meeting place, so it seemed like he was also done with his request. As of that, we had no more business with the General Guild and returned to Marida Company office. Hey, just letting myself in, Siegfried announced. Oh, Siegfried-san. Quite rare to see you here. Is there anything I can do for you? A guard responded. After I passed the newcomer exam for the Mercenary Guild, I came to the Royal Guard post. Yesterday, the Night Order left as soon as they heard about the attack on Marida Company's caravan at one of the western rest stops. I didn't hear anything about that happening. Siegfried replied. Please hold on for just a bit, I'll bring you the report book. The guard said. The guard who was on standby at the post went further inside to get the book. The reason why I came here was to get information regarding the guy in the black mask that the said company brought. A former A-ranker like me to be immobilized by him in an instant despite the fact I've been retired for so long. There's no way someone with such power is not well known. However, there wasn't anything to check at the General Guild, not even tax records. All the information that was available was the payment collection from when the Marida Company registered at the guild. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the report book, the guard said as he came back. Thanks. Let me take a look at it. What is this? 7 dead bodies, all of which seem to be from the bandits. They were all had multiple stab wounds on their back, head, and chest. All were found on the main road to the western rest stop. 8 bandits and horses who were victims of what looked like fire magic in the camp surroundings. 9 others found in different places with severe head injuries. Lastly, slightly far from the rest camp were 8 horses with no heads. The bodies had no identification and everything pointed toward them being a part of a bigger criminal group. However, there was nothing found to prove it and none of their faces corresponded to any wanted posters. Since many of the corpses had suffered great damage to their heads, there was no real way to confirm either. There was no damage done to the camp itself, just 2 burnt wagons. No sign of any remaining bandits in the area. The merchant group had 4 guards, 3 of which fled as soon as the attack happened. None to be seen afterward, which meant the person behind the damage was the guy in the black mask. The Marida Company got their hands on quite an interesting guy. This meant they could now both attack and defend themselves from any conflict related to the dark side of the capital. I returned the book to the guard and returned to the mercenary guild. I couldn't help but feel that if the capital became chaotic, that man would be the reason too. Upon returning to Marida Company with Malta-san, accompanied by Marida-san, I went to receive the reward for the mission, which was 100 bentos. Shaft-san, here are the rice and bread meals you asked for. 50 of each with a good balance of deep-fried and steamed food as a side dish, Marida-san said. Along with some vegetables, the total value of each meal should be slightly above the value evening meal at a restaurant. Much appreciated. I was told this basket would be retrieved later on. I suppose it will be reused? I said. That's right, in order to reduce the price of each meal. We're still not prepared to keep producing such big baskets in large quantities. We're also thinking about using them for the Harvest Festival. Marida-san confirmed. I activated my TSS while I chatted and summoned the gift box. Marida-san, who had just seen my flash summon for the first time, stared at it with a fascinated look as light particles converged. So, that's Shaft-san's toolbox. Its appearance is quite a marvelous sight. Marida-san commented. Should I only take my part of the meals for today? I asked. Yes, the rest of the meals carried by the company's party will be ready before the day of departure. Marida-san said. 2 wagons were lost in the bandit attack, so we ended up with only 1 wagon left to return to Fort Baga. The plan was for me and the other 3 wagons to split the cargo in between us to carry, but the plan changed to me carrying it all. There was the option to use the wagons from the headquarters. Though if we got attacked again en route to Baga, it'd be problematic. If we took only one, it would also mean the number of targets to protect would be less. This included the company's exclusive guards. We settled to head towards Baga. I had also thought to take a carriage for myself, but entering Baga with a carriage was something I wanted to avoid. Even if I were to hop off before I reached Baga, if I told them I walked all the way from the royal capital would be too weird. So I gave up on that idea. After I had checked nearly everything in regards to the parts escort back, a maid from Malta-san's residence brought tea. Sir, Madame, it's about time I leave to get the young lady. The maid reported. Yes, thank you. Please don't forget to take along guards as an escort. Malta-san said. Yes sir, I shall take my leave then. The maid said. The couple's daughter, Minya, seemed to have been attending the primary Royal Sorcery Academy. Only 9 years old, yet she's already learning and earning experience in the field of magic, along with general education and etiquette. The primary academy was for children from royalty and influential merchants, while the secondary was for children who belonged to the lower social statuses. Attendance seemed optional, though it seemed most families that could afford to send their children did so. Even students that attended the second academy could be offered a scholarship to attend to the primary academy, grant that they have permission and help from their guardian. In this world, magic was extremely important. Therefore it was understandable that people would try to have descendants with higher magical ability. After I listened to the academy's story, I even wanted to pay it a visit. It won't happen today since the maid had already gone to pick up Minya, but I might just tag along tomorrow. However, that night, Minya never came home. Any leads on her whereabouts? Malta-san said. No. She was seen on a carriage leaving the first district academy, but there was no confirmation about them reaching the second district. A guard from the search party replied, which meant something happened as soon as they left the academy. Malta-san said. Minya would normally be home before evening, but she was still not home. 3 hours has already passed and there was no sight of the maid or the guards, so something bad must have happened. The couple asked the company's guards if there was any progress with the search, but there was nothing. Time-wise, it would make sense the kidnapping had been done by the bandits or their comrades. However, There had been no demands sent to us or the company. 2 more houses had passed and the sun had set a long time ago. In the vicinity, there was the only amount of dim light generated by magic tools. I stood on top of the company's roof with crossed arms. I concentrated heavily on the blinking spots on the map and at the same time, tried to pick up any odd sounds with my headset. I was absolutely sure they'd send someone to convey their demands, but I wasn't going to let him run away. Another 2 hours passed and nothing happened. The company guards in charge of the search had since returned with no changes in the situation. A group of Capitol guards came to assist in the missing group and a maid plus a few guards left with them. Due to how long the bandits had prolonged the situation, there was a chance it had not been a kidnapping case, so Malta-san immediately reported this possibility to the guards. They also did not have any information. Another hour passed and the surrounding lights disappeared. The day came to an end. In the quietness of the night, at tomorrow, that was when I heard something that tried to approach stealthily. The rhythm was steady and hardly noticeable, but it was the sound of footsteps. The sound stopped in the shadow of the company building, about 100 meters from here. I heard the sound of a bow drawn followed by the sound of air being cut by an arrow which penetrated the wooden door of Marida Company, an arrow with a letter wrapped around it. Quite an old way to contact someone. At last, what I wanted was here and he could not escape my sights. I switched the ballistic masks mode to NV mode, jumped to the next roof to follow the suspect without thinking of the possibility of the kidnapper noticing. Even more so due to my pursuit via the roofs. After he distanced himself from the company, the kidnapper no longer hid his presence and started to run past the 2nd District's area. Eventually, he turned a corner of a remarkably large building and headed towards the back. He entered the building after he carefully checked for unwanted followers. "So, this is the place," I said. It was a building similar to Marida's company. Just as expected, it was due to the business conflict. A 3-story building made from stone with a billboard that hung on the 1st floor. Yaegercha Company was written on it. I stood on top of the building and I heard a conversation that came from within it. "Did you deliver the letter?" someone said. "Yes. I left it at the company's door." The suspect said. "All right, good job. Move away." "Hey, how's the girl and the others?" the mysterious person said. "Stripped them of everything they had so they couldn't escape and threw them into the president's dungeon." Another person said. "So they're inside the dungeon." By his tone, I assumed he was the company's president. No, wait. I remember this voice from somewhere. From the bandit group. He was the leader of the group that attacked us, which meant that the building at the back was the president's residence. Despite it at a time when the capital was asleep in silence, these men held lanterns and went about on rounds as they guarded the building I was standing on. I left without having read the contents of the letter to follow the suspect. If the letter was a demand to immediately destroy the priority buyer documents for the festival, I would have to stop that from ever happening, no matter what. With just a few moments of hesitation, I decided that I had to save them right away for the best of it. Even if the priority buyer documents for the festival was lost, what was truly important for the couple was their daughter and their staff. I'd have to rescue them as fast as possible. I set Mine's and the others' rescue as the highest priority and immediately took action. I dropped down to the floor. From the roof, I hid in the shadows and headed towards the residence. I took it slow, looked around, careful to listen to my surroundings. The target was 3 stories tall, colored white. The front of the building had a line of windows on each level, but only a few were lit. I went around to the rear of the residence, away from the lit rooms so I wouldn't be seen. I ran swiftly up the wall to the roof. According to the assailant's conversation, Mina and the others were locked up in the dungeon within the residence. However, all the windows on the ground floor were guarded with metal bars. Without proper preparation, I wasn't confident in my ability to get through them. I chose a slanting vertical window on the roof as my entry point. The window's frame appeared to be made from wood, I took a quick look to be sure no one was watching me from the company's building across from me before I made my entry. I applied pressure to the window's lock after that. With the help of the power suit, I broke the lock. With no knowledge about lock picking, I could only break it apart. I entered the room below, which appeared to be a storage room. I was ready for someone to come check out the sound, but no one came. It seemed I had successfully broken in. I activated the TSS and displayed the map to check my position. With its capability to display anything within a radius of 150 meters, I was able to instantly see the third floor's layout. Once I found the staircase that led to the floor below on the map, I brandished my 5.7 along with the silencer. I attached the silencer to the pistol and then pulled out my electro baton from my waist. Extending it, I kept the baton's strike surface faced up in my left hand while I kept the sidearm in my right. This was so it wouldn't affect my accuracy. The hallway had no lights on, so it seemed like the floor was not used on a daily basis. Without making noises as best I could, I continued through the hallway until I reached the stairwell. I left the room into an unlit hallway. It seemed like the floor was not used on a daily basis. With as little noise as possible, I continued down the hallway until I reached the staircase. I peeked into it down to the second floor and it was lit. I held my breath to check for any noise. I could hear a vague conversation, if the conversation was being held in the same building, but it was hard to hear. It must have been in a soundproof room. I went back down the hall on the third floor to the spot above said room. Mr. President, it seems like Marida Company has received the message. Someone said. Good to hear. By tomorrow, the priority buyer papers for the festival will be mine. Yay Gorgeous. President said. Congratulations, sir. By achieving this, your status will grow for sure. The person said again. Did Ronald head there already? The company president asked. Group leader Ronald left the company not long ago, saying something about bringing back the ticket and Malta's head back by dawn. The person replied. Good, good. As for the girls, sell them to Vanelle's brothel. The company president said. Yes, sir. The person said. The conversation ended there. I heard the man leave the room and head elsewhere. Yay Gorgeous. President seemed to stay in the room. Maybe it was his office or bedroom? The sound of glass could be heard from within. He may be drinking something. Enjoy drowning in your dream. I'll crush everything here and now. I moved once again and headed down the stairs as I checked the map. With a slight sound, the rooms with people began to light up. There was a weird expression I heard during the conversation about Minya and the rest. He had told the person to take the girls. The maid was a young lady, but the guards were male. There might be more women involved in this event. It seemed like I ended up with extra work. However, once I heard they would be sold to a brothel, I just could keep myself from helping them too. The stairs that led to the next floor were separated from the previous stairs and at another spot on the floor. I carefully advanced through the hallway as I checked each room for signs of people inside. I saw the stairs, but there were 2 guards by it. What should I do? Killing them would be easy, but any patrol would notice something was wrong if they didn't see them. Until I could find the girls, I wanted to avoid a fight. The stairs were by the front door to the residence. Any sound there would definitely reach their ears. As long as I didn't step on the ground of the first floor, it would not map it, so I had no idea where the entrance to the dungeon was. I stopped halfway down the stairs. With my pistol in hand, I pointed it towards a candle stand further down the hallway. I shot the stand at 20 meters. The candle was 5 cm in diameter. The candle broke and fell to the floor. Hey! What was that sound right now? One of the guards said. Look at that, the candle stand broke. Go and get water fast before it starts a fire. The other guard said. The 2 guards standing by the staircase panicked and went to put out the flames that were beginning to emerge. The 2 guards standing before the staircase panicked and went to put out the flames that were emerging. I went down the rest of the way down onto the first floor where the guards had been previously. Now I could map the first floor. I looked for the stairs that lead to the dungeon and found a hidden room in the furthermost room from me. After I checked the rooms one by one, I found a small one with the staircase icon. Luckily, the room was located in a different direction of where the guards headed. I silently avoided the guards and advanced towards the room. I reached the room beside the room, which was a hidden room. However, I heard what sounded to be a guard moving around on the inside. It's just one though. Compared to all the trouble I had to go through to reach here, it was nothing. I turned the doorknob slowly, not to make noise. It wasn't locked. I held my pistol in my right hand, burst through the door with my left hand on the door. The guard inside noticed me, but I dropped him with 2 shots to the chest. The guard had been sitting on the chair drinking something. Now he laid on the floor along with the chair and did not move a muscle. I kept the crosshairs on him as I approached and looked over him. No problems at all. I relaxed my stance, closed the door, and searched for the path that led to the hidden room. As I thought, the door that led to the hidden room was not shown on the map. I searched the wall where the door should be, left to right. Then I found it. I checked the bookshelf and found a ring that hung to the wall behind the books. I pulled on the ring and the wall slid horizontally and opened a path into the hidden room. The hidden room was built with stone bricks. There was nowhere to go back down the stairs inside. Down it, 2 voices could be heard. "Ugh, I'm so bored," someone said. "Just shut up. What complaints can you have about this job? You just sit there and drink." Someone else retorted. "I mean, we have naked women in front of our eyes and we can't even touch them." "I'd rather be stuck inside with them," the bored man complained. "You better not touch them. They're going to be sold to a high-quality brothel. If you screw this up, Ronald will tear you apart for sure." I snuck down the stairs. "Huh? Is it already time for a shift change?" "Wait. Who are you?" "Never saw this guy's face." "A guard from Yargorchas?" I didn't bother hiding and stood there boldly in front of them. I finally mapped the dungeon. Its makeup was 1 room for the guards and 3 cells deeper in past them. I ignored the guards who were attempting to figure out who I was and looked for the keys to open the cells. "Are those the keys for the cells?" I asked. I pointed at the 3 keys that hang on the wall and asked the guards. "Why yeah, that's right. You're taking them upstairs?" The guard asked. "Yeah, I am." I said. "Oh come on." I wanted to drink some more of their breast milk. One of the guards complained. "Ugh, I'm done with this." I couldn't stand it anymore. I aimed at the guard who sat in the chair in front of me, drew the full power of the power suit, and smashed his face in with a roundhouse kick. I've never done something like that in my previous world, however. My current body acted on the actions I pictured in my mind. I was thankful I had this body now from the bottom of my heart. The guard was kicked into the wall along with the chair, which exploded, and he didn't move afterward. "Hey, what's go?" I didn't let him finish his sentence. I shot him in the face, then emptied the entire magazine into him. I changed the magazine and headed into the next area with the cells. The first cell had 2 female humans. Teenagers perhaps. Aside from their panties, they were naked. Startled by my presence, they covered their breasts with their hands as they pushed further into the cell. I proceeded to check the next cell. Inside were 2 demi-humans who appeared to be in their 20s. They were in the same state as the other 2 girls, but they didn't slink away in fear. They didn't cover their breasts like the others and stared back with fierce-looking eyes. They appeared to be twins with only 2 different hair colors. I approached the 3rd cell and looked inside. "Shaft Sama." The maid called out. The moment she saw me, the maid from Marida's residence called out. Minya was inside the cell as well. They both were in the same state as the others. Embraced in between the maid's breasts was Minya, who hid from me. Upon hearing the maid's voice, she slowly turned her head as tears came. I opened the jail cell and went inside. "Are you guys okay? Where are the guards that were with you?" I asked. "Shaft Sama, how did you manage to get in here?" "As soon as we were attacked." "The guards? The maid's voice trailed off. I see. I said. My name is Melchia. The maid said politely. Okay, Melchia, can you walk with Minia? I asked her. Yes, I can, she replied. Melchia was a normal human in her mid-20s. Her hair had been tied back at the residence, but now it was unfurled. She must have had her hair clip taken off when she was put in here, with Minia holding tight to her. She seemed to have stopped crying. She still shook with fear, but it was also mid-November, so she must have been cold. It might turn into particles like when I gave Ashley San my pistol. But I took my jacket off and covered Minia's shoulder with it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the hand grenade and FMG-9 disappeared from inside the coat. It seemed only weapons were affected. It's fine as long as the coat didn't disappear. I activated the TSS, summoned 4 more magazines for my pistol and Asval, which entered the pockets of the German suit I was wearing. Let's go. Try and keep Minia from seeing the surroundings as much as possible. I don't want her nightmare to be any worse than it is. I told Melchia. Melchia looked me in the eyes and nodded. Are you guys also coming? It seems like they want to sell you all to a brothel if you don't come. Well, you can always wait for another chance to escape. But I'm not sure there will be one. I directed the question for the rest of the girls. Who are you? We're not interested in being taken away to an assassin guild or anything of those sorts. One of the beast girls said. My name is Shaft, a guard for Marida's company. We're leaving this place and heading back there. I replied. Marida's company? I don't really think they would hire a suspicious-looking guy like you there, the beast girl retorted. If you can't trust me, then I'm okay with that. What about you girls? I turned to the human girls. Will you really save us? They asked. I'll take us out of here and bring you to the company. After that I don't know what will happen, I replied. We're happy with just that. Please take us along. They said. These 2 are more than willing to come along. Now what about the beast girls? I gave them another glance. Please take us along with you as well, I beg of you. The other beast woman said. Older sister, do you really believe this black-masked guy? The doubtful one asked. Staying here and waiting is just going to lead to our death anyway. The older sister said. Seems like we came to an agreement then. I said. I opened both their cells and let them out. With this, the part came to 6 people, but there shouldn't be any problem. Once we all reached an agreement to travel together, the blonde-haired twin came to speak with me on the stairwell. I'm sorry, but could you please wait? I'd like to get a weapon from one of the guards. Asked. Can you use one? I asked. Even though we may not look it. We're both B-rank adventurers. I'm a swordswoman and my sister is a spearwoman. B-rank? You're that high. Yet both of you ended up here? I asked. One of the guys in the group that attacked us is a former A-rank adventurer. We lost to him and had these put on us. The other sister said. She pointed to her neck where a collar was wrapped around. I looked to and she also had the same collar. Is that collar some sort of magical accessory? I asked. You don't know it? This is a magic disturbance ring used for arrests. Once you have this put around your neck, you can't control your magic properly. Therefore not being able to use skills or magic at all. Said. We can't use skills, but that doesn't mean we can't touch weapons. We'll take care of protecting ourselves. The other said. I see. I looked to everyone else. But they didn't have any collars around their neck. They must have thought it was unnecessary. Can't you take the collar off? I asked. They can't be taken off unless the person who cast the spell releases it, or without the proper magic releasing tools that the guards have, the twins said. They explained how to get rid of the collars as they took a sword and spear from the guard room. They swung them around to get a feel for them. All right, if there's no problem with those, we should get going before the patrolling guards come. I said. Without waiting for their reply, I headed up towards the first floor. However, the twins had no intention of hiding their breasts. Are they not embarrassed at all? I couldn't keep myself from thinking about such trivial matters as I went up the stairs to check the situation. We went through the hidden room and into the next, and so far, nothing indicated that we've been seen. In regards to our escape from here, there seemed to be a back door into the residence's kitchen according to the map. The plan was to go outside from there, then head to the other side of the property. While I planned our next move, I pulled the curtains down from the window of the room, the guard room beside the hidden room. I then gave them to Amy and Priscilla first, since the others appeared to have no shame being nude. The two blushed as they thanked me. "All right, let's move into the hallway." "Keep your voices down," I said. "We're heading to the kitchen on the other end of the building. We're going to use the back door there to go out. We're going to form a line. Melchia, get right behind me. Amy and Priscilla, take the middle. And Shilvara, stay in the back and let's go." I opened the door and no one was in the hall. I could confirm with my map and hearing, however, we should stay vigilant. We silently headed towards the entry hall. There were also curtains in the hallway windows, but those were visible. If we took them, it may attract attention. I'd have to wait to get some makeshift clothing for and Shilvara. They didn't seem to mind anyway. From where we stood, the entry hall was visible. There was no light where we were, thus no one could see us. I checked the hall and, as I thought, there were two guards standing in front of the stairs holding my pistol. I lined up the iron sights with my crosshairs with the guards' heads. I could hear Minea's shocked gasp. "I guess I'll hit somewhere else." I lowered it to their chest and double-tapped each guard. Both of the guards died without a chance to scream before they fell to the floor. I kept my pistol at the ready. The sound of their bodies falling could have alerted the other guards. We waited in shadows, expecting someone to come, but no one did. I couldn't even hear anything suspicious. We were safe for now. I turned my head to tell them to move, but I saw Minea being held tight by Melchia, staring at me. Her face seemed flushed. Could it be that she caught a cold? I placed my baton on the floor and gently patted her head once again. "Let's get going. We need to step up the pace. Also, don't look at the two on the floor," I said. The message was passed to the rest behind me and we crossed the hall's lobby. Just to be safe, I checked the bodies, and they were indeed dead. They had been hit in vital spots. The group turned their faces to avoid looking at the dead and stuck close to my behind. Didn't stop either, but she appeared interested in my method of attack since she kept staring at their wounds. From there, it was relatively easy. With the map and keeping an ear out, I knew there was no one around. We entered the kitchen, left through the back door and escaped Yegorcha's residence. We couldn't take the main street, so we took a side street. After that, it was relatively easy. According to the map and after checking my sound sensor, there were no signs of people around. Upon entering the kitchen, we promptly opened the back door and successfully escaped Yegorcha's residence. "So, what do we do from here?" Shilvara asked. She had taken a tablecloth to cover her body. I had already thought about that though. There was still quite a way from Marida Company, not to mention, we couldn't proceed with the girls looking like that in this weather. I accessed the garage on my TSS and summoned the Dorchester. What is this thing?" Priscilla raised her voice as the light particles converged and the vehicle appeared. "No questions," I replied. I opened its rear door and had everyone go inside. With only 5 rear seats, one had to sit in the front passenger seat. I gave Minea a few pieces of cloth to cover herself from my camping bag as well. I had everyone take a seat and warned them not to get up, no matter what. I then got into the driver's seat, started the engine with the start button, and stepped on the accelerator. "All right, time to get out of here. We'll be in Marida's company in no time. Just a bit more patience," I said. With the deep growl of the engine and 2 beams of light, we drove through the sleeping capital. The roads were relatively flat so the vehicle didn't shake as much as I thought it would. The 5 girls in the back clung to the side window, looking at the outside while they spoke to each other. Good grief. It's not like they can see anything in the dark roads anyways. Who sat in the seat next to me, kept complaining about the seatbelt. She tried to unfasten it so she could see more of the outside. I ignored her though. It didn't take long for us to arrive at Marida Company. I drove into their parking area on the first floor. The sound of the engine alerted the guards, and they surrounded the truck. When they say Minia and Melty exit the rear, they all shouted in joy. Once the girls exited the truck, I found a nearby female employee. "Is Malta-san here?" I asked. "I'm afraid not. He left just a few moments ago," she replied. "Do you know where he was heading to?" I asked. "He headed to the capital's western section of the 2nd District, where the company storage is at," she said. "Understood. I'll retrieve Malta-san. Meanwhile, ask Murder-san to take care of the other girls. I'm sure they'll explain the whole situation." I turned to the guards. "Also, guards, listen up." While I brought back the girls, I was still too late to save their guards. "From this moment onwards, until I get back, increase both the company and residents' defenses. This isn't over. Get help from the Royal Guards too. Melchia, I'll leave the details to you." Things should be all right here, for now. As for Malta-san, I needed to make sure I reached him before it's too late. I returned the Dorchester to the garage and summoned the Kawasaki KLR 250 D8. Ready to meet up with Malta-san, I mounted the bike and started it. "Shaft-sama, thank you so much," Minia said. They must have noticed I was leaving and the rest of the girls thanked me. However, the situation was not over yet. "Hurry up and get inside before you catch a cold. That and make sure you put Marida-san at ease by showing her you're safe. The rest of you girls too, as long as you're here you will be safe. Go inside and have some hot soup and rest for today," I said. Leaving those words, I turned the accelerator and let to the west too. Upon reading the letter left struck to my door, I immediately prioritized my daughter's life over that piece of paper. The kidnapper's request was simple. "Come to the 2nd District's warehouse number 13 alone, along with the priority buyer's certificate. We will trade your daughter's life for it." The paper read just over this piece of paper: "They took my daughter and Minia is most likely fearing for her life." I wanted to talk to Schwartz-san, but he hadn't returned yet. Where the heck could he have gone in this situation? No, I can't think of him this way. He had already saved me 2 times already. From now on, I'll do what a father should do. Tears were falling from Marida's eyes when she read the letter. I spoke to her about the situation before I headed to the warehouse by carriage. The capital dark. I had to rely on the moonlight and a lamp that hung on the carriage to find my way to the location. Warehouse number 13. If I'm not mistaken, this was where the president of a company got robbed and had to close down their business. I stopped in front of the warehouse. No light was inside, and there was nothing being stored inside. Just complete empty space. "I'm Malta from Marida's company. I brought the certificate. Where is Minia?" I called out. "Very well done, hey, Marida's Mr. President," someone replied. A light within the warehouse appeared, illuminating the surroundings. Inside was most likely the men who were responsible for all of this. "Where's Minia?" I asked again. "First hand over the certificate. As soon as we confirm it is genuine you'll get your daughter back," the person replied. A man stood in the center ordered someone else to come and take the document. I kept looking around, but there were no signs of my daughter. Could this be a trap? Even if that's the case, this is the only way to get Minia back. "Hey fella, hand me the certificate," the man's lackey said. He extended his hand out. "Should I really do this? Will they even give back my daughter?" After I dealt with my inner turmoil, I handed the man the document. I extended my hand out to hand it over, but the man was no longer there. "Huh? It hurts," someone cried out. "Too. I seemed like I got there on time. My hand got ahhh, the man screamed. I found the warehouse quick when I found the street. On such a peaceful night, the danger made the horse noisy, thus alerting me to its master's danger. It wasn't hard at all to find this warehouse as soon as I entered the warehouse street. During such a peaceful night, all the noise gave away a sense of danger to the horse from the carriage and headed towards me in order to alert the master's danger. The near soundless 9x39 bullets shredded his arm and sent it flying. Malta, return to the company. I'll take care of the rest here, I called out to Malta. Shaft-san. But what about Minya? He asked. Don't worry. Minya and the rest are already at the residence. I didn't make it in time to save the 3 guards, but both Minya and Melchior are fine. That and 4 more girls is a bonus, I said. Are you serious? Malta-san asked. Yeah, just hurry back and let them know you're safe. I said. Hey, what makes this black masked guy think he's in charge? Someone asked. The man waiting for the document had an annoying smirk. Now looked really mad. Once I filled Malta in on what happened. That black mask. You're the bastard who killed the people I hired, right? He asked. So you're Ronald? I asked back. That's right, that's me. The great Ronald, leader of the Onibasu bandit group. He announced. Onibasu, as in the aquatic plant of those round-shaped leaves that float on the ponds? Ronald was a beast man that resembled a lion with brown hair. Behind him, a yellow and brown spotted tail swayed. He showed off his built body as he raised his hands and flexed his chest muscles. His body swelled and claws came out of the back of each of his gauntlets to about 30 centimeters. Ronald the Lion Claw. Shaft-san. He's a former A-rank adventurer, leader of a bandit group who once went wild on the northern part of the capital and caused a lot of damage. Malta-san said. Malta, hurry up and get moving, I said. But Malta tried to protest. Ha! You really think you can outrun me? Ronald yelled. Go now. I'll be fine and put an end to all of this by tonight. Also, I don't plan on letting him escape anywhere from here, I said. Understood. I'll be waiting for your return at the company, Malta said. Malta finally left the warehouse and I pointed my weapon at Ronald. Ronald seemed to have detected the danger of what I pointed at him, both of us ready reaction to any sudden movements. The injured man's screams echoed through the empty warehouse, and the steps of Ronald's lackeys backing away. Meanwhile, a confrontation was taking place between Ronaldo, the Lion Claw, and I on Warehouse Street of the royal capital. He boosted his well-built body with enhancement magic and extended 5 30 centimeters long claws from both his gauntlets. Get ready for what's coming, Black Mask, he said. He unleashed a powerful shout as a show of superiority and charged. Too slow. I avoided his attack by sliding and jumping to his right. Mid-air, I turned towards him, trying to get an angle on him. As soon as I had my crosshairs on him, I pulled the Asval's trigger, 3 shots, and quickly jumped further away after I landed. I stayed on the move to stay behind him and to get shots in. Ronaldo picked up the severed arm of the man I had shot before and used it as a shield to protect himself. So this is your magic ability, Black Mask, he said. It's nearly impossible to see it activating. However, as long as I pay attention to that short cane, it is not impressive at all. This guy. It only took him only a few minutes to understand the basics of a gun. However, I was already expecting to encounter monsters that would be able to. Let's see if you can really dodge everything. I flipped the selector switch to semi-auto from fully automatic. I aimed for his torso and pulled the trigger once. He immediately jumped to his right when he saw the muzzle flash and avoided the shot, but I kept him within my sights the entire time, following his every move. The moment he landed, I pulled the trigger again. What? Ronaldo instantly raised his left hand to protect his chest. He avoided getting hit in his vitals, but the bullet pierced his gauntlet and found his flesh, wounding him. He was surprised to be hit. He suppressed his feelings and went on the attack, abandoning his defense as he tried to close the distance. I wasn't interested in a CQB battle and jumped back to create a large gap between us. But he expected that and smiled wickedly at me. Lion claw end. The moment I was off my feet, he swung his right claw and shouted, "Could this be a skill?" A bright light suddenly flashed from him and the light turned into a blade that flew toward me. I held my rifle in my left hand while I faced the skill, pressed a button, and instantly deployed the CB, and clashed with the light. Because we impacted midair, I was flung back further than I intended, but the CPS prevented any more incoming damage. I landed on the warehouse's floor with a slide before I stood on my knees. I got my rifle back into position on Ronaldo's face as he laughed. With him lined up in my crosshairs, the long-distance mode began its activation. I pulled the trigger without waiting for it to finish, and from afar, I could see his eyes go wide. Could it have been an instant evasive move? Ronaldo slightly leaned his body to the left just in time, the bullet barely missing him. However, that was just the first bullet. I chased him with my crosshairs and pulled the trigger again. As he just dodged the first bullet, he couldn't react fast enough to dodge the next one. Upon impact, the right side of his face was blown away and I didn't stop there. Reacting from the impact, his body turned enough to give a clear sight of the back of his jaw. I aimed at it carefully and pulled the trigger again. Ronaldo's headless body fell on the floor, face up. B-Boss got killed. This guy's a monster. Ronaldo's minions were in shock after he unexpectedly died. Trembling in fear, they all began to run away. Yeah, you better run, scum. Take the chance I'm giving you before I change my mind. Go and spread what you just saw, along with the face Merida Company is safe. Let it be known throughout the dirt of the royal capital. 2. What the heck do you mean by the child and the rest not being here anymore? By that I mean, someone managed to get inside, go down to the dungeon and run away with the 6 of them without any of us noticing at all. Like I asked, what the heck do you mean by them not being here? What I want to know is how you managed to let this happen. Yagocha's president yelled. The prosperity that was just within his reach fell away before his eyes. I sure hope he didn't think this was the end. I was nowhere near done with this company. After the fight in the warehouse, I headed back to Yagocha Company. I broke in again from the 3rd floor, and stood above the president's room. Let's start off with your symbol of prosperity. I took out the FMG-9 along with its magazines, and some extra equipment inside of the residence. I moved while looking for valuables silently. I avoided detection. While there were no longer any patrols around, I headed to the company this time. I didn't care about doing any covert action against the company, nor did I have a silencer attached to my FMG-9. All I needed to do was hunt down the remnants of the bandit group, Unibasu. The gunshots resounded through the company building and throughout the royal capital. I incapacitated 20 members of the group who had attacked us at the rest stop. I made my way from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor as I knocked down anyone who resisted me. I wondered if any of them had been just a regular employee. I kept that thought in mind as I made my way, but so far, there weren't any signs that any of them were. I guess the takeover is complete. I looked down from the 3rd floor's window and I saw a large number of guards who heard the gunfire. All of them had come from the residence. In the middle was a guy with a big belly, similar to a frog, along with a few who looked to be merchants. Could that be Yagocha? Well, time to clean up the rest. It would be too boring to kill them one by one, so I jumped from the 3rd floor and landed in front of Yagocha. Because my legs were boosted by the power suit, jumping from the 3rd floor was easy and I didn't get hurt. Who the hell are you? I'm Shaft, Merida Company's guard. Merida's? So you're the black-masked bastard who's been messing everything up for me. I guess that's me, yeah. However, I think you're the one creating the mess. What are you saying? Also, what did you do to my company? Who knows? I wonder what I did. Well then, make him start talking. The guards around Yagocha surrounded me, swords in hand. I took out the prepared flashbangs and threw them to the merchant's sides. With the sudden loud bangs and blinding flashes, the guards all dropped their swords in an attempt to cover their eyes and ears. They all fell to the ground. Even Yagorcha had been affected, but not as much as everyone else. I had made sure to throw them further from him. He stared at me with sharp eyes as he knelt on the floor. Yagorcha, I'll crush every single one of your dreams. What are why? Hey, do you know what this is? I held out a small bag with a single button on it, small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. What is that? See this part? If you push it. I held the box right before his eyes. As soon as I did, I pressed the button. Explosions broke out in succession, much louder than the flashbangs. Fire engulfed the company building as a wall gave way. Then the rest of the building. What I had done before was placed C4 around the inside of the building. First used by the US Army before it spread to the rest of the world. It was a plastic explosive that required the controller to detonate it. Its unique properties allowed it to be used for many things besides war. Yagorcha was speechless as he watched his company disintegrate into dust. But that wasn't the end yet. I showed him another controller. Hey, don't you tell me. He probably guessed what the other remote was for and turned to look at his home. Stop. I pressed the button. Once again, explosions rang out along with fire as his home fell apart. No. As the explosions filled the air along with the sound of the building crumbling on itself, the horses whined and the rustle of armor could be heard. It seemed like the knights had come to pay us a visit. I'll hand over the mess to them and headed back to Marida Company. The merchant only stood between his now ruined buildings, looking between them, unable to think. Guess if I leave him there, he'll probably be handed punishment by the capital as well. Serves him right. On that day, the fight was felt throughout the entire royal capital. Everyone was roused from their sleep to the gunfire and explosions. To a company that had been leveled and its owner arrested by the royal guards and the Kurtmelga's order of knights. The next morning, they managed to salvage a few precious magical tools from the rubble. The luck was good or bad, depending on the perspective. As they took items from the safe, many of the tools were linked to previous crimes. Most of them were prohibited under Kurtmelga law. It proved the involvement of Yagorcha and plenty of his men with the Onibasu. In the end, everyone involved was arrested without exception. Judgment would soon be passed by the Order of Knights and they would either receive the ultimate punishment, or be forced into hard labor for the rest of their lives. One of the main focuses of the investigation was the unknown cause that destroyed both the buildings, thus closed because of no leads. It was also clear that the company had been behind the attack on Marida Company and all our actions were deemed self-defense in light of the kidnapping. The guards present at the time of the collapse, by their testimony, something connected to them. Getting Yagorcha's testimony was impossible. He had gone completely mad and his words were nonsensical. In his case, he was given the ultimate punishment. I had already returned to Marida Company and checked if Malta-san had arrived. And also checked on the safety of everyone else. Throughout the whole ordeal, I had been surrounded by employees who wanted to show their gratitude. But after everything, I hadn't gotten any sleep. Since I couldn't continue to work this way, I had decided to get some rest first. After a while, I woke up to an empty stomach. I checked the time and it was just past midday. Since it was still night when I returned, I went to sleep since I couldn't eat. The bed was covered in dust and blood. I had killed a lot of people, including those who attacked us at the rest area. As I thought about it, I could hear my beating heart. I didn't plan on regretting it all. I had just been transported to this world as Schwartz and all I cared about now was how I would live from here on out. That was how I reassured myself. I opened up the TSS and checked on the fuel levels for the vehicles. Then as I was about to switch clothing in the avatar customization menu, my finger stopped. I wondered if the overcoat I gave to Melta earlier disappeared or not. I checked my inventory and couldn't find it anywhere. Could it have been considered a trade between us? I don't recall VMB having such a function, but it was in fact gone. I figured I'd store my current outfit back in the TSS for now and take it out again. By doing so, it had come out clean as if it was brand new. It was quite useful since I didn't have to wash it myself. I put my mask back on, something I removed before I slept, and left the room. First order of business: meeting up with Malta-san to check on the situation. "Ooh, Shaft-san, I see you have woken up," Malta-san called out to me. He mixed in a few polite words, but coming from someone whose life had been saved 3 times along with his daughter, I guess I couldn't blame him for it. "Good morning, Malta. Is there anything to eat?" I woke up to a massively empty stomach. I asked. "I shall have it prepared instantly. Where would you like to eat?" He said. "Well, since I can't take this off, it would be great if you could bring it to the guest's room," I said. Malta-san rang a bell that sat on top of his desk and called over a maid. He asked her to prepare a meal and tea. "Schwartz-san, I'm extremely thankful to you. I do not know how I can ever repay you for what you have done for us. Please, if there is anything I can do, don't hesitate," he said. Malta-san sat in front of me with a lowered head. He thanked me by name and I took off my mask. "Malta-san, please raise your head. There's no need for you to go that far. I just did what I thought was right. On top of that, I didn't do it expecting to get any money in return," I said. "As a guard of the company, it was my duty to defend it. I did just that." But then, he trailed off. "Of course, if there's anything I need from you, I won't hesitate. I barely have any friends or acquaintances in this country, so Malta-san, I'm counting on you," I said. "Surely." "Please do count on me whenever you need me. Both me and Marida, feel free to count on us for absolutely anything whenever you need," he said. Meanwhile, I listened to the events that took place while I slept and we heard footsteps heading towards us. Malta-san signaled to me and I put the mask on. "Excuse me, Shaft-sama, I heard you had woken up, so I came to visit," Minia called out. Minia entered the room as Melchia pushed the tea table. "Shaft-sama, thank you so much for what you did last night," she said. Minia wore a pink dress. Her face flushed red to the point she resembled a tomato. She thanked me with a beautiful curtsy, the ends of her skip held in her hand as she bent her knee. Malta and Marida were both merchants, not nobles. However, there were many cases where the daughter of a powerful merchant would marry into a noble family. Mina, who's talented in magic and attended the Primary Institute of Magic, would most likely marry into such a family when she became an adult. Hence the reason for being taught to behave in a formal manner. I also believe that her way of thanking me was one of the most meaningful ways to thank someone with etiquette. I stood up as well and returned her gratitude with a bow. Peeling back one of my feet, along with one arm on my stomach, and bending horizontally, I returned her gratitude. "I'm glad you're safe. Did you sleep well since the last time we met?" I asked. "Yes, I did. I was feeling extremely uneasy until my father came home, but he came back rather fast, so I was able to rest right after," she said. I offered Minia a seat then sat back down as Melchia offered us tea. Sadly, I couldn't drink any of it since I couldn't take off the mask now. Minia's face was bright red though. "I hope she didn't get a fever." I asked Malta-san if everything was alright with her and he laughed. He said she was simply embarrassed. Here I was thinking she was scared of me, but it turns out, she may actually like me. During our chat, Melchia retrieved the overcoat and handed it back to me. She meant to wash it first before returning it to me, but she found the quality too daunting to clean herself. Not wishing to ruin it, I took it back and secured it. No weapons were in the pockets. So I guess the clothing gets transferred and nothing else? The fact that some things didn't disappear meant that another option in their usage came. Then again, all the clothing was just in my size. I guess selling them would be impossible. Malta-san informed them that I couldn't remove my mask and that he wanted to have a private conversation with me. He led them outside. But Minya seemed she could have listened to us talk on and on. She also looked conflicted. We discussed the future of the other saved girls as we drank tea. First, we spoke of Amy and Priscilla since they came from the same province. They had lived to the north but left their village to move to the capital. That obviously didn't happen as they got captured. They couldn't be sent home because they had nowhere to go, so we decided to let them stay at the company. They could fit in as either clerks or maids. As for the twin demi-humans, Arm and Shilvara, they were both adventurers staying at a town to the north apparently. They had met the same fate as the other girls while out on a quest. They were accused of abandoning the quest because they never returned and had to pay a large penalty, which Malta-san paid. Due to their fighting abilities, they would become guards for the company for the time being. Oh, I see. So, still planning on returning to Baga? I asked. Not just yet. The shock everyone took from these recent happenings is still being well felt within the company, so we will stay over at the capital for another day. Our previous plans were to leave tomorrow morning, but we're postponing it for the next morning. Is it an inconvenience for you? He asked. Not at all. I just work according to the company's schedule, I said. Also, Shaft-san, I was ordered by the Royal Capital Guards and Knights to have you head to their station. He informed me. Could it be that I went too far yesterday? What's the reason behind it? I asked. What's wrong, Shaft-san? It's nothing but a simple talk and the reward delivery, he said. As if he saw my nervousness, Malta-san laughed as he explained. Apparently, we had the right to claim the reward for killing a wanted criminal, Ronaldo, and more for assisting with the Yegorcha incident. That was all. I got sweaty there for a moment. Well, to be honest, it comes in handy. I had used up all my bullets and ran out of C4SPO. It might have been powerful, but the cost matched its power. So I set my goal for the guard station. Our return to Baga had been postponed by a day. As for me, I had plans for a walk around the capital to enjoy the scenery. I had to go pick up my reward for having dealt with the commotion from yesterday. It was a plan for tomorrow though, as it was midday and I didn't think I'd have time for that stroll today. I had lunch in the guest room of Malta-san's residence. Then I opened my avatar menu and checked my inventory. My coat was once again stored inside. There was one more reason for me to check my menu, however. A shaft. The Kevlar mask did its job of hiding my identity, but it also brings a major inconvenience. I couldn't eat or drink if I was talking to someone during the meal, which was quite annoying. From the collection of masks, I picked a special limited event mask shaped like a bat. It covered my entire face to neck, but it had a hole for my mouth, thus solving both my problems. In combination with my clothes, both were black. So I decided to leave it alone as they both had enough mobility and stealth. After having been through several actual fights, there was no doubt that it was indeed effective. I added in the bat mask and also listed it under my set list. This way it was easier to change on the fly. As for the weapon, I couldn't list them under set list, so I had to be careful not to drop weapons when I changed. Something that was a fun feature in VMB. Wanna come along? I asked. Yes, I do, Shaft-sama. I heard this is the first time for you in the royal capital. As well as a way to express my gratitude, I would love to guide you through. Minya said. I prepared my mask before I headed down for dinner at Malta-san's residence. Minya heard my plan for tomorrow and cheerfully asked. I turned to Malta-san to check if he didn't mind. It was okay with him apparently, as he nodded. All right then, I will take on the offer. Malta, just to make sure, did you prepare any defense for the escort? The rest of the members from Unibasu might cause some issues, I asked. I certainly have. Both Arm and Shilvara shall accompany you, he said. Yay! Minya cheered. Minya, that is improper. Marida reprimanded her. Minya was really happy to be able to come along. which didn't last long after Marida-san scolded her. In the end, it turned into quite a few people would come along during my stroll. Though, being my first time in the capital, it was good to have them show me the good spots. The next day after breakfast and a few arrangements, Minya, Shilvara, and I set out to go into the capital in a carriage. Or so I thought. Young lady Minya, that way the skirt will get all wrinkly. It's the first time I go for a walk too. I understand, after all that time locked in that cell. Shaft-sama. Let's finish up the business over at the guard station first. Place 3 girls together and you've got yourself a hectic situation. Our number also increased just before we left as Amy and Priscilla decided to tag along, for the sake of purchasing stuff for their new life in the capital. With that, the situation turned into a trip with 6 girls and 1 guy going into the capital. Suddenly, I remember a trip to another country in my old world. A group of cheerleaders I couldn't understand made me carry their baggage. This was possibly some sort of ability to gather people out of nowhere. I wonder what they'll be giving me as a reward. The guard station was located between the 2nd and 3rd districts. I headed there first, answered their questions and received a reward totaling 3,000,000. While they interviewed me, the girls waited by the carriage. Lastly, the Order of Knights was located on the border of the 1st and 3rd districts. On the carriage ride over, Minya explained the Knight Order to me. They seemed to be divided into 5 different orders. On top of that, they also had the Imperial Guards in charge of protecting the king. The one we were heading towards was the 4th Order. This unit was in charge of keeping the area safe and where I was supposed to receive the reward. Shaft. We have arrived. Shilvara called out from the driver's seat. Well then, I'll be right back, I said. We will be waiting for you right here, she said. Understood, I'll be back in no time, I said. I left the girls behind and headed into the station where a middle-aged knight spoke to me. Are you the Black Mask, Shaft? He asked. That's right, I confirmed. I am Odo Samata, the leader of the 4th Knight Corps. Good job on handling that situation so well, he said. I just did my job, that's all I said. The middle-aged man wore no armor and had quite the rough appearance. His upper body muscles showed he was quite strong, almost enough to forget his age. I just want to ask something, he said. If it's something I can answer, I said. After analyzing Ronaldo's body, we found no signs of injuries caused by either swords or spears. We suspect he got killed by magic. Are you a magic user? He asked. I'll have to return your question with another question. Is there any meaning to it? I asked. Ronaldo belonged to a race with very good vision. There are very few magic users that could land this kind of attack on him. Not only he could easily dodge swords and spears, he could easily dodge spells. We failed multiple times at trying to capture him, so I just wanted to know a bit more from the man who managed to deal with such a monster, he asked. I did kill him with magic, but I'm not a magic user, I answered. Oh? Then what are you? He asked. Just a guard, I replied. Here, take it, he said. He grinned at my responses and handed me a bag with the reward. Sorry, did I make you wait? I asked. Not at all, but the young lady might be tired of waiting, Alm replied. She sat on the driver's seat. I swear I didn't make them wait long, but Shilvara sat next to her, tired of waiting. Shaft, what took you so long? I was tired of waiting, Shilvara said. Okay then, where shall we go first? I asked. According to the young lady, we should go to a clothing store first, Arm said. Oh, is that so? I said. I guess we'll start with shopping. Welcome back. Minya greeted me. Did I keep you waiting too long? I asked. No, I was just thinking of where to go next. She said. All right, clothing store is it? Let's head there then. I said. I heard and seen a lot of the latest fashion within the capital, but to be completely honest, I didn't understand it. In terms of quality material, It was indeed incredible. The appearance didn't differ much from my old world, though. As we walked the streets of the capital, the buildings the feeling of medieval times, but with a touch of magic that was unique to this world that also made it feel well developed at the same time. The streets were also clean, no trash laid on the ground, or excrement, or signs of homeless people. That reminded me when I went shopping with Ashley-san. Her clothes also looked more modern than medieval. I looked to the girls in the store. They were excited. They reminded me of Ashley-san's beautiful copper hair. I took a look around for a souvenir for her and I ended up in a section with hair accessories. I kept trying to find one I thought suited her, but in the end, I bought 7 of them. No, I was forced to buy 6. What the? After that, we went to the weapon shop for the arm and Shilvara. They needed new weapons. Afterward, the general store for Amy and Priscilla to buy their daily supplies. This was followed by a break at a tea house. As expected of the capital, I got to drink a wonderful black tea. I was taken to some rather great scenic views. One was a park with a bronze statue of the city's founder, then a theater on the outskirts, etc. No need to say that in one day, there was no way I could see all the things I wanted to. Whenever I get the chance to visit again, I'd like to see the museum and the academy. As evening came, our trip ended and we headed back to the Marida Company. Shaft-san, welcome back. I'm sorry to ask, but could I have my goods now? Malta-san asked me after I returned from my trip with the girls. I summoned the gift box, and its inventory screen was filled with lines labeled as unknown. Since none of it was my personal stuff, I hadn't bothered to label any of them, but the goods were sorted within the hour. The next morning, I gave my farewell to everyone at Marida's company and left for Baga. Marida-san and the Minu insisted that I should pay them a visit should I ever return to the capital again. Amy and Priscilla thanked me as well. We only had one wagon, but since I was the one carrying all the goods, it was fine. Malta-san and I had sat on the coachman's bench. The returning staff sat in the back. Accompanying the wagon was 5 people on horses that acted as escorts. Of the 5, 2 of them were Arm and Silvara. Both the girls would move to Baga to become Malta-san's exclusive escort. It would be difficult for me to go to Marida's company as Schwartz, so I hoped they would forgive me. It's not like I could ask him to replace his personal guard. The trip to Baga had been uneventful, and we reached Baga within 3 days. I'd been away from here for around a week, but I felt nostalgic the moment I saw the cityscape of Baga. When we arrived at the Baga branch of the company, I returned all the goods I had carried. It was faster for them to take it out than it had been when I stored it. The last thing to do now was, Malta-san, this should be all of it. Thank you very much, Shaft-san. If I head out now, I should still be able to head out from Baga. Let me confirm this first though. Everything is done. Yeah. Our company's escort request is completed. You really helped us a lot. Shaft-san, you won't stay in Baga? Aren't you also Malta-san's exclusive guard? It looked like Kalma and Silvara, who waited with the other escorts, had listened to our conversation. That's right. I have another job, so I'll leave Baga now. With that said, it was just a fat lie, but I had left Baga as Schwartz on the way to the capital. If I don't check back into the city as Schwartz, some trouble might come my way. Also, if I didn't check out of the city as Shaft, then both my aliases would technically exist in the city at the same time. I gave Arm and Silvara a farewell. I also signaled with my eyes to Malta-san that I'd come back later. Before the gate closed at dusk, I left Baga as Shaft, changed out loadout, and returned as Schwartz. Since there wasn't any need to fight, I only came back with my 5-7 at my side. With this done, I returned to the fort city of Baga for real. 2. The next morning, I was in a private room of the White Flower Pavilion. My plan was to resume my conquest on the Wolf Labyrinth. I also needed to get that dagger I found in the labyrinth appraised. I intended to get it done at the capital, but I had completely forgotten about it. I also might have to give an answer about that matter with the General Guild soon. I left for the guild and headed towards the guild's annex first after I entered its grounds. Welcome, I'm Lesmond, the appraiser. Good afternoon, Lesmond-san. Lesmond-san, one of the staff in the annex, was an old gentleman with a small moustache, and he possessed the appraisal skill. He only needed to touch the item with his hand, then the skill would tell him the details of it. I wanted to ask Lesmond-san. I want to ask Lesmond-san to appraise an item today. Certainly. That'll be 1,000 L per item. Could I receive the payment with a silver coin? Last version of the chapter it said 1,000 L. This one says, sure. I want you to see this dagger. I handed him a silver coin together with the dagger I had found in the wolf labyrinth. Lesmond-san took it in his hand. Thank you very much. I have finished appraising the item. The act only took a moment. I don't know what he saw when he did it, but I guessed it gave him the information instantly. The dagger is called Rot Poison Dagger. It's a magical weapon that, once activated, will turn it poisonous like this. Once it touches the skin, it will begin to infect the target and their skin will begin to rot. After he explained that, he wiped the poison that had come from the blade with a cloth and returned the dagger. He wrote the results of the appraisal on a blank report and signed it to legalize the certificate. This was the process of having the item appraised. If you show this appraisal certificate, weapon shops and other similar stores will be more willing to pay a higher price. However, weapons with a poison attribute are usually used by assassins. Normal folks seldom purchase weapons like these. I think it will be better for you to sell this directly to people who collect these sort of magical weapons. Thank you very much. You were a great help. It turned out that this item would be quite troublesome to dispose of. Let's consult with Malta-san about where to sell this later. I thanked Lesmond-san and moved on to. Although it turned up that this item would be quite troublesome to dispose of, let's consult with Malta-san about where to sell this later on. I thanked Lesmond-san again and moved to my next destination, the main office building where most of the guild staff worked. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What kind of business do you have today? After I entered, a receptionist at the counter called out and I asked them to call a specific staff member over. I made you wait. Schwartz-kun. Rumi-san. The person I called for was Rumi-san, the guild investigator. After the Green Demon Labyrinth subjugation, Rumi-san had invited me to join the guild. I had not given her a reply at that time, but after the uproar in the capital, I had decided on my purpose. Rumi-san, I'm sorry to say this, but I'll have to decline. I see. What a shame, but I'll provide you with the labyrinth map. It will only be within the range I can explore, though. I see. That'll be a great help. Just bring the map directly to me. You won't be able to hide your name if you go through the librarian. Thank you very much. Our talk ended. I had refused Raffalesia's invitation, and now, I had refused the guild as well. With this, I had lost my backing as Schwartz. I don't want to have a position in this world, nor do I want to dominate it. If there was a purpose or a meaning in my current life, it's to defeat the labyrinth. Someone had thrown me into this world with the intention to make me the labyrinth master and to try and harm this world. I plan to go against it. If this world will accept me, I will smash the one who wants to harm this world. If someone will try and hinder me, I will gun down those nuisances as shaft. No matter how powerful and prestigious they are, Rafflesia or General Guild. I arrived at Wolf's Labyrinth the next day. I gave myself a one-day break after I returned from the capital, but I didn't need to physically rest since my body didn't seem to understand the concept of fatigue. It was just a mental rest and that was enough. I arrived at the Wolf Labyrinth on the next day. I only had one day break after returning from the capital city, but I didn't need any physical rest since my body didn't understand the concept of fatigue. As long as I had enough mental rest, it was enough. There weren't any video games or TVs here, so if I confined myself any longer, I'd end up bored. Currently, I was on the third subfloor. I had passed through the spring and I was finishing exploring the floor. I had reached the 11th floor before, but I shouldn't rush myself to clear the labyrinth. After all, I could make a fatal mistake in my rush. To give me a margin of safety, and to complete my map, I planned to take it steady. I had planned to explore for a week this time. By the end, the Green Demon Labyrinth should be clear. I thought to head over once I was finished here. I wanted to take a look at the Harvest Festival and also see the Labyrinth lunchbox boxes. I had entered the labyrinth in the morning, and by dinner, I had reached the 6th subfloor. I summoned the Dorchester in a small room off the main corridor for my break. After having taken so many of my breaks in this room, I came to understand that the monsters appeared at the room's center. A small room would normally have a 1 to 2 hour span between spawns. Larger rooms had a larger number of monsters, but their rates were so long that I didn't know exactly when they'd respawn. As the monsters in the room respawned, black fog rose from the ground. I watched this happen from the vehicle's viewing window as I took my break. I had already placed traps around the points they'd spawn at. With the vehicle placed at the back of the room, I had a clear view of the room. Once the fog began to clear, I pulled the trigger on remote for the trip I had prepared before my break. Several M18 claymores exploded around the room's center, spewing hundreds of iron balls. The 4 zombies that had emerged were ripped apart and their cores scent flew from their bodies. I hadn't tried to attack while they were still in the thick of the fog. That was something I'd have to confirm at the next opportunity. After my break was finished, I put away the Dorchester, picked up the magic stone, and began to map again. My current main weapon was the 1-to-1 type flamethrower, a weapon that had proven to work well within the undead zones. From midnight to dawn, I filled in my map until I finally reached the 9th subfloor. I had become quite accustomed to dealing with the undead with the 1-to-1. Now, I could even handle the higher-classed zombies without risking myself. I had passed the 10th subfloor at noon and stepped into the 11th subfloor. This was my second time on the floor. I had retreated before, but this time, I planned to pass through. The current plan was to make my way towards the spring on the 12th subfloor. The field subfloor still had its ominous fog like last time. Aside from the woodland path in front of me, I couldn't see anything else. I opened up my TSS and opened an image I had taken in the guild library. The map they had couldn't even be called a map. It might be because of the path was in a forest that there were not any distinctive parts. It was just a mass of lines, curves, corners, and all that had been vaguely drawn. I closed the TSS. There was no choice but to move forward blindly. I changed out the 1-to-1 to a P90 and the Scar H as I advanced further into the forest. Written in the documents regarding the floor, it would be a mix of monsters from the previous floor with some superior monsters. Until now, I only had to worry about my front and rear. Now though, I had to stay vigilant of every direction. The wood-lined path was wide and gently curved. Ahead, I heard familiar footsteps. Grass star wolves. Huh? 3 of them. The zombies in the undead zone never used spells since their effects were in their ores, but a normal enemy would. It would be hard for them to surround me if I wall ran. I debated if I should enter the forest, but I wouldn't be able to slide jump there. Then attacks from the front. I opened my TSS and took out a piece of equipment to deal with front assaults. 3 wolves were already within sight. As they watched me, they took up combative postures. Then one ran at me as if panicked by the sudden gathering of light particles in front of me. I moved to put the monster in the P90's sight and followed along as it moved side to side. I picked a spot where it would land, and fired 2 times just before it landed. The dire wolf took a round to its head and shoulder. It stopped moving. Just as I dealt with that one, the other 2 had taken positions with their spells. That was when I grabbed the item I summoned. Both of the wolves' spells struck the ballistic shield I had pulled out. The shield was one of VMB's defenses, a bulletproof shield with a CBS. The matte black design was 58 centimeters wide and 92 cms tall, with a viewport made with ballistic glass towards the top of the shield. Unlike the CBS, it can only protect against standard bullets and special grenades, not any large rounds or explosives. Furthermore, the shield itself could only take a certain amount of damage. Once it reached its threshold, it would destruct and disappear. There was no way to repair it either. Once it was destroyed, I had to buy a new one from the shop. While I couldn't use the shop function during a match in-game, I could buy anything without an issue in this world. The issue was that the item itself wasn't so cheap. I could just use it whenever, after the spells crashed into it. I checked its health. It had only decreased by 10% with 2 direct hits. Did it become stronger? I don't know. There may be a difference between a magic attack versus a firearm, so comparing them wouldn't make sense. What was important was that the shield stopped their attacks. After I received their attacks, I set down the shield and propped it against my knees. Then I propped the P90 on the top rim of the shield. This was to steady my aim, and also hide most of my body from them. The 2 wolves roared, as if indignant that I had bothered to defend myself against their attacks, and attacked again. First, I shot down the closest one twice, then slid the iron hairs over to the last one. I fired twice again. The bullets accurately hit their targets. They stumbled and fell down underneath my strength. From now on, there would be times where I would not know how I'd fight, and there would be battles that aren't in my favor. I need to quickly determine what VMB items I could use for what to prepare for the various battles ahead. I had operated my weapon with one hand, but if I had to use a weapon one-handed, a handgun would be better. The 5.7 was a good gun, but I have to consider a more powerful handgun that I could use any-handed. My conquest of the Wolves Labyrinth had begun, and I had many things to consider. Currently, I'm on the 12th subfloor of the Wolves Labyrinth, at its spring. As I took my break, I brought out the lunchbox Malta-san had prepared while I went through my TSS. As I looked through my weapons, I thought about the different setups I could use with the shield. I decided to put away the scar and summoned my Supple box. I opened the box and took out an MPS A812. The A812, Atchison Assault 12, was developed by Military Police Systems after they procured the license from Maxwell Atchison, and it was based on the User's 12. The shotgun featured a fire group similar to the M1918 bar. It can fire in semi-auto or full auto. Due to its unique build that allows the bolt to travel further back than a normal shotgun, it could be fired one-handed. In addition, could be used with a 10R box mag, or a 20R or 32R drum magazine. It was designed to fire different loads of 3 inches or 2.75 12 grams rounds. In VMB, I could select the type of round to use. The first one was the standard 12-gauge buckshot, then there was the slug round. Finally, the last one was a special round that could only be used with certain shotguns. I went with the third option, which was the Frag 12. The round was a pseudo-grenade. When it hit its target, the charge inside the bullet explodes with enough force to inflict mortal damage upon the enemy. In addition, it has a claimed effective range of 200 meters. I took out its drum magazine, along with its carry pouch, and attached it to my belt. With that, my preparations were complete. After I passed through the spring, I advanced through the 12th subfloor. Its atmosphere was that of the previous floor, and just like the previous floor, I ignored the unreliable map and relied on my goggles HUD. The field floor wasn't an unending floor. If I kept in one direction, I'd eventually hit a wall. However, the floor space was different for each labyrinth. I may have to go several kilometers to confirm the space's dimensions. A fear I had, though, was that I may face a large number of monsters every few kilometers. After the spring, they should appear more frequently, and there was also the black fog that obscured my vision. In the distance, a shadow, darker than the fog moved. Here it comes. The shadow coursed through the fog and behind trees. I held my shield in my left and the shotgun in my right with it shouldered, training the iron sights on the figure. On this floor, I found that if I attacked the fog, it wouldn't hurt the monster, but just delay its appearance. So I waited for the moment the fog dispersed. The AA-12's gunshot was louder than the rifles, and as it landed on the bear, I heard 3 explosions, followed by another 3. The feeling I felt when I used the SCAR for the first time in battle came back. Just how the 7.62 by 51 NATO exceeded the in-game power, the Frag-12 surpassed as well. The Red Bear's upper body, 2 meters long, was blown away. All that remained was its lower body. So strong. The Frag-12's power was impeccable. I can't complain about its power, but the rounds cost a lot of CP. The cost of a single bullet increases my aperture by a lot. If it were buckshot or a slug, it'd only be slightly more expensive than the 51 NATO rounds. The Frag-12 rounds were 1.5 times that. It was strong, but it wasn't something I could use all the time. Afterward, I only found a few stronger monsters. As for the fires, longhorn rats, and skeletons, they sometimes came out. I confirmed that I could also use the rounds on them. That was when I found another shortcoming. Where did the magic stone bounce to? The damage was more than I expected, and the stones scattered everywhere. Although my magic stone recovery rate dropped, I still continued down to the 16th subfloor. Starting from the 11th floor to the 15th floor, the dungeon imitated an eastern forest. The explosive power of Frag-12 was higher than I expected, and the magic stones and flesh were scattered around everywhere. On the 16th subfloor, however, it changed into a dark forest with no moon or starlight. Only the white coronas that bloomed alongside the wooded path gave light. While it was not different from the upper floors, it did have more area to watch than before. I switched my goggles to night vision mode and increased my guard. This was where the rigors of solo diving were brought forth, though I don't think there was anyone who would math my combat style. I'd need to disclose my ability, discuss the distribution of magic stones, and also disclose my alias shaft. I wondered if there was a friend that could match those requirements. By now, I was on the 18th subfloor. The darkness was troublesome, only matched by the high appearance rate of monsters. My struggle continued. There were 2 red bears before me, and what appeared to be a goblin. Even though I had been lucky enough to notice the fog as it appeared, the red bears rushed me. I held my shield as I fired rounds into the first bear. Then I slid jumped to the right, avoiding the second one as it charged past. The bear also reacted to my move and sung its right paw out while it corrected its direction. The shield fended off the attack. I shot down the bear in retaliation, relying only on the crosshairs displayed on my goggles. I quickly checked the shield's durability before I switched to the last monster. The goblin was smaller than the goblin fighters from the Emerald Demon Labyrinth but was taller than a hobgoblin. It had thick, short legs compared to its upper body. Its face was covered with a steel helm, similar to what the fighters wore. Even so, it wore a red rag cloth. The goblin raised his battle hammer overhead as it roared at me. There was enough ammunition in my magazine. I knew I could easily blow him away, but the goblin moved quick. Its movement was similar to my slide jump, and it swung its hammer with ease as it moved left to right. I avoided him with a slide jump, but his left hand followed me. His hammer struck my shield mid-slide. I landed and fired my shotgun in return. Its body exploded piece by piece as holes appeared. I avoided its chest, not to hit the stone. Sure to aim for the head, left shoulder, and abdomen before its body fell down. With the darkness, it took quite some time to gather up the fallen stones. Now that I thought about it, I switched to my goggles to its flow mode and searched that way. Fire and wind had quite the heat, while earth and water had little heat. I hadn't confirmed the attributeless stone's signature. I looked around and picked up a magic stone that shone in my sight. I hadn't used the flare mode much in game. I could see the temperature of people through thin objects and walls with it. But it didn't have that ability in VMB. I wondered if the monsters gave a heat signature within the fog. 4 days had passed since I had begun my exploration. On the 18th subfloor, I had taken a quick break before I had set out again. My goal was to scout out the 21st subfloor, though I had half given up on conquering it despite its small size. I passed through the empty gatekeeper. I gave a sidelong glance to the teleportation circle and headed down the 21st floor. There was a loud sound as I stepped down the stairs, something that repeatedly hit the ground. It was similar to the night forest, but it rained on this level. The rain was so heavy that I couldn't barely see a few meters ahead. It was like a squall that could knock out things, and the forest path was muddy. Even the corona flowers were dim in the rain. This is terrible. Field dungeons mimicked weather patterns, and this rain had happened decades ago. Other labyrinths mimicked heat waves, snowstorms, and rainfall, though not as heavy as this. The small arms I was used couldn't fire without gunpowder, and I think they could be fired when wet. But I needed to test it. The stairs that connected the 2 floors were covered by a large rock. The rock blocked the rain, so I stuck out the AA-12 in my right. I held the shield in my left for protection. I pulled the trigger while keeping most of my body behind the shield. I also watched through the shield's window. I watched as the rounds flew through the heavy rain. After I confirmed that Frag 12 rounds worked, I returned to the 20th subfloor. I was relieved that the AA-12 worked without any problems. After the Emerald Demon Labyrinth Festival, I'd prepare my conquest strategy for the 21st floor. My journey to the surface took 2 days, and that included rest. I had summoned the KLR-250 and passed through them since I already knew the path. I ignored all but the monsters that attacked me. Like that, I left the labyrinth with a minimal amount of battles. By the time I had reached Baga, the Emerald Demon Labyrinth had been declared safe, and the Harvest Festival was about to reach its peak. I had some time to go to the inn, though. I had to go to the Marida Company to sell the stones I got. I also had to purchase more non-attribute stones and talk to Malta-san about the rot poison dagger. I was slightly worried that I would run into Arm and Silvaru there. But after some thought, I had never seen a personal escort greet a guest. Even when I approached the company, I hadn't seen them at all. Maybe they went to the warehouse or were at Malta-san's side. Good afternoon. Welcome, Schwartz-san. I greeted the staff at the front desk. Is Malta-san here? Yes, I'll call him immediately. So please wait inside. This scene played out so many times, but it still built human relationships. I also wanted to have a good relationship with Bill-san, the branch manager of the Baga branch. Bill-san was a man with a healthy appearance. His hair was ash gray and swept back, and he was slightly taller than me. He had a gentle feel to him while also the firmness of a career-minded person. Malta-san came immediately after I called for while I waited in the usual reception area. Bill-san tried to leave, but Malta-san stopped him and even asked him to sit with him. Sure. We had already talked about this on the way back, with Malta-san frequently going back and forth between the capital this season. He would stay for good in the capital after the festival. With Malta-san not here, it was necessary to increase the number of people I could transact with. They'd also have to know about some of my secrets. That was why I decided that I would deal with Bill-san in the future. I explained to him how I was a Manuk, and also about the gift box. Afterward, I made him promise not to talk about it before we moved on to our other topics. It seems like you went to the deep bottom again, eh? Both men looked at the stones with magnifying glasses to appraise them. It was almost like a gem appraisal. Schwartz-san, does this magic stone come from an ogre? I don't know which one I took from an ogre, but I also subjugated ogres. That's wonderful. As expected from the gentleman, the chief does business face to face. Schwartz-san, Were you already on the 20th subfloor when you killed the ogre? Yes, I've taken a look there. It seems like it'd be hard to move round there. I heard the reason why they hadn't conquered the wolves' labyrinth was because of the heavy rain. Visibility is too weak, and they can't hold their weapons properly. The floor is taxing, and they can't rest. It'd make their conditions deteriorate. Yeah. It's surprising that there was a party that had reached the 25th subfloor after all, though. It happened 20 years ago. The part had challenged the labyrinth had come from the Best Barga clan, but they couldn't defeat the gatekeeper. They had to withdraw. Does that mean that no one had managed to reach the gatekeeper rather than them? The clan disbanded after that expedition. After that, the leader joined the guild. There was even a time when they had banned exploration beyond the 21st subfloor. Banning exploration? Well, it's certainly suicidal to go through that rain without any preparations. That's right. However, they had found out that the rain that falls from the basement is magic water. Now, they'll sometimes release the ban so someone can collect some of the water. Magic water? Yes, it contains magic, and it's a valuable raw material for recovery medicine and alchemy. I see. Will you buy it if I bring some here? Yes. Of course, we will. But how will you? After that, I sold my stones, and half of it was paid in coins. The rest was with non-attribute stones. They also prepared a large box to collect the magic water with and waterproof cloth bags. If I used my gift box, I could ignore the limited space of the box and store it that way. There was a limit to the number of tool bags an ordinary adventurer could carry, and they couldn't move items that were too large. I thought about the additional income aside from the magic stones, but this was like having gold just fall right into my lap. I wanted to delay my subjugation schedule and just start counting my chickens before they hatched, and I almost forgot my other reason for coming here. That's right, Malta-san. I picked up a magic weapon in the labyrinth. It's already appraised from the guild with a certificate, but I'm troubled with how to sell it. Can you give me some advice? Oh, magical weapons have different properties, so their values vary. Can you let me see it first? I had already taken the dagger from my gift box before I came and pulled it from my field jacket. Since it had no sheath, the blade was covered with cloth. I handed it over to Malta-san. He asked for permission before he removed the fabric. Then he carefully inspected it with his magnifying glass. For some reason, I felt like I understood how someone who had their antique appraised long ago. Can I also take a look at the certificate? Of course. I showed the certificate to Malta-san, and he nodded. Bill-san also examined the items. This was appraised by Lesmond-sama, so there shouldn't be a mistake. The blade is only 10 centimeters in length, so it can only be used as a concealed weapon. The design is good, though. Can you keep it for a while? I'll try asking some nobles who collect magical weapons. Sure, if you can do that, I'll have to trouble you. Even if I have it, I can't use it. I don't have that sort of hobby, and I don't own a place to keep it as decoration. With that, I finished my business with the Marida company. It'd be late soon, so I thought of going home. But Malta-san invited me to dinner together with Bill-san, so we headed out to eat. Last night, I had dinner with Malta-san and Bill-san at a restaurant called Kliban. The place was well known for its meat dishes. I let Malta-san order for me, and when I sunk my knife into the steak, not only was it thick, its sweet juice filled my mouth from just a small piece. I had to admit, it was better than anything I've ever eaten. Even from my original world, we talked about work during our meal, and just like that, we were on the topic of the magic water. Since Malta-san and Bill-san were merchants, they were quite fond of talking about business. My plan for tomorrow was to head to the Harvest Festival, check on the sales of the bento boxes, and attend the core removal ceremony. Since there were still 2 weeks until the estimated time of the Emerald Demon Labyrinth's closure, I decided to return to the Wolves Labyrinth to try and get the magic water. Only, there was one problem. The method of extraction. During the discussion with Malta-san, We first thought of using my gift box. I found there were some problems though. Magic water is actually quite heavy, so there's a possibility I wouldn't be able to lift the bag even at my power suit's maximum output. So what should we do? I had that already covered. I didn't explain the details to Malta-san. I had only said that I would return in 5 days, and they should be ready to receive a large amount of magic water then. 2 days later, I was already on the labyrinth 20th subfloor's gatekeeper room. I realized now that traversing the labyrinth was much quicker if you knew the way. Next was a corridor and an open field. So I took out my Kawasaki KLR and sped through the floor. I would have crossed the field section faster, but I had to be careful not to crash into a tree. Monsters might also appear, though. With that, I only had to make sure they got stuck in the tires. A black moth sprang out, but I simply floored through it. The rain was heavy on the 21st floor, as usual, and filled the floor with endless noise. But in my eyes, those droplets of water were gold coins now, and they sounded like the clinking of coins hitting their floor. I activated my TSS and summoned a vehicle from my garage. In a dazzling display of light, it appeared on the large stone landing by the stairs leading up to the 20th floor. The Oshkosh M978 tanker, a diesel-powered 8-wheeled American Hunt, heavy expanded mobility tactical truck, mainly used to transport fuel for other military vehicles. Its tank can hold up to 2,500 gallons, 9,500 liters, of fuel. VMB had no combat vehicles, but it still included a few military vehicles. The M978 was one of them. It was meant to transport fuel, but this time, I was planning to fill the tank with the magical water. First, I opened the manhole-like lid on top of the rank so it could catch the gold coins, rain, falling from above. The diameter of the hole was no more than 50 centimeters. It was a bit inefficient in terms of catching the rain. I summoned a gift box from my inventory and extracted a large pan that was over 1 meter in diameter. Before leaving Baga, I bought this from the tool shop and had a blacksmith make a hole in the center. And voila, a funnel. I placed it over the tanker's hole. Then, I got into the driver's seat, started the truck, and moved it forward enough for the funnel to catch the gold rain. Now, I just have to wait. Even with the large funnel, it'll take time for the gold rain to fill the 9,500-liter tank. I don't know the precipitation rate per hour. However, even if it's 100 millimeters per hour, it'll still take around 4 days to fill. For the time being, I planned to bring the trunk back at 1/4 capacity, about 2,400 liters. The bottle used to sell the water holds 200 milliliters, so it'll be equal to 12,000 bottles. A potion of magic restoration costs 1 gold coin. This was equal to 100.000 ol. And we'll have 12,000 bottles once I was done. Although I don't know about the production cost, I was sure the profits would still be plentiful. While I waited, despite the other adventurers rarely coming down to this floor, I lingered around the M978, in case I needed to recall it back into the garage immediately. In the meantime, organize my inventory, purchase more equipment, or do some shooting training, etc. Experimenting with the VMB system's limitations, I tried summoning 2 vehicles at once to no avail. Here I thought that using 2 trucks would make collecting faster. Only now I found it was impossible. 3 days later, I returned to the fort city of Baga as scheduled. Immediately, I headed back to the Marida company. There, I met with Malta-san, Bill-san, and several other employees they could trust. Then, they took me to the company warehouse. From afar, I could see Arm and Silvara guarding the warehouse. So, this is where they're stationed for now. My gaze met with Arm's for instance, but she turned away quickly. Even from a distance, both the girls stood out like a sore thumb. 2 fox beast women with lush golden and silver hair respectively, plus bondage-style leather armor and skirts. Their tails, with matching fur as their hair, stuck out their behinds, swaying around despite pretending to be indifferent. Only Malta-san, Bill-san and I entered the warehouse and the rest waited outside. The escorts, including the two girls, strictly were to guard the perimeter at the warehouse. This was to prevent the employees, corporate spies, and the guards themselves, from seeing what was going on inside. Once there was only the three of us inside, I summoned the M978 via the TSS. Perhaps shocked by witnessing such a large vehicle appeared out of thin air, Malta-san and Bill-san stood there wide-eyed and speechless. Barrels had been prepared in the warehouse to hold the magic water. The barrels themselves were around 90 centimeters in height, 70 centimeters in girth, and could hold approximately 200 liters of magic water each. I went to the rear of the truck and opened a rear hatch, revealing the drainage hose. Just like my original World's version, it had a lever and a nozzle attached. If I pulled the lever, the tank's content will be discharged from the nozzle. I put the nozzle in the opening of a barrel, then pulled the lever to begin transferring the water into it. Malta-san and Bill-san rushed forward as soon as they heard the sound of water pouring down. This is real magic water. I'm really at a loss for words. Chairman, I'm also at a loss for words. Seeing that both Malta-san and Bill-san were impressed, I continued to fill the barrels with magic water. Eventually, all 12 barrels were filled full with the magic water. The next part was for the employees. I returned the M978 to the garage as soon as I was done. No presence of it was left whatsoever. Only then were the employees allowed to enter the warehouse. All right, guys. It's all up to you now. Put the lids on and load them onto the carriage. We'll send them to the capital tomorrow morning. The amount of magic water would be enough to supply Baga for a while. So, the excess will be sent to the capital. There, the Magicians Guild and Alchemist Guild will buy it. Of course, my name would not be included in any documents. Finished with my delivery, I returned to the inn to prepare for tomorrow's Harvest Festival. A day after I returned from the delivery job, I hitched a ride on a patrol carriage from Baga to Myril village, west of the city. It was still early in the morning when I arrived, and there were a lot of people headed in the same direction. Not only adventurers but also children. Don't tell me they're going to the same place. When my stop came into view, the queue could be seen from the carriage already. There were many carriages moving between the two locations. Now, I was considering using my own vehicle. Plenty of adventurers had their own horses anyways. But even if I stayed off the highway, I couldn't guarantee I won't be seen. So, I had no other choice but to hop in line. With the closing of the labyrinth on the horizon, Lord Franklin Baga, Lord of Baga, had come as well. Currently, he was staying within the Myril village chief's abode. This was mentioned by the skew vendor I had met on the road. The village wasn't the only place with an uptick in activity because of the festival, though. 2 hours ride by carriage to the west. There was the Emerald Demon's Labyrinth camp. The place was still full of tents stretching through the forested road, filled with adventurers. A large tent had also been prepared for visitors who couldn't find any lodging within Myril. I too needed to secure lodging, as the sun was setting. I have to book myself a bed in a large tent before the sun went down. With so many people gathering in one place, naturally, the crime rate would rise. I saw fully armored knights passing by, probably on patrol between the village and the labyrinth. Simply speaking, the Harvest Festival was like, well, a festival. Lanterns illuminated the street sides and houses along the forested road, just like a carnival. Apparently, this was how the night portion of the festival went. There also are the large tents. These ones acted as taverns or restaurants instead of makeshift lodging. I came to wonder if the people working at the restaurants sent their menu here. I had noticed some of the dishes served were authentic menu items. There were also tents for the children. I peered into a tent where, I think, a play was being performed. Who knew that? Among these tents built for those to conquer the labyrinth, Some were meant for creative plays. Some performed puppetry shows. The puppeteer controlled a cat beastman doll deftly. It was killing a goblin-like monster doll. Could that be Mitch-san? Drawn in by my curiosity, I watched the show alongside the parents and their children. The story was of a lord's daughter who'd gone to challenge the labyrinth with her companions, conquering the labyrinth and brilliantly reaching its core. TSK. I wasn't in the play though. Well, I guess they're just being creative, nothing wrong there. But then, I saw that a few dolls looked like the Rafflesia Knights, and yet, not me. Was it that unexpected? Of course. It's not unexpected, right? I paid the fee after the show was over and headed down the road. I caught a whiff of liquor mixed with food, and the sound of people cheering and laughing. Was that the sound of a musical instrument? I heard something akin to a melody coming from somewhere. In this world, a successful labyrinth subjugation was a happy occasion. Even I could feel it. Meanwhile, delicious scents sneaked into my nostrils. This reminded me of how hungry I was. Looking for something to eat, I went to check on several of the tents that acted as restaurants. Schwartz, Nyatilda. I heard someone call my name from a tent. The fragrant smell of grilled filth came from it. If it isn't Schwartz, Nya. Here, come here. The ones who called out to me turned out to be Sasanqua's Mitch-san and Marinda-san. Ryu-san was also sitting with them. Ryu-san didn't say anything, nor did she have any particular expression on her face. She only simply gestured for me to come over with her hand. It's been a while. Never thought that you'd show up here of all places. Sit Tilda. The table they sat on had 4 chairs, since one was vacant. So I decided to take the seat. Meanwhile, Ryu-san was banging the table with her hand. Was she already drunk or something? I couldn't care less about that. I was too hungry. So, I simply sat down. The waitress came to take my order soon after. Apparently, this was one of those tents run by a well-known restaurant that sent their men specifically for the festival. Beverages ranged from liquor to fruit juice. But since I didn't want anything weird, I settled a few plates and ale to sate my hunger. I gave the waitress some silver coins as payment. Nothing less from Schwartz. Nya. I would be surprised if you ordered fruit juice. Nya. I noticed that Schwartz has arrived a bit late here. Where have you been? Melinda-san raised a large wooden mug, filled to the brim with ale. She downed the contents all at once. I went to the capital. Explored the wolves' labyrinth, but those wolves are boring. That's no good, Nya. Nobody has found the path to go deeper than the 21st floor, Nya. It's a labyrinth with too much fighting, but too little treasure, Nya. Best you can get, Nya, is just collecting some magic water, Nya. I always had this slight feeling that the wolves' labyrinth wasn't too popular. I rarely saw another adventurer while diving there. So that was the reason. But you can make a decent amount of money from the magic water, right? Magic water doesn't sell that high. Not only is there a limit to the tool bag, going there to collect some feels nothing like conquering a labyrinth. Only a coward would do a stupid thing like that. I see. Let's avoid mentioning I made my money by collecting that magic water then. The waitress arrived with my order in the meantime. Thus, I joined the others in enjoying the dinner. We also chatted about the festival, how the Emerald Demon Labyrinth was slowly closing in, being engulfed by the void. It was estimated to close completely in 3 days. By then, a ceremony would be held at the labyrinth's entrance. In addition to that, Baga's city lord would give a speech to praise Sasanqua for retrieving the labyrinth's core. It would also be the official appearance of the 3 daughters of Lord Baga, mainly Lapitilica-sama, as a member of Sasanqua. And this harvest festival will also end then, Mitch-san, with a lonely expression, jokingly said, times. The next day, I found myself in the Sasanqua clan's tent. We had dinner together and took our time with merry conversation while enjoying drinks. When we finally left the tent, it had been too late in the night to return to the lodging tent. I was prepared to go without sleep, but fortunately, Mitch-san invited me to spend the night in the clan's tent. So I got to sleep. In the tent, I met some of their other members for the first time, who immediately spirited Mitch-san away from me. I was then directed back to the spot I had slept. "You were such a bully yesterday, Naya. You're the one who brought a guy in." Naya. Only now did I remember that Sasanka was a female-only clan. So, maybe bringing a male in was some sort of taboo? I felt bad for staying the night here. After giving a quick morning greeting and a thank you to Mitch-san, who was being scolded by the others, I hastily left the tent. Speaking of which, Melinda-san and Ryu-san went to the village chief's abode last night. It seemed that their job as Lapitilica-sama's escort was still going on, although it was for drinking. I washed my face with the water from the water bottle. After feeling refreshed, I walked toward the entrance of the labyrinth. The bustling noise of last night was gone, replaced by the shouts of people wanting to get into the labyrinth. Vendors also offered breakfast or tools for exploring. Then I heard it. "How about a labyrinth bento box, Tilda?" "Thank you very much, Tilda." It was the voice of the bento box vendor from Marida Company. Somehow, that voice sounded familiar to me. The stall was situated near the entrance. It was a fairly wide space, and apparently, they were also buying non-attribute stones on the side. Marida Company's priority was to buy as many of them as possible. This was the only place they were sold after all. Aside from buying those and selling the bentos, they were also collecting salmon for the bentos. There was already a long queue at the stall. The line mostly consisted of regular parents, their children, workers, and even some adventurers. Apparently, the bento had become popular by word of mouth. I also queued up and waited for my turn while watching the sales. It seemed that a good result had been achieved during this test run, but there were worries over how it had fared after the festival. When my turn came, I finally got a look at the vendors. As I thought, it was Amy and Priscilla, dressed in cute aprons. Of course, they didn't know I was Shaft. I ordered a box, listened to their explanation on how to get a discount by submitting salmon. The explanation was short and easy to understand. "It seems like we can expect to collect some profit from this." Malta-san said that, eventually, they'll find a way to make a cheaper disposable paper box. In the end, I couldn't tell how high this world's technology level was. It was because of their technology revolving around mana and magic stones, which was beyond my knowledge. But it was still faster than I expected. It was also fun to watch how the technology and standard of living in this world steadily improve. I was living a pretty happy life now. It was 2 days until the Emerald Demon Labyrinth closed itself. With the labyrinth open to the public now, waves of people queued to enter, even if only to spend digging up magic stones. Once its core was extracted, the labyrinth wouldn't spawn any more monsters. Instead, it produced non-attribute magic stones. How? Apparently, the monsters spawned by the labyrinth turned into those stones. They were buried about 5 centimeters deep within the walls or ground. The labyrinth's restorative mechanisms would sometimes push the stones. This was in order to repair itself, and these could be easily picked up. As for the ones still buried, it had to be cut and or dug out. While, normally, the labyrinth's walls and floor were hard to destroy, it was still possible. As a result, the magic stone hunt and mining became a new craze for the people. I didn't bring tools though. Without them, I could only pick up any of the stones the labyrinth spewed out. But seeing how crowded it was, I realized how small of a chance I had to do that. So, I decided to just watch on while I wandered around the labyrinth. The labyrinth's pathways and the structure were complex. It basically made a very large maze. A map was essential to go through it safely. I saw that almost everyone had a copy of what seemed to be the map I drew. I also saw a few people carrying the Marida Company's bento box. By the way, there was no lighting within the labyrinth. There were still some sources of light, such as the glowing grass, but people preferred to bring lanterns or conjure up a ball of light. As for me, I brought a lantern myself. I wondered why some rooms were brighter than the others within the labyrinth, but as it turned out, those were the places where people gathered to rest. Sitting in the corner of the rest area, I unpacked the bento box I bought earlier and took a short break myself. Once I finished eating, I'd head outside and maybe see if there was a vendor selling tools for digging. Back on the surface, I looked around and found what I needed immediately. There was one next to the Marida Company's spot. I headed there and bought myself a digging tool. "Hey, Ashley-san, what are you doing here?" "Well, Schwartz-san." Sitting behind the vendor's table was Ashley-san. "Fufu, this stall belongs to the General Guild. We're open for business, especially for a certain maniac who forgot the common sense to bring tools into the labyrinth. Of course, being a maniac makes it easier for her to make fun of me." "Oh, I see." "Although, being a maniac has nothing to do with me being forgetful." I saw Schwartz-san leaving the labyrinth. "Getting back so soon?" Yeah, I am. My job is done, so I'm thinking of taking a break and getting some fresh air. Thank you for your hard work. I'm also going on break soon. Would you like to have some tea with me?" "Sure, why not?" "I'll wait for you." Although it was sort of embarrassing, I unexpectedly reunited with Ashley-san. It's an opportunity to finally hand her the souvenir I bought back in the capital. While waiting for Ashley-san, I moved off to the side not to obstruct business and watched her work. Next to her, there were two more people manning the stall, most likely other members of the guild. Each wore a plain-looking apron over their winter outfits. After a while, Ashley-san handed her apron to someone else who came in just now, most likely her replacement, and made her way to me. "Did I make you wait too long?" "Nah, I was having fun watching Ashley-san work." "Surely you jest." "Anyways, let's go. The tent selling delicious pound cake is just over there." I replied without much thought to it, but somehow, it made Ashley-san blush slightly. She tried to hide it by looking away and walked ahead of me. I hurried to catch up to her, walking at her side to the tent she mentioned. The tent was a small tent housing a kitchen. Chairs and tables were arranged around it like an impromptu outdoor restaurant. The setup had a boutique coffee shop that felt similar to my world. I pulled a chair out to let Ashley-san sit after I picked a suitable table. "Thank you. It's nothing." After the trivial exchange, I sat across from her, then called to the nearby waiter to order a fruit pound cake and Darjeeling tea. Ashley-san also ordered the same things. We kept ourselves entertained while we waited for our orders by talking about many random things. For instance, how we felt about the Harvest Festival. As for Ashley-san, she was excited since it was the first Harvest Festival in several years. The waiter arrived without our cake and tea. The cake gave off a delicate scent of dried fruit and honey. Ashley-san eyed it with a wide smile. I was more interested in the Darjeeling tea instead. It was a dark orange-colored tea, served in a simple teacup. I could faintly smell the strong muscatel flavor that wafted up along with the steam. Ashley-san eagerly raised her fork to eat while I sipped on my tea. The refreshing flavor filled my mouth with a single sip. The tea had probably been brewed using specially picked leaves during the early summer. I've tasted plenty of teas from different cafes before, but I had to say, the Darjeeling tea served here was the best out of all of them. The fragrance was refreshing and the subtle astringent flavor would do well to enhance the sweetness of the fruit cake. This made it some of the best to accompany the cake. Seeing Ashley-san's expressions, I could tell she was on the same page. Delicious. Ashley-san hardly spoke while eating, but she had a charming smile, sometimes purring in delight with every bite she took. Right. Ashley-san. The other day, I went to the capital and bought a souvenir from a store I visited. Here, I'll give it to you now. For me? Yes, for you. I hadn't known when I'd meet Ashley-san again. So, I kept the trinket in my chest pocket. I took it out and presented it to her. There wasn't paper wrapping in this world yet, So the trinket had been kept inside a small wooden box, fastened by a red string. Thank you. Can I open it? Of course. Hopefully, you'll like it. She unfastened the string and opened the lid gently. After seeing the contents, she removed the lid and pulled the gift out. A ruby necklace? Do you like it? Yes, thank you. This is the first time someone gave me a gift like this. As it turned out, she thought it'd be a hair ornament or earrings. However, I'd taken her position as a guild investigator into consideration. Since the position might require some intense movement, there'd be no worries about accidentally dropping it on the job if it's a ring or necklace. So, I decided to get her a necklace. It was a choker-style one with a thumb-size orchid-colored ruby. I stood up and walked behind her. May I? Sure. I received the necklace from Ashley-san and placed it around her neck. Thank you. But isn't this expensive? Are you sure you want me to take it? Look, even the chain seems to be made of mithril. Yeah. I heard that mithril has the best compatibility with the ruby's magical power. The necklace certainly was expensive. I wouldn't have been able to buy it if for the bounty on Yagok Company. How many souvenirs did I buy back then? 6 more. I think I ended up spending more money than I wanted. By the way, the others weren't as expensive as this one. I know that it may not have been wise to spend my hard-earned money on an expensive gift, but this was the only one I thought fit with her shining red hair. And now that I see it, I was correct. It's really pretty. So, shall we head back now? Yes. It's time for me to replace the other employee. Well then, let's head back. Both Ashley-san and I got up and headed out. The cake and tea had been paid when it had been delivered. Since we already paid, it wasn't a problem to leave. This day was when the Emerald Demon Labyrinth was predicted to close. Yesterday, I had bought excavation tools and participated in the Labyrinth Explorati non-attribute magic stone mining. These were magical stones that held no elemental properties. If one gave them a good look, they'd be able to see something like a black vortex or black hole. The morning wasn't hot. I thought to put the excavated stones into my pouch and continue digging. I had spent the entire day just like that. The ceremony would begin shortly. A crowd had already gathered at the venue, at the front of the labyrinth's entrance. An impromptu stage with a podium had already been prepared. The stage itself had been decorated with a crest, an eagle and a sword. Was it Duke Barga's crest? The first to appear was the Western Barga Knights, signaling the official start of the ceremony. 3 knights appeared this time. At the front was their vice leader, Viscount Butler Geemond. I saw the 2 other knights behind him before at the labyrinth's entrance. They were probably squad leaders, but I didn't know their names. The crowd cheering grew louder. The next ones up were the Sasanqua members. Lapit Hiraka wasn't with them. Only Frau-san, Mitch-san, Melinda-san, and Ryu-san in their knight-like yellow uniforms. Most likely their clan's uniform. The 2 groups took positions on the left and right sides of the stage. Who would make the next appearance? The surrounding people also stared in anticipation at the side of the stage. So there you are. Schwartz-kun. Someone behind me called out to me. When I turned to see, I saw Berold-san, an officer from the General Guild, standing there. Berold-san, long time no see. What brings you here? True, you haven't visited the guild even once recently. Not to mention, you're hard to contact. Could I have some of your time? I have something urgent that I need to confirm. Yes. Of course. I don't mind. Well then, follow me. I actually wanted to watch the ceremony, but I couldn't just refuse. Berold-san said it was something urgent. I followed him to the General Guild's tent, built behind the ceremony's stage. The tent was empty, which made me wonder what Berold-san wanted to confirm. I was told to sit at the table and Berold-san sat opposite to me. Schwartz-kun, do you know how long it's been since a labyrinth was subjugated in the Barga region? I heard it's the first in only a few years. 4 years to be exact. The previous labyrinth was a bit south of here. A harvest festival was held then also. The lord of the territory, Duke Barga, was pleased with the labyrinth's subjugation this time. Why, of course. One of his 3 daughters, Lapitilika-sama, participated in the subjugation. She would be finishing her training period with Sasankwa soon. She would then join the circle of nobility, and be married off to another powerful noble house. I don't know the marriage age here, but I'm quite sure that she had to be young to be married off. Furthering the bloodline and bestowing the house's knowledge on magic would undoubtedly take a long time. That's why the Duke wishes to invite all who participated in the subjugation to a dinner party. I see, but I'll have to decline the invitation. I thought you'd say so, but we couldn't just report back without hearing it. So I had to confirm your rejection. Sorry for the trouble. No, it's all right. Subjugating a labyrinth wouldn't have been possible without your help. Even if it were, it would have taken much longer. I merely drew some maps, though. That was certainly a great help. Records of the labyrinth would never last long. Labyrinths expand the more adventurers tried to explore it. That said, very little is known about your contribution. We just wanted to make sure you got the well-deserved reputation for your work. No, it's not a problem, really. I was enlisted for a request, and I simply did my job accordingly. That's is. If anything, I don't want my reputation to hinder me when I want to do something freely. Very well. We'll add you to the absentee list. Does the Duke know about me? No. We only have the name of the participants. We didn't list what they were responsible for. Many of the guild's employees were also invited. So, it's like a job in a way. Some also aren't able to attend, so I'll add your name on the same list. I see. Thanks then. If I was on the Duke's watch list, the subjugation of the Wolves Labyrinth would be delayed further. Since we're making money on the magic water, it'll be best if I remained unnoticed. I don't want to be the center of attention here. I just don't like it. Afterward, I caught up with Brold-san. I could hear the cheers of the crowd outside, followed by a speech. This voice belonged to Duke Baga himself. The speeches held praises for the Baga Knights, Sasankwa, and most importantly, his daughter Lapitilika-sama. More cheers followed afterward. It's closing? Brold-san muttered. I couldn't witness the moment myself, but one labyrinth had finally closed. Not only did the cheering not stop, but it also got louder. How do the people in this world feel about it? I thought as I listened. Too. The Kurtmaga Kingdom was in the middle of celebrating the New Year now. People here didn't know what New Year was, but they had the custom to celebrate the coming of the New Year. Now that I mentioned it, they also didn't have Christmas, or New Year's Eve either. I was in the Marida Company's reception room in the fort city of Baga. It was January 14th, and up until yesterday, I've been exploring the Wolves Labyrinth. To be more precise, I took a break on the 3rd because it was New Year's holiday. During it, I went out with Ashley-san to eat. I also checked on the sales of the magic water. To be honest, it was a busy day. Inside the Wolves Labyrinth, I drove the M978 around. As I mapped the floor, I was collecting the water in the process. The magic water was being sold to the magician and alchemist guilds, ended up at 20% less than the price of a regular magic recovery potion. Malta-san appeared to know ahead of time, but it was still a rip-off. Furthermore, we apparently brought too much. The guilds couldn't buy it all at once. For the time being, we had to content ourselves with signing a contract to split the purchase. The share between Malta-san and I was set at a 6-to-4 ratio. Not many adventurers could get their hands on a platinum coin, 10 million ol, in their lifetime. Malta-san joked. Since the value of things was different compared to my world, I had to estimate 1 ol was equal to 1 yen. Our supply would increase after this trip as well. We've also decided to take small orders to avoid tanking the price. Also, I'd only the water to the Marida Company. Schwartz-san, sorry to call you all of a sudden. No, it's okay. Is it an urgent matter? Yes. It's the rot poison dagger. I've found a buyer. That's good, but why is it urgent? No, That's not the only thing. Apart from the dagger, have you heard about the cases of the ambushes around the capital? The buyer also wanted to make a short-term escort request and specifically asked for Shaft's armor. So that's why, after I registered myself as Shaft at the Mercenary Guild, I've been in and out of Baga. However, if someone checked with the guild, they may have found that Malta-san was my last employer. Thus, they decided to contact him on my whereabouts. I've heard that you received a recommendation to raise to C rank recently. Is there a similar system in the Mercenary Guild? No, only the General Guild uses that rank system. The Mercenary Guild merely acts as a middleman to hire their members. Mercenary, simply put, was a sub-profession. While guilds, like General Guild and Blacksmith's Guild, could be considered as a main profession. The Mercenary and Research Guilds were sub-professions. Production-based guilds are different from an adventurer in terms of their ranking. Their ranks were grades, divided by their specialty, such as blacksmith rank 3, or leather craftsman rank, etc. Shouldn't they hire an adventurer with a higher rank than Shaft instead? Normally, it'd be sensible to do so. Any adventurer can receive a request to escort a merchant without being affiliated with the Mercenary Guild. But they won't be allowed to access special places without being a member of said guild. What do you mean by special places? Banquet held within a noble's mansion or the royal palace. As if I wanted to go there. Who is the client anyways? His Excellency, Duke Franklin Baga. So he's the client. I couldn't help but feel that this was a bad idea. A request to escort someone as Shaft was delivered to me by Malta-san. I had a hunch that it was impossible to turn the request down when I heard. No need to worry about me, but I will stop getting in touch with you if you turn this down, Malta-san said. As one of the prominent merchants within the capital, and one with the right to purchase the goods from the Harvest Festival, there was no way a mercenary like me couldn't take the request. Still, I was worried about this request, even if she had put it up. Malta-san said the client wasn't the Duke himself, but the third daughter Lapithira Kusama, I believe. Lapithira Kusama, or should I call her Larry-san? She was a friend of mine who had walked through the, now destroyed, Emerald Demon Labyrinth with me. If she was the daughter of some unknown aristocrat, I'd only mind Malta-san. But she wasn't a stranger at all. Understood. For now, let's listen to the story about Shaft as we go. 2 days later, I'll go to the company as Shaft. Please convey the message to the Lord. Certainly. Please, do all of the preparations here. Malta-san bowed his head deeply as he spoke. I figured I'd listen to the story, and mostly refuse, depending on the situation. As I've decided, I'd return to the inn for the night. The next day, I departed from the fort city of Baga as Schwartz, spent a day walking to the south. When dawn came, I returned to Baga as Shaft. Even though it was early in the morning, I returned to the Marida company. As it came into my sight, I saw some people on a wagon delivering goods to the warehouse. And as they were unloading, a guard came around the wagon. "Ah, it's Shaft." If you raise your voice and shout "ah" like that, guards around you will draw their swords. You know, the one who saw me was the silver-haired fox beastman, Silvara. It's all right. He's a guest of the company's chairman. The one who calmed the guards was her golden-haired sister. Looks like you've been doing well as an escort, huh? It's all thanks to you. Yep, thanks to you. I can live like this. Phew. While you're at it, I've just unlocked the door. Leaving that aside, is Malta-san here? I came because I heard he called for me. Wait for a bit, please, Nei-san. I'll call the leader in a second. Amongst the guards guarding the company's wagon, only and Silvara knew of Shaft. The rest had no idea who he was. After a while, the branch manager, Bill-san, appeared from the store. I hadn't told him about switching from Schwartz to Shaft, but I may get the opportunity to tell him. Please, come inside. I've been waiting for you. Bill-san backed away slightly from how intimidating the tactical Kevlar mask I wore was. It'd be best if I told him about it soon. Good morning, Shaft-sama. I've been expecting you. I'm sorry since it's early in the morning. But would it be alright for the branch manager to come with me? Me, Bill-san, who was normally gentle and calm, showed confusion I've never seen to my question. Malta-san seemed to have caught the intention of my proposal and moved aside. Bill-san sat in front of me timidly. Malta-san smiled. This person was enjoying the situation, wasn't he? My map and sound sensor displayed that no one was outside the room. After I confirmed that no one would hear our conversation, I removed the mask. Schwartz-san. Bill, tone it down. This thing about Shaft-sama is also Schwartz-san's secret that you cannot tell anymore. Good morning, Bill-san. I'm keeping this a secret for a variety of reasons. Thinking of the future though, I think it'd be best for Bill-san to know too, and that you'd follow along. Is that so? What's the magic tool do you use to change your voice? Now I get why the chairman fully trusted Shaft. Yes, not only did I change the mask, but also the voice. To get my voice back, I needed to change the communication setting in the TSS. It didn't take much to get used to, I think. No information about Schwartz-sama Shaft-sama may be published. Either way, I don't believe you'd just spill it out. Upon saying so, Bill-san promised he wouldn't reveal what I've said. After that, Bill-san went to Lord Barger's home to report beforehand. I couldn't resist the castle suddenly. I had Malta-san check on things around the Duke. I also checked whether or not there were any taboos and a few other things. Bill-san returned and told me it'd be best to go around noon. Meanwhile, Malta-san and I decided to spend the time before that to confirm the job too. As our appointment came closer, Malta-san and I stayed at Bardage Castle, the white building at the center of the Citadel City. Bardage Castle composed of a large castle at the site's center, and 4 spires around it. Several one-story buildings were also on the premises. After informing the guards at the game of my appointment, and confirming my ID, I went inside. We left the carriage with Bill-san as we went inside under the sentinel's guidance. The Duke was said to be in the middle of his duties, so we were taken to his office. I strengthened my wariness with my black mask. The guard guided us, and from behind, I could feel another 2 join us. My sensors caught a voice saying please, come in from the office. When prompted by the guard, Malta and I went in by ourselves. Excuse me, I'm Malta from Marida Company. I'm Shaft from the Mercenary Guild. The office was wider than I had expected. There was an office desk and bookcase to the front. To the side, there were 2 sofas facing each other with a table in between. A space for visitors. Those who were already sitting on the sofa was a man, in his prime, and Lapitrika-sama, the 3rd daughter of Duke Barger. Lapitrika-sama didn't wear her priest-like robes from when I met her at the Emerald Demon Labyrinth. Now, she wore a long yellow dress that matched her short blonde bob hair instead. The man next to her was the Duke. In his mid-40s, you could see his brown hair mixed with a few white hairs. When I entered, I could feel him gauging me with his mustache and thin, sharp eyes. Was that an escort knight behind the sofa? A young man with a face that vaguely resembled the Duke stood there. His armor, full silver plate mail shaped like the other knights in the western part of Barga. However, the design was painted with blue lines. I could infer that this meant he was higher than regular knights. I've been troubling you, Malta, and you're the black-masked Shaft, right? Well, please sit down for now and discuss the matter, shall we? Yes, if you'll excuse me. Duke Barger was a man with a surprisingly gentle demeanor, completely different from what I thought he'd be like. Since I'd been offered a seat, I thought it'd be better for me to sit and listen. Could you please take off your mask in front of His Excellency? The knight standing behind the 2 called out to me. I'm sorry. Because I have a scar left on my face. It's not something worth exposing, especially in front of Lapitrika-sama. No worries, since it's Larry-sama, you need not worry. Just take off the mask and show us your face. This night did he just call Lapitrika by her nickname in front of the Duke? Was it because of his high status? Or were they perhaps related? I noticed Malta-san had become restless now. Certainly, this development was as expected. According to Noble's way of thinking, it seems these higher-ranked people wouldn't continue with my mask on. For this reason, I put my hands on the mask, and took it off. Hi. Patricia-sama, as I took my mask off, let out a small shriek. I had become an adventurer right after I reached adulthood, and she only saw me when we reached the deepest part of the labyrinth, as a C-ranked adventurer. Looking at my face now across the table, she couldn't help but raise her voice. The face beneath the mask obviously wasn't Schwartz's face. Taking into account their way of thinking, I definitely had to show my face. Without any preparation, I wouldn't have met with the Duke. Until the heat is off, I shouldn't take any actions yet as Shaft. And my face right now was systematically changed by customizing the avatar. This didn't mean I could just freely change Schwartz's face. It wasn't possible for me to change the bone structure, shape of the eyes, and the nose. However, moles, scars, tattoos, face paint, and other things could be set as facial accessories. I applied the face paint I got during a limited time event in VMB, a zombie's face. There was a balance with the man's bat mask. Only the upper half of the face had been processed, but I changed the skin's color to red and made the eyes a cloudy white, painting the skin around it inflamed. The eyeballs were pushing out from the skin. There was no outer skin on the right side, and the facial muscles were exposed. The forehead looked burnt, and I had no hair. Is this all right? It's all right for you to wear the mask. Just as I was about to put it back on, I caught sight of Malta-san's surprised expression. No. Haven't I told him about this before? Here's the thing, aren't there magical tools that cast illusion magic that can change one's face? Since such things exist, I would be able to carry on using this method. Shaft-kun, let's start our conversation over, shall we? The man who sat beside Patricia-sama spoke after I put the mask back on. Yes, I have no doubt that you're his lordship, Duke Franklin Barger, right? That's right, I am Franklin Barger. The knight beside me is Steed Barger, leader of the Western Barger Knights, and then this girl, the ones I request for you to escort, is Patricia Barger. So this knight is the leader of the knights. There's no doubt he must also be escorting Patricia. I'm Shaft. While sitting on the sofa, I lowered my head respectfully. I've asked Malta-san about some simple courtesy before, but I'm honestly not sure to what extent I could do it correctly. Well, I could only hope that there wasn't a problem since I've shown sincerity. I've heard rumors of you from my subordinates. Rumors? Yes. Something like a mercenary wearing a black mask, who completely destroyed the Royal Capital's rising company, Yagoke Company, also single-handedly crushing the bandit group Hanabisu, and wouldn't hesitate to destroy the Royal Capital for the sake of protecting their client. The underground in the Royal Capital is saying one shouldn't get involved with the black-masked mercenaries' client. What the hell is that? They're completely exaggerating. It sounds like an overly dramatic rumor. Is that so? But I want to be rumored like that too. With that said, if I escort Patricia-sama, I could suppress the development of those who believed in the rumors. That's right. And of course, I'll be looking forward to witnessing your own power. There are only 2 escorts allowed to be brought into the royal castle and the banquet. A man and a woman. So I wanted to request someone stronger who could influence the surroundings there. Your lordship, I'd be the one to explain the matters in detail. Is that so? Then, please do. As he finished saying so, Leader Steed looked to me. Shaft, our request for you as an escort would last for about a month. Larry and his lordship are going to the royal capital in a few days. They're going to stay there for a few days. Then, they'll visit a few other cities before returning to the royal capital again. Afterward, the request would last until they come back to Barger again. Is the important point of the request escorting on the highway? The highway is important. but you must always stay by Larry's side. When they arrive in the royal capital, and the other sites, they will attend scheduled events. You have to participate as well. I understand, your lordship. Is Leprechaun-sama being targeted by someone? If any dangers arise, and the reason was because of me, don't you think it's necessary to make a request to the Adventurers Guild since the Leprechaun-sama was in Sasanqua? It's certainly like that. But the Knights of Baga cannot leave Sasanqua is certainly a trustworthy clan, but there are a lot of noble daughters like Larry who were a part of Sansaqua. These girls would never go into high society life unless they're successful. Mitch-san certainly said that. But would it be alright for an ordinary mercenary like me to go? As I thought so, I tried not to care too much about it. However, it seemed the Duke had reasons to express. Moreover, Shaft-kun, I didn't intend to leave Larry just for anyone to escort. I'm resolute about that, so I searched for an escort who is more powerful than normal people, and it could be no one other than you. Duke Baga's thin, sharp eyes continued to catch my cloudy eyes behind the mask. This person was the type to judge people by their eyes, and he kept searching mine. I'm not the only mercenary out there. Naturally, my eyes lock onto his and were unable to part. Contrary to his soft demeanor and tone, I could see his man had strong beliefs and confidence. He didn't seem to be the type who'd simply give up. No, you're different. I know from Marida Company that your social status is guaranteed. It's hard to think about an ordinary adventurer who also works as a mercenary just by Malta's description. I thought that at first, but now that I see you, I know that you're a suitable candidate for this request. This is making it difficult to refuse. To start with, I had no precise reason to refuse. There were, of course, other jobs for me to apply. However, were there any other jobs that took priority over a duke's request? Since I came unprepared now, it should be fine for me to accept the request. What's more, if I refuse this request, I would stain Marida Company's reputation. Needless to say, it had also ruined my reputation if I refuse. All right. I'll accept becoming Leprechaun-sama's escort. Is that so? Then, I'll ask for your favor, Shaft-jun. Ha! But again, what should I protect Leprechaun-sama from? I asked this some time ago, but I needed to confirm it. I needed the information since I decided to escort her. Steed answered my question. From everyone. Everyone. Protect her from all the nobles, along with their daughters of adult age, living in society life who use sorcery. When I asked Duke Baga about his request to escort Leprechaun-sama, and what I was looking out for, the knight spoke. The answer was to protect her from the nobles who used sorcery. All of them? Were all the nobles with magical powers in Kurtmaga Kingdom that dangerous? Steed, you're exaggerating it. Shaft-kun, the people most likely to harm Larry are the nobles with magical powers. Still, not all of them are hostile, so they're not entirely our enemies. To begin with, why are the magical nobles here likely to harm Leprechaun-sama? Your daughter? Duke Baga's eyes narrowed in response. He then shifted his glance to Malta-san, who sat beside me. Because the third prince, Kurtmaga, has the right to succeed the throne, isn't it? Malta-san said in response to the stare. This year, Prince Ark will turn 15 years old, becoming an adult. Over the course of the year, he will elect an aristocrat's daughter of this country to be his consort. If I'm not mistaken, Leprechaun-sama should be the youngest of all of them. She has also succeeded in subjugating a labyrinth. She is also a part of the Baga family, a high peerage, so she is one of the best candidates to become a consort. That's right. Of course, they wouldn't attack her openly. Even so, I'm quite worried. I understand, but since I'm only an escort for a month, wouldn't that be meaningless if something happens after? Haha. You need not worry about that. When January comes, I've decided that I'll talk to all the nobles with magical powers. I could say for sure that these nobles were going to be taken care of, politically, in January. Afterward, Malta-san and I left the office. We confirmed the details in a separate room with Steed, namely, scheduling and rewards. The escort mission would start soon. Tomorrow morning. Malta-san and I sat facing each other in the carriage on the way back. Shaft-sama, is it alright for you to accept? I was very surprised when you took off your mask back there. That face was Fufu. Since they've seen that face, they won't be able to associate me with Schwartz anymore, right? Besides, I also thought of using different weapons during the mission. Since Shaft-sama has decided to accept, I'll do my best to help as much as I can. That would help me a lot. But I may not have enough time to buy non-attribute stones for a month. So, I'll buy up the magic stones available in the company. We'll provide it for you, so you don't have to pay for it. No, I'll pay you accordingly. Since we've always been helping each other, please accept my money as thanks. If that's so, we'll humbly accept. As the carriage rolled along, he bowed his head. At the Marida Company's Baga branch employees' lodging, a private room had been rented for Shaft's personal use. There, I checked the equipment needed for the mission tomorrow. If La Patricia-sama saw weapons similar to the ones Schwartz usually used, she could think there was a connection between the two. In order to avoid that, I chose a different loadout. I took out a large number of weapons from the supply box summoned via the TSS. The first was the Smith & Wesson E&E Tomahawk. This was a throwable melee weapon, sold by the American S&W Company. Its overall length was about 40 centimeters, and the blade was about 20 centimeters, including the projection of the axe's head. I took out 4 of these. The next one would be the Welred Ver VMB. A suppressed pistol developed in Britain. It would go on to become the main armament of this time. The Welred was developed especially for military use in World War II. It resembled a Tunfa, because of its shape. It used the 9x19 Parabim cartridge. It had designed after the real-life version. With a capacity of 5 to 8 rounds, it had been turned into a semi-automatic weapon rather than a bolt-action. It could also be used as a Tunfa because of its shape. For this request, I'll be using the Welred Tomahawk and the special electromagnetic baton as my basic loadout. I've also prepared the FMG-9 to carry beneath my clothes. I chose the melee weapon so I could avoid firing guns in the mansion and ballroom. It was also to deceive La Patricia-sama by using fighting techniques, which was different from Schwartz's, and guard her as I fight in close quarters. However, a problem arose when I tried it this way. That was my CQB ability. However, when I was mapping the Wolves Labyrinth, and collecting the magic water, I had the chance to test it out. With this in mind, what would happen if I used the powered suit to enhance my physical ability to the max? Would it increase my attack? To confirm this, using the baton, I thought of the melee attack from VMB. Sensing my intention, I felt power running through my body. Leaving everything to my power, I could use the move just like when I was in game. From the side, I swung at a skeleton I was fighting and crushed its knee. I moved to the side and swung the baton down on its neck while turning around it. If it were VMB, the enemy player's neck would have broken, but the current opponent would not die unless his magic stone left its body. So I hit the magic stone from its body. I, who lived in the previous world, hadn't learned any combat techniques. Of course, however, most of VMB's players were the same, and in order to fight in the game, support systems were required for melee combat. The system was also here as well. Since I knew about it, I had been using melee combat. I had taken out all the melee weapons in my inventory and repeated the CQC attacks I used in game. The amount of practice was not enough, but that was for the future. And in the future, I planned to integrate my CQC too. The next morning, I was in the Marida Company's carriage and about to head towards Bardage Castle. Malta-san, could you hold these for me? Ha! What is it? As a final test, I handed over the tomahawk and the baton over to Malta-san. You can hold them. But what about these? I hand over the well rod to him. Do I also need to hold this? Ha! The well rod turned into bits of light and disappeared. However, the tomahawk and the baton did not. Thank you. You've been a great help. Ha! If it's fine for Shaft-sama, then it's not a problem for me. I wanted to confirm this before starting my job as La Patricia-sama's escort. I know that firearms couldn't be handed over to others. On the other hand, it was possible for avatar items. Well, what would happen to melee weapons? The answer was, only firearms couldn't be passed over to others. You're asking why the need for me to confirm this? Looks like we've arrived. In that case, take care, Shaft-sama. See you later, Malta-san. I got off the carriage. Then I informed the guards out front of my appointment and went inside with the guards' guidance. Weapons are prohibited inside the castle. The weapons sorting and tool bags are here. Yesterday, with Malta-san, I had the weapons I brought checked, but since I've asked Malta-san beforehand, I attended without any. Yet, today was different. It seems that from now on, I'll be escorting her despite not having any. As prompted by the guards, I took out and placed the baton and 4 tomahawks on the table. The moment they saw me taking out the tomahawks, the guards' eyebrows twitched. Isn't that the Black Mask's weapons? I heard some murmurs from the guards around me. After I'd been finished, the guards checked my body. When it was over, it was time to see La Patricia-sama, who was waiting for me. Excuse me, La Patricia-sama. I've brought Shaft. Please, come in. It didn't seem like I was being taken into a private room. It was a salon, a parlor, I think. The guards urged me through the door, but I didn't want to. The parlor was painted with a cream color. A large window had been installed to allow light to enter. 2 women were basking in the sunlight, sitting at the table. One had short, blonde hair, a girl around 10 who wore a light blue dress. Her soft demeanor, which was inherited from her parents, embodied in her smile as she chatted with the woman. Her smiling pink lips were like small cigarette petals. She was La Patricia-sama. The other one sitting across from her was Ashley. There are only 2 escorts allowed in the royal castle and the banquet. Duke Franklin Barger had said this. In other words, I and a woman would be escorting La Patricia-sama. I've been waiting for you, Shaft-san. Ashley-san, he's the other escort. Shaft-san. La Patricia-sama introduced me to Ashley-san. I closed the parlor's door behind me quietly. Somehow, I felt like escaping as I closed it. Ashley-san got up from her hair and walked towards me. The morning light caught the mithril chair and the ruby that hung around her neck in the morning light, and her hair swayed with each step she took. I felt fascinated by her beauty from behind my mask, and I wasn't able to take a step until she stood before my very eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Ashley Zapanel. I'll be escorting her along with you for about a month. Let's get along, Shaft-ash. Upon saying so, her head tilted sideways as she looked me in the eyes. Her expression changed in a flash. She was clearly doubting something, because she knitted her thin, even eyebrows. Schwartz-san, what are you doing hiding yourself with a mask? There was quite some distance from the parlor's entrance and where La Patricia-sama was. So even though Ashley-san said that with a loud voice, it seems that I didn't need to be concerned with La Patricia-sama hearing it. Wait, that's not the problem here. Why was I found out? I haven't said anything yet. I'm wearing the Kevlar mask and had the zombie face below it. I've never wore this kind of cloths in any combination before. I'm Shaft. Did you perhaps confuse me with someone else? For some reason, I also replied in a loud voice. I don't think my voice was shaking. I've heard that the other person who's to escort with me is the black masked Shaft. If you don't mind, would you please show me what's under the mask? She said that, in an equally loud voice. Our distance closed as she brought her face closer and forcefully peered into my eyes, which were covered with the mask. If I showed my face, she'd have no choice but to see I was not Schwartz. I put my hands on the mask, and slowly took it off. I could see La Patricia Sama flinch slightly as I did so. Ashley-san's eyes didn't part from mine, even when I showed the zombie face. Schwartz. What's with this face? Ashley-san refused to avert her gaze from my face, but what showed in her eyes were tears which reflected the morning sun, tears that looked like they'd overflow soon. Glittering. Her right hand approached my face, but didn't touch it. Though, I immediately understood that she avoided doing so because she was concerned and must have thought, would it hurt if I touch it? I put my mask out and called out to the person behind Ashley-san. La Patricia Sama, would you mind waiting for a little bit? I don't mind. I took Ashley-san, lightly, by her right hand, and took her out of the parlor. The guards who stood a bit away from the door shifted their attention to us. Suddenly appearing, they checked if everything was all right. I continued to pull Ashley-san and walked a bit down the passage, taking her to a place where people wouldn't hear us. Ashley-san, here should be fine, right? Schwartz-san, what's the meaning of this? I'll talk about the details later. To put it short, I'm living a double life as both Schwartz and Shaft in various ways. As for now, I'd appreciate it if you could address me as Shaft. I couldn't say for sure if Ashley-san, who stared at me, truly understood what I was saying. I understand, but is your face all right? Don't worry. This is just a disguise. There's nothing to be worried about. Is that so? I'm glad. Let's return. Shall we? La Patricia Sama is waiting for us, after all. Have you two finished talking? I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm glad to be La Patricia Sama's escort from here on, I declared, but truthfully speaking, my heart wasn't in the situation. I wasn't sure how, but Ashley-san had figured out I was Schwartz with one look. I still didn't know where I was lacking that she could recognize me immediately. I'll ask her later if my disguise could be revised. Then I should do so. After that, I must talk about Shaft to Ashley-san too. But that's the same as informing her about me as the Shaft that caused that commotion in the royal capital. And he was a murderer who slaughtered people there. Given that, I felt that it would much harder to tell her about that than the power of VMB, of the three of Duke Barga's daughters. It's nice that I got to escort Sansakwa's former member, La Patricia Sama. I will also be escorting her alongside the guild researcher Ashley-san. As of now, I am staying in the waiting room next to La Patricia Sama's private room. The role had been decided from the beginning. The male escort would accompany the client wherever she goes, and protect her with force if needed. The female escort would act as a court lady and protect the subject while she is staying in her room. As for a court lady, their responsibilities were to assist, usually, a noblewoman and serve it to their needs. But unlike servants, court ladies were expected to be well versed in governmental duties. In short, Ashley-san was dispatched for this mission because of La Patricia Sama's need a woman with both secretarial and escorting abilities. In addition to having sufficient capacity for the job, she was also close to La Patricia Sama. I couldn't freely enter or leave La Patricia Sama's private room, only being allowed to enter when summoned or if the situation called for it. Ashley-san took care of the secretarial works, coming and going from the room. Meanwhile, I was simply idle here. No, I'm doing my job here. You know, I'm monitoring the area via my map projected on the lenses of my Kevlar mask. I'm also listening to the surroundings via the sound sensor, so I could actually hear La Patricia Sama and Ashley-san talking next door. Ashley-sama, how did you become acquainted with Shaft? That guy. I met him during a survey for the General Guild. So, that's how. But, Ashley-sama, are you not afraid when you look at his face? His face? Yes. During my stay on Sazanka, I've been through various dungeons and subjugations. Of course, I've also fought undead before, but I didn't fear them. Actually, this is the first time I've felt scared when seeing someone's face. La Patricia Sama, you're about to enter the social world. You may start seeing Prince Ark in the future. But before that, You'll meet a lot of magical races and nobles first. You should remember this. Never be fooled by their appearance. Similarly, do not judge Shaft by his appearance. He's trustworthy, and no matter what happens, he will definitely protect you. Is that so? I've heard rumors about the Black Mask Shaft. It is said that he was the one responsible for blowing up the Yagok Company's storehouse, killing everyone inside. Right, the guild does keep track of his combat record. Looking only at the number, it was indeed an insane number of victims, but he also rescued 6 women during that incident, 4 of which were totally unrelated who just happened to be at the scene. If he was such a merciless and brutal person they made him out to be, do you think he'd be willing to save someone else who's unrelated to him? That I don't know. That's why, Laptirishus-sama, you must be able to firmly identify a person's true worth, be it Shaft, or any noble you meet in the future. All right, Ashley-sama. At one point, I stopped looking at the map and simply stared at the ceiling. What she said about me being a mass murderer and a merciless vandal, I can't refute that, nor can I really blame her for being scared of me. Ashley-san's footsteps are approaching. Apparently, she was returning to the waiting room. Shaft, we're heading out to the terrace to freshen up. Roger that. Ashley-san told me before she headed back into the private room. I got up from my chair and left the waiting room, standing guard in the corridor before Laptirishus-sama's private room until ordered otherwise. Whenever we had the chance to be alone, I would chat with Ashley-san about my endeavors as Schwartz, about the zombie face, about Rafflesia, and about how I refused Remy-san's offer to join the guild so I could continue exploring dungeons solo, and that Shaft was created so that Schwartz wouldn't be implicated with what I did. She quietly listened to all of what I had to say, and still chose to believe in me regardless. She only gave me on condition that when I'm acting as Shaft, I could call her Ashley. In return, she would call me Shaft. But when I'm acting as Schwartz, she won't allow me to call her just Ashley. Of course, I agreed to it. A moment later, Laptirishus-sama came out of the room with Ashley-san in tow. Both the girls headed to the terrace. With the mapping process of the castle itself already completed, I understood where it was completely. The terrace was located on the castle's 3rd floor. It was a pretty spacious balcony, with a dome-roofed gazebo in the middle. While Laptirishus-sama and Ashley-san sat underneath it, I stood guard near the terrace's entrance. Are they coming to the terrace because it's tea time? While I wondered about that, the princess took out a fairly thick book and proceeded to read it while she sipped her tea. From what I heard from them, apparently, it's a picture book depicting the crest of the noble families. Perhaps she's learning about it to better recognize the nobles she'll meet during tonight's party. But can she really memorize it all? While looking around vigilantly, I heard footsteps closing in on the terrace from within the castle. The first to enter the terrace was a maid pushing a tea cart. Right after was the deputy commander of the Bargain Knights and Viscount Butler Kamen. Viscount Kamen was a knight I encountered during the Emerald Demon Dungeon's conquest. I've met him before as Schwartz, but this would be the first time he'd met Shaft. Just like when we first met, he was wearing the silver full-plate armor, similar to what Captain Steed wore. The difference being that Captain Steed's armor was blue-colored. Beyond here is Laptirishus-sama. Would you please state your business? I stood in front of the door leading onto the terrace, preventing the well-groomed bearded knight from proceeding. Deputy Commander of the Western Bargain Knights, Butler Kamen. I'd like to confirm with Laptirishus-sama regarding Her Highness's travel schedule. A moment, please. I asked Butler and the maid to wait outside the terrace while I headed towards the gazebo. Ashley immediately noticed I was coming. Something happened? Deputy Commander Dono is here to confirm Her Highness's travel schedule, and a maid came to deliver more tea. Shaft-san, please allow them in. It was Laptirishus-sama who responded. She didn't seem to be that afraid of my zombie face. Maybe she has gotten over it somehow. As you wish. I bowed, placing my right hand above my leg and sliding one left slightly back before I headed back to the entrance. Deputy Commander Dono, sorry for the wait. Laptirisha-sama has been expecting you. Please come in. Thank you. By the way, aren't you that black-masked Shaft? My name is just Shaft. Black Mask is not my name. Who? I leave Laptirisha-sama in your care. Yes sir. This person didn't seem to realize that I am actually Schwartz. Keeping my head down, I waited until Viscount came and passed through. When I talked to Ashley-san during our spare time, she refused to mention how she recognized me as Schwartz immediately. The only reply I got was it's a secret, as she blushed and acted like a maiden in love. I could only feel embarrassed when she looked like that. Well, can I come in too? When I turned to the source of the voice, I found the maid gripping the tea cart handle hard, seemingly scared. I've already sent in Viscount Cayman to the terrace, so what's left was just the maid who fearfully waited on me to allow her to enter. Follow me. I motioned to the maid to follow me to the gazebo. Meanwhile, Viscount Cayman had already sat at one of the vacant chairs and begun discussing the schedule. The gazebo, where it sat center of the terrace, had cylindrical pillars with a dome roof. It was kinda like a pavilion if you ask me. Other than that, 90 centimeters fences had been built in between the pillars, except for the entrance. I didn't go inside the gazebo, and merely watched the maid serve the tea to the others. The maid seemed to serve lemon tea. She extracted the lemons from the tea cart's compartment, sliced them with a fruit knife, took out tea leaves, then started to place them in the teapot. 1 cup. 2 cups. 3 cups. 4 cups. 5 cups. Ain't that too many? Then the maid abruptly stopped moving upon hearing my unintentional comment. The hand holding the teaspoon trembled. Aren't there only 3 people here? You should only put 1 teaspoon more instead of 2. Is there a need to prepare extra? Indeed. Count me out. And first of all, the price of those tea leaves are probably 2 grams tilde 3 grams apiece, right? You do know that, don't you? Yes. Then just put enough tea leaves in the pot for the people. Then I noticed one other thing. When I touched the teapot, the porcelain was cold to the touch. The teapot should be warm to produce delicious tea. Do you know that? No, I didn't know that. Then, you do know that hot water is required to brew the tea, right? Pardon me. No. It's okay. Then, what's the temperature of the water? It should still be hot. It's in the holding bag. Take it out. Yes. The slightly pale-faced maid extracted the pot from the tool bag from the teapot's lower compartment. She handed the pot to me, so I opened the lid to check the contents. A hot mist came up from the water. It seemed to be good enough. I poured the water into the teapot and waited a bit. The maid only watched, fidgeting as she waited. It's as if she became my minion. Whatever. I transferred the hot water to the teapot with the leaves in already and handed the empty pot to the maid. Anyways, this is fine now. Please extract the tea leaves and put them in there. Yes. Scared, the maid scooped the leaves up from the pot with a teaspoon and dumped them inside the newly warmed teapot. Next was to pour the hot water into it. Wait, the capacity for each person should be 150 milliliters. Are you okay there? The maid didn't reply. She merely shook her head with teary eyes. Then let me. I received the hot water from the maid and poured it into the teapot. By pouring the hot water with the jumping method, it caused the tea leaves to move around due to convection. The tea leaves were divided into those that still floated on the surface and those that had sunk. After waiting for a while, the floating ones finally sunk as well. All the tea leaves finally sunk after about 3 minutes. While waiting for the tea taste to melt out, I explained to the maid that she could deliver the tea to try with the lemon cutlets to the gazebo shortly. I never thought that the Black Mask would be so thorough about tea. When I realized that the 3 people, who were supposed to be in the middle of a meeting, had stopped to watch the exchange between the maid and me, I have never been so grateful that I was wearing a mask at the moment, because the face behind the mask was burning red and sweated profusely due to embarrassment. I never thought that Shaft would have that kind of hobby. Is there a certain way to put the lemon in? Lapit Hirakushama listened silently, but with a smile on her face. I sensed no fear there. It's like the gallant figure of Lapit Hirakushama I saw back in the Emerald Demon Dungeon had returned. Yes, pour the tea inside the teacup, but only put the lemon in before drinking. Stir lightly, and extract the lemon immediately. Leaving the lemon inside the tea for too long will cause the bitterness of the lemon skin to come out and affect the taste. Then let's do that, Layla. Would you please? Yes, my lady. So that is the maid's name. From within the gazebo, I could hear remarks such as delicious or tasty, but I chose to ignore it. I stood guard outside the gazebo alongside maid Layla. Now that I thought about it, the tea I drank at Marida's company was quite delicious, but the same couldn't be said with those served in the coffee shops and the restaurants. In Baga, the taste differed vastly. It was probably the difference in the tea leaves quality, but this world hasn't really developed the proper way of brewing tea. I spent the rest of that day thinking about it too. During the escort mission, Ashley and I would need to stay a while in the Bardiche castle. Ashley got to sleep in a private room inside the waiting area since she's a woman. Meanwhile, I would be staying in a separate room meant for guards a bit away from hers. The room had 2 bunk beds that could actually be used for up to 4 people, but for this occasion, I got to monopolize the room for myself. According to the schedule, we'd be leaving for the royal capital on the next day. Then, a few days later, head to the next city, Venir, in the east. It's said that Venir is the largest entertainment city within Kurtmaga. I thought that I'd heard the name before. Sometime later, I remembered that Yagok intended to sell Marida's daughter and her maid to a high-end brothel there. We'll stay in Venir for a couple of days, return to the capital and then finally, Baga. Our journey shouldn't be too dangerous. Although there are people like Yagok out there, very few would dare to cross the Duke. The problem is after we arrive in Venir. It was a large city where many nobles gathered to discuss various topics they'd otherwise wouldn't mention in the capital. Be it politics, economy, or other topics. Both the Duke and the knights had a similar conception that if someone wanted to harm Lapit Hirakushama, it'd be during her stay in Venir. However, even if everyone knows it's dangerous, avoiding Venir during a noble's social debut was regarded as a serious matter. I really didn't understand the mysterious world of nobles, but seeing as Ashley herself is a noble, had she also debuted in Venir before as well? And just what kind of family is the Zephanel? I've meant to ask Ashley about it for a while. However, for some reason, I felt she was avoiding that topic. As for today, Lapit Hirakushama was scheduled for training from morning to afternoon. An instructor from the Baga Mage Guild had been invited for it, and it took place in the Knights training grounds just outside the castle. Lapit Hirakushama was 17 years old already. With the great merit of conquering the Emerald Demon Dungeon under her belt, it could be said that she'd graduated from her training period. Still, as a member of a noble family famed for their magical abilities, she had further room for growth. No, she'll be fighting on a different battlefield. For her, as a woman and mage, she'll have to put forth more effort into her life. I turned from Lapit Hirakushama as she was training, and patrolled the one-story house that was being used for her training. The knights training outside the training hall caught my attention. These knights were mainly using melee weapons, so if I were to fight them in close range, which type of CQB weapon should I use? One against many? What if the enemy consisted of knights and mages? I mulled those questions in my mind as I patrolled. Mox battle? That's right. The Mage Guild's instructor wants to see just how Shaft-san would fare against a team of knights and mages. So, he wants you to participate in a Mox battle. He said that it'd also serve as a good reference for Lapit Hirakushama. That was what Ashley-san told me after Lapit Hirakushama's lessons were finished. As I was visiting the Western Barga Knights training facility while escorting Laptirisha Sama during her scheduled magic training, the instructor had proposed a mox battle, with me as a participant, although it was a sudden request with the unlikely event I would fight against a team of knights and mages during this escort mission. Shaft, are you sure about this? Ashley-san asked me with a worried expression. Behind her, Laptirisha Sama and three who looked like mages, who appeared to be mages, stood. Is this sir truly the Black Mask? Shaft? One of the three mages, a mostly bald man with grey hair and a beard that reached down to his chest, walked forward. He didn't seem to be just any random mage, as he carried himself with a dignified air. That's right. I am the Mage Guild's deputy chief of the Barga branch, Gareth Mose Themis. A noble, maybe? Thankfully, Ashley-san quickly whispered he's Count Themis to me. I would like to demonstrate to Laptirisha Sama on what a mage should, and be capable, of doing on the battlefield. Would you assist me, please? But I'm here as Laptirisha Sama's escort. The mock battle will be enacted between you and the knights. The knights, in particular, wish to know whether you have the necessary strength to be entrusted with protecting Laptirisha Sama. The Duke himself has personally chosen me to be her escort. Is that not convincing enough? The Duke's decision was based on rumors and hearsay. Please take into consideration of their feelings. They're worried sick that they'd have to leave the princess's protection to a mercenary. I guess I don't have a choice. I did want to try fighting a team of knights and mages. So, let's just take this situation as an opportunity. All right. However, I won't pull my punches. As long as no one dies instantly, we'll be able to heal them. The other participants and I moved to the training area. Among us, there were two young mages that had been with Count Themis. So it'd be 1 against 4. Laptirisha Sama and Ashley-san would be spectating from a small tent that had been specially prepared for them. Count Themis sat next to Laptirisha Sama, talking to her about something. The Western Barga Knights also gathered in the training area. Somehow, I felt like the mock battle had become some sort of attraction. Count Themis explained to Laptirisha Sama regarding what I would probably do, and how the mages should counteract. The atmosphere still felt like training to this point. But she's been with Sasankwa for a while. Couldn't she judge something like this by herself by now? Well, whatever. Right now, I needed to focus on the 4 people in front of me. Of the 2 knights, one was the standard type, sword and shield, while the other wielded a spear without a shield. 2 mages stood behind them, also carried the standard staff and were robed. Seeing both sides ready, the knight that acted as the referee shouted, signaling the start of the mox battle. Begin. At the same time, I ran forward. The opponent was in 2 rows, 2 deep. Knights at the front with the mages at the back. Their movements were clear in my eyes. In the FPS game, one technical difference that separated regular players from the advanced players was the order of killing. For example, suppose a player encountered 2 enemies around a corner. The regular player would just kill anyone who entered their crosshairs first and not consider which of the enemies would be detrimental to winning or losing that encounter. However, an advanced player would quickly weigh their own position, whether they've been seen or not. If they had, then they proceed to kill the one with the highest possibility of killing the player. To avoid this, one must be able to decide at a moment's notice which enemy posed the greatest danger. The ability to do so was a strict requirement for the higher-ranked players. Then, what about the 4 in front of me? There was still distance between us. As I'm running towards them, they're most likely on high alert. The last 2 mages at the back began to cast spells. I didn't know what magic they were casting, but it must have been offensive magic, so I had to eliminate them first. I quickly changed directions, heading right, but a knight readily stood between me and his mage. I've been fighting against skeleton mages in the Wolf's Fang Labyrinth. Those monsters would cast their magic even as their allies were in front of them. However, people wouldn't be able to do the same thing. Seeing as it was the Sword and Shield Knight, I used the speed boost from the power suit to dash forward. What? As I dashed forward, I heard through my earpads that the mage was flustered. The person in question had charged a 50 centimeters diameter fireball in front of him. I suppose it was ready to launch, but as the knight stood between me and the mage, he couldn't afford to hurt his ally just to get me. I covertly pulled out a pair of S&W tomahawks, hiding the act with the flourish of my overcoat as I flipped into the air. I aimed for the mage's right shoulder as he held his staff with his right hand. The lens on my mash showed me when to throw, showing a line. Gia! I heard a cry as I landed in front of the knight. I didn't bother to look, as I knew I hit the target. Bastard! Since I was bending down on my knee when I landed, the knight opted to swing his sword vertically down on me. I activated the CQC system. I held up the tomahawk to block the sword and diverted it to the left as I struck out with my right hand. The hit was strengthened with the power suit, and landed in the knight's abdominal area. The knight was stunned by the blow. I took that opportunity to strike at his neck with my left hand. His head leaned to the right due to that blow, and so I made use of that momentum to hit his jaw with my right elbow. With him taking a hit to the head, the knight fell to his knee. I rotated my body to follow the momentum and threw my second tomahawk at the other mage in the corner of my eyes. I'd racked up countless kills with these tomahawks while I played VMB, so I was very familiar with their usage. The thrown tomahawk cut into the mage's leg before he could unleash his ball of water. He collapsed to the ground. At that point, the knight approached at an alarming speed. He literally dashed to me from the other end of the arena. Was that a skill of his? While I thought that, I jumped backward to avoid his spear thrust. With the other knight still out, that left only the spear knight to fight me. I took out my last pair of tomahawks from under my coat. With Laptyricious armor in the spectator seat, I couldn't afford to fire the Walrod. I had to either use it as a tonfa, or sing it like a baton. I focused on the last knight, avoiding his left and right spear thrusts, switching positions. What if I tried that out? I stopped turning, deciding to try the idea that had crossed my mind. The first downed knight was still between me and him. I used the poor knight as a springboard and jumped up in time to avoid another spear thrust. I threw down a tomahawk while midair. The knight was skilled enough to deflect it with his spear. Well, considering its speed, someone like him should have been able to block it so long as he could see it coming, I guess. In any case, I could use the power suit to greatly improve its speed and impact. I still had to find an opening. Landing behind him, I didn't miss the fact that he'd already extended his spear on the attack, deflecting the spear to the right with my other tomahawk. I moved in and tapped him hard on the ear with my left palm. His body spun midair before landing on the ground. I picked up the spear he had dropped. Stay down. Then I stabbed the spear on the ground next to his head. That should be the end. It's done. I suppose that was convincing enough, yes? I directed the question to Count Themis, who was still sitting inside the tent. Wonderfully done. But the answer didn't come from the Count. Instead, it was from among the crowd of knights. Apparently, some time ago, Viscount Cayman had joined the crowd. Are you not going to stand up now, fools? You're the Knights of Baga. And here you are, being taken down by a single mercenary. You'd be dead if this was a real battlefield. Responding to the Viscount's shout, the two knights quickly stood up, each of them muttering that was a good lesson despite losing to me. The mages who'd been hit by tomahawks had already been treated by someone who could use healing magic. Once had a tomahawk lodged in his shoulder, and the other had his leg cut off. Could healing reconnect severed limbs? Looking at the process, it turned out to be possible, although it looked like a painful experience nonetheless. Apparently worried about me, Ashley ran to me. Good work, Shaft. Are you hurt anywhere? Nothing's hurt. What comes after this? It's training for the practical use of magic in the first place, so they'd go back to the training room to review the mock's battle. By training room, she probably meant the one-story building near the training ground. I guess the fight continues on. But it's just one mock battle after all. Why, of course. Well, you'd better firmly explain everything to Larry. In the tent, I could sense that a different kind of battle was awaiting me. Sitting inside, Laptirisha-sama looked to me with a smile. Meanwhile, I couldn't see the meaning behind Count Thermos's expression, but if I had to guess, it's likely he'd found something interesting. For the time being, I picked up the thrown tomahawks before I headed into the tent. After the quickly organized mock battle, everyone gathered in the one-story building near the training ground. The official name of the building turned out to be Training Room, but to me, it looked like a regular classroom with a simple school office attached to it. There were no chairs or tables in the room, just a large table with a flat basin filled with sand to simulate the battlefield. Using the sand basin, they'd place small models to depict an operational area, then discuss operation details. Interesting. I like this kind of discussion. Even during my time as a member of Team P0W Dare, in my old world, I was often involved in the discussion over who, where, and how we'd move about a map. It was a discussion to decide on the best strategy. Well then, let's begin reviewing the earlier battle. Count Thermos stood at what I thought was the top side of the table. Pieces representing the knights and mages were placed on the sand. For some reason, they used a demi-human piece to represent me. From there, a Q&A session was held between him and Laptirisha-sama. Like how she should move, what magic she should use, and what she should do if she was the last one standing, etc. The discussion went on with both people turns drawing lines in the sand with a thin white stick, going into deeper details regarding strategy. They weren't the only people standing by the table. In addition to the knights and mages, Viscount Cayman had also mixed in. Occasionally, he'd jump into the discussion. Earlier, I was worried about what I should do after the mock battle, but here, I was now involved in a heated discussion. Young man, you make me wonder about what you're hiding under the mask. I'm not trying to be rude, but that tactical theory you proposed earlier, does that really look like something a mere mercenary can come up with? The review actually went on, and it actually ran over schedule. On the way back from the training grounds, Viscount Cayman took his time to ride his house side by side with our carriage to ask me. Nothing much. I use this mask to cover my disfigured face. No other reason. Then, once the escort mission is over, would you like to join the Western Barga Knights? I decline. That's a shame. Recently, we've seen a decline in the number of young men wanting to join us. Decline. It's to the point that this old me can't ever retire. That's something I'd know about. After such an exchange, returned to the castle. There was no schedule outing today. Laptirisha-sama and Ashley-san brought in several maids, along with several employees from a luxurious clothing store into the changing room, apparently to decide which dress she would wear during her visit to the Capsule and Veneers ball. Meanwhile, I stood guard outside the changing room. At first, when I heard that it would be an escort mission, I didn't expect that the job would be this plain. When I was with the Marida Company on an escort quest, I had been on alert all the time while traveling. Compared to that, this escort mission was by far calmer. Perhaps the situation would change once we headed to the cities. Here in Bardiche Castel, I didn't find a need to be vigilant, since there was no danger with all the guards here. In addition to that, there was also Ashley-san, who wasn't a pushover of an escort either. She was also next to Laptirisha-sama most of the time as her secretary and court lady, in charge of schedule adjustments and other things. Meanwhile, I only needed to exert my effort only when needed. Tomorrow, we leave the fort city of Barga and head to the royal capital. There, Western Barga Knights would escort us throughout the journey. Apparently, Duke Franklin Barga would also be accompanying Laptirisha-sama to report the Emerald Demon Labyrinth's conquest. At the capital, They'll attend a lunch party and night banquet to celebrate both the new year and the dungeon conquering every day during their stay, not to mention the party at Duke Barga's own residence in the capital. The schedule was jam-packed all right. My actual escort mission would start once we arrived. Despite my unwillingness, Ashley Sand still urged me to also attend a good number of the events. As I recalled tomorrow's schedule in melancholy, I heard footsteps approaching from a nearby passage. At first, I immediately stood guard right in front of the door, but upon seeing who it was, I moved slightly to the side. "Good job. Is Raleigh available?" "Yes, please wait a moment." I knocked on the changing room and called Ashley. "Ashley, Lady Imrida is coming in." Coming from the hallway was Duchess Imrida Barga. Lady Imrida was a blue-eyed elf with the same blonde hair as Laptyrisha Summers. She had her long blonde hair styled in a bun behind her head, in a similar fashion to Xinyan. Stories had it that she was very much in love with Duke Barga. Although, one would probably doubt that, considering she looked no older than a woman in her 20s. This world had no particular repulsions to interracial marriage. Would the children born between them be a mixed race? A half, so to speak? I don't think that's the case. The children would either be their father's or mother's race. Accompanying Lady Imrida as she entered the changing room, a young red-haired woman named Sierra Cayman. If it wasn't obvious already, Sierra was Viscount Cayman's granddaughter. I could hear the changing room become noisy afterward. Lady Imrida was apparently acquaintanced already with Ashley San, sounded happy during the talk. Also, unlike Duke Barga who could only tag along up until the capital, she'd be joining us on this excursion to the capital and Venia City. Lady Imrida would be bringing her own escort, so I don't have to watch over her as well. But if the situation required, I would certainly work together with her escort. But that's all for now. As for now, those inside the changing room seemed to be enjoying themselves as I could hear happy squeals coming from inside. I also heard Laptyrisha Sama exclaiming, "It's getting bigger again? And how come you're still this slim despite that? How envious. What on earth are they talking about?" On the next day, it was time to depart to the royal capital. The Western Barga Knights lined up in ceremony for our departure from the castle. Duke Barga gave a speech regarding the new year and the conquest, as well as the following efforts that would be required to further develop Barga territory for the year. And finally, the gate of the castle opened. The citizens had gathered up along the roadside to join the celebration. Eventually, the parade began with the escort knights marching out. A lot of citizens had gathered to see the princess who conquered the dungeon, along with their beloved lord. Barga Duchess and Laptyrisha Sama were riding in a roofless carriage, waving their hands to the citizens that willingly came early in the morning to watch. Ashley San and I were watching the parade from a distance on foot. The one in charge of escorting the parade today was Laptyrisha Sama's elder brother, the eldest son of Duke Barga, making him the next in line to inherit the dukedom. He's also the commander of the Western Barga Knights. He would stay behind in Barga, taking care of the dukedom while the duke was away. Viscount Cayman would take over the leading position of the escort troops on our way to the capital. Once the parading around the fort city was over, the carriage headed out to the city gate to depart to the capital. Duke and Duchess Barga, as well as Laptyrisha Sama, exchanged their carriage with a more subtle one. Captain Steed even come to see us off. With that, we headed to the rest area east of Fort City Barga. 3 days into the trip to the royal capital, and while being escorted by the Western Barga Knights order, we'd stayed at the rest spot east of Barga. However, nothing occurred such as a bandit attack like during Marida Company's escort, and the city gates came into view as we went. Duke and Duchess Barga passed through the carriage, followed by Laptyrisha Sama. Even more carriages came in behind. Surrounding them were knights and other lords as their guards. I entered the royal palace an hour before sunset. The streets were filled with people returning home from work. The Duke's coat of arms was displayed on the carriage as it moved slowly through the streets. I could hear the people who saw it. It's Duke Barga. Could it be the Black Mask? The Black One? The Black One returned. I sat on the outer seat of Lapithira Sama's carriage. Ashley was inside, and the coach was a private driver. As such, I stayed on the alert and checked the surroundings. It might be because of that, my eyes met with many of the commoners around us. The carriage was at the forefront, although there were foot soldiers clearing a path for the carriage. As one sitting on the coach's seat, I stood out. This setup had been decided on by Duke Barga, but the reason might have been to let the people know I was serving Duke Barga. During the parade in Barga, there wasn't anyone who called me by Black Mask. At the very least, my earpads hadn't picked it up. However, the people of the capital hadn't yet forgotten the ruckus I'd caused at the end of last year. Rather, enough time hadn't passed for that to happen. Yaegercha Company colluded with the bandit ground that had been ravaging the south, Demon Lotus, to attack the main convoy of the Marida Company and abduct officials. Then, Yaegercha's confession and the discovery of the black accounts in the collapsed mansion had revealed their smuggling. After that, the tale of what had happened had circulated within the capital. The reason for it was that, "Hey, what is that?" A signboard came into view. Without thinking, I pointed it out to the driver and asked, "Huh? Does Mr. Shaft not know?" The black nobleman who arrived in the royal capital, Black Mask Shaft, saving the girls taken away by evil companies, defeating bandit groups all by himself, uprooting the evil within the capital. It's a very popular show within the royal capital. What? My eyes were stuck on the signboard, placed on top of the passing theater. While I felt a sense of indescribable collapse, the row of wagons reached Duke Barga's mansion. The mansion itself was located in the first-class district, the nobles district, and it was a great mansion, one of a few worthy to be called a duke's mansion. The building was a three-level symmetrical stone brick structure with brownish-red bricks and large windows. It was impressive. Maids lined up in front of the arched gateway in front of the mansion's center. In the middle was, maybe, a butler with long silver hair. A man stood dressed in a butler's black attire. He was not the common race. His face was too pretty. Maybe an elf? I got off the carriage as it stopped before the gate, and opened the carriage door for the others. The first off was the secretary and lady-in-waiting, Ashley. Taking her hand, I helped her down. The next was Lapithira Sama. As with Ashley, I helped her by the hand down off the carriage. In the carriage behind us, Duke Barga's guards were working on the door. "Welcome home, Master, Mistress, young lady." R. Volker. "Nothing has changed, right?" "Yes, Master." This old, Mr. Volker, was apparently the steward who took care of everything in the capital for Duke Barga. Ashley and I were also greeted by Mr. Volker and were shown to Lapithira Sama's private room, and our own rooms. The rooms were connected to the private room, so we could always be on standby. "Can I walk freely in the mansion?" "Yes, as long as you don't go into the master or mistress's private rooms. Guards can come and go as they please." When I asked to confirm as I listened to the mansion's explanation by the maid who led me, the still young maid looked straight at my black mask and answered with a flushed face, "Why am I being stared at? No, wait. When I was a budding member of the FPS Pro Team Powder, I got such gazes too. They were gazes of fans, regardless of their gender." Black nobleman. I could hear the mutterings of the maid's small child. Weird. In order to avoid bringing attention to Schwartz, combat acts and display of prowess was supposed to be done in my second identity, Shaft. Somehow, the name Shaft had become incredibly famous. How did this happen? Thinking about this, I mapped the Duke's residence. After I had mapped the Aeneid, I went outside and did the same as well. The thing I pulled out from the large black supply box was a small white cylinder. It was a tactical unattended ground senior Calden/GR9 V1 TUGS. After opening the three bottom legs, You place it on the ground. This TUGS would sense vibrations and sounds within a 25-meter radius around it, and display it on my minimap. Going to the other side of the mansion, I set up another TUGS. I could put up 2 of these TUGSs at a time, and 2 smaller minimaps would display alongside my larger one. These maps, even if over 150 meters away from me, would only show the 25-meter radius around the TUGS. There was a reason to why I was doing all this work. If you adjust the size of the map to completely monitor the movements of people within the mansion, you cannot monitor movement outside. No matter what, intruders can't just suddenly appear within the mansion. They have to come from outside. After returning to the mansion after finishing up outside, I was told that the Duke was calling for me. Guided by the maid, I headed to the Duke's office. Pardon my intrusion. It's Shaft. I've been waiting, Shaft. I seem to have kept you waiting. No, I don't mind. You were patrolling the premises as a guard, right? Was there anything to be concerned about? The officer, Duke Franklin Barger, and his steward Volker, was waiting. No, I only went out because I wanted to check out the property. So, what is the matter about that? Let's start with me. Apparently, Mr. Volker, the steward, had been serving the Barger family close to 200 years. Elves' longevity was surprising, but their loyalty was even more so. From Volker's explanations, plans of arrivals and departures formed tomorrow onwards, the midday and evening party schedule and more. Oh, is it the theater? That's right. I want to watch the recently popular show. If the schedule permitted, I wanted to go watch it. That is, of course, it's The Black Mask, as expected. It's that. I returned from Duke Barger's office to standby dorm next to Laptirisha Sama's private room. This is the room I'd sleep in and have my meals during my stay in the residence. The other escort, Ashley, would take her meals with Laptirisha Sama and the Duke couple, but then return to the standby rooms. As such, the standby room consisted of a living room with 2 connecting bedrooms, with twin beds. There was a restroom, but no baths. In this world, bathhouses, falses similar to public baths, were common, and only some aristocrats had a bathroom in the mansion. Of course, in this mansion, the Duke's residence had a bathroom. It was for the Barger house and its guests. The maids also had a small private bathroom for their own use. I'm the only one in the standby quarters, with no one else in the other bedroom. When I came back, I asked the maid who was cleaning Laptirisha Sama's room, and she informed me that Ashley and Laptirisha Sama went to bathe together. While I waited for them, I selected the avatar customization from the TSS, removed the overcoat and German suit. Now, I only wore the thin-powered suit with pants, but I could wear a rougher outfit with the day's guard coming to an end soon. When I was called to the office, I'd been given specifics on the dress code for the luncheon and evening party. Even though I was a guard, I'd be accompanying the Duke's daughter. She was making a social appearance, and the thing called formal clothing was required. I didn't have anything of the sort, so I'd been offered a loan of clothes. However, I refused due to the function since it required undercover equipment. I thought about a configuration that didn't violate the dress code as I searched through the shop, keeping in mind I had to carry weapons. In the end, my luncheon attire consisted of a black frock coat, a white shirt, a grey vest, black pants, and a grey tie. The evening part would be a black tailcoat, white shirt vest, white tie, and black trousers. In VMB, when I saw a player wearing a tuxedo while shooting, I thought, aren't they crazy? I doubted I'd ever thought there'd be a time I wore formal clothing while carrying a tomahawk. Life was something that couldn't be understood. I tried on various clothes within my TSS. Just when I thought I was satisfied, the knock came from the room's door. It seemed like they were back. Shaft. I'm back. Ashley, who had returned, was standing in the doorway. The soapy scent from the bath wafted in and reached me. Her copper hair was moist from the water, I wonder if she was going to dry her hair here. Are you going to come in? Isn't it cold out there? If you stay there while wet, you're going to catch a cold, you know. Right. I wonder if she's dizzy from the bath. Ashley's face looked a little red as she came in, and began to dry her hair. I was sitting on a chair in the living room while tampering with the TSS. The daytime use frock coat could hide weapons, but the night use tailcoat didn't have much room. An edge tool, the tomahawk, could be removed while in the castle, but would the baton or welded be enough? I thought over whether I could still hide anything. So, you had those kinds of clothes, Shaft. When I looked up, Ashley stood in the bathroom. I was told by the Duke that we need to dress up for tomorrow's lunch and the evening party. I don't think these clothes are suitable for guards, but I can't afford to embarrass Leptyrishus Sama. That's so, but I think that it suits you really well. Really? Thank you. I'm not used to wearing these, you see. It's a bit tight. But only that black mask doesn't suit you. I think that Schwartz suits you better than Shaft, and that mask underneath the Kevlar mask was not the zombie. The reason that I wore it in different ways after clearing the setting once when I customized the avatar, I got up from the chair and slowly removed the Kevlar mask. Perhaps from her point of view, whether I was wearing the mask, or hiding the zombie face, such a thing meant nothing at all. It suits you. Thank, Ashley. Shaft, would you both like to join me for black tea? I heard Leptyrishus Sama speak up as the door connected to the neighboring room was opened. She could only see my back, since she couldn't see my real face, the face of Schwartz. I immediately put the mask back on, then replied, I will gratefully accept. Please, let me have a sip. The next day, the Barga couple left the mansion to attend a New Year's ceremony at the Imperial Castle. Leptyrishus Sama attended the lunch party for unmarried sons and daughters, held at an influential noble's home. There weren't any nobles with rank, and that was to say, this was like a practice before the real thing. The party's host was an old lady named Capsine Madlists. She had already lost her spouse, and her peerage had been succeeded by his son. Now, she held a small party for the next generation of noble children, and it seemed like they were learning mannerisms and other things. When I entered the Madlists' estate, the weapons recovery had not finished. I was uneasy as the baton and welded hadn't recovered. However, the maid in charge of collecting the weapons smiled bitterly as I took out my tomahawk from underneath my frock coat. The lunch party's venue was held within a separate building on the estate grounds, a two-story stonemason building, but from the outside, the terraces and windows on the second floor were spectacular. If the sun went down, it'd be illuminated by the lights in the room. It'd definitely be romantic. First, I'll take the girl to the dressing room on the first floor. From there, I'd go up the stairs and stay indoors at several spaces put aside for guards. During the party, Ashley would be with Leptyrishus Sama. Although there was a buffet, it was just basically there for others to meet and talk. Though there were only a few people within the hall and I could see the band. I hadn't properly listened to this world's music yet. It seemed like flutes and string instruments, so it'd most likely be a classically styled melody. The attendees, who had been preparing below, came to the second floor one after another. Before long, all of them had gathered. I could see Leptyrishus Sama and Ashley. Finally, the host, Mrs. Capsine Madlists, entered to announce the start of the luncheon. The band began to make gentle sounds, and the boys shyly began to approach the girls, who were whispering to their attendants. While I watched them all, I didn't loosen my vigilance. I mapped the venue in an instant and monitored the movements of everyone. I listened to sounds and voices, and what I heard was a little too embarrassing, so let's keep it hidden. On the schedule's first day, we finished the luncheon and returned to the Varga mansion. Tonight, a dinner party hosted by Duke Varga would be held here. This time, it was necessary to prepare for it. This escort request was a busier job than I expected. Today is the second day of the escort mission in the capital. The plan today was for Laptirisha Sama to visit the home of an adventurer clan called Camellia during the day, and in the afternoon, to watch the opera play at the indoor theater with Duke Baga and his wife. The opera was called the same as it was in my previous world. An opera is a play with musical accompaniment, composed of plays and orchestral music. I've never seen a full-fledged opera in my old world, but I've been to the theater a few times. The vibration of the sound echoing through the hall, the movement of the actors on stage, and the story that wasn't just a happy end. It was very sophisticated. No matter how it went, tonight's opera, if possible, would have also been a pleasure to watch. Apart from escort duty, the work was titled The Black Nobleman Dancing in the Royal Capital, Dark Shaft. In addition to the opera, today we have to go to the clan house of Camellia. Camellia was acquainted with Schwartz, who defeated the Emerald Demon Labyrinth, but it was the first time meeting Shaft. Both of them were waiting for Laptirisha Sama and Ashley to be ready, although they don't want to face each other. One day had passed since I left Baga for the royal capital, and another passed within the capital itself, but my map hadn't shown any suspicious movement, nor has any disturbing conversations come up. After all, if something were to happen, it'd probably be at Vienna, the next stop. Thinking about that, we prepared ourselves. Right then, two people approached the door. "Thank you for waiting. Laptirisha Sama is ready. We will now head to Camellia's clan house." Following Ashley out the door, Laptirisha Sama emerged with a white cloak-like robe and a short cane with a silvery sheen. The attire was similar to an adventurer's. It wouldn't be the only a greeting to Camellia's clan house. It was also to see their training area and magic. The current clan master of Camellia was a female noble named Viscount Cyphria Asneva. A story I've heard while conquering the Emerald Demon Labyrinth said that she was a single noblewoman. She'd chosen to protect and nurture the members of her clan until they grew up to protect other members, while taking in a son-in-law after retiring as an adventurer. Riding on the carriage provided by Duke Baga, we headed towards the 3rd district where the clan house was located. Currently, I was sitting at the carriage's helm. The clan house was a 3-story building built with brick stone, a rectangular building similar to an apartment. Now then, let's go. Camellia was a female-only clan, and their clan house also banned men. The training area was in a different location, and it seemed like it was possible for me to accompany them there. I'd be staying in the coach seat until Laptirisha Sama returned. After waiting for an hour, I could finally hear her and Ashley's footsteps coming from the clan house. I also noticed the steps of someone walking in front of them. It was to notice no. It was so silent I could barely recognize it, but I knew that it was a firm walking pace. Whose footsteps were those? Thank you for waiting, Shaft. We will now head to the training area. Ashley and Laptirisha Sama emerged from the clan house. Next to Laptirisha Sama was a really tall woman. She wore a knight's uniform with red and yellow lines. Her red hair was nearly crimson and tied at the top of her head. It flowed off the side in a ponytail. However, it curled halfway down. "Are you Dark Shaft?" "Just Shaft. Are you dissatisfied that the topic about you is only told in theaters, rather than actually being announced in the royal capital?" After saying so, the red-haired woman smacked my shoulder and laughed. "I'm Camellia's clan master, Cyphria Asneva." Viscount Asneva, who was as tall as me, smacked my shoulders before dragging me along to the training field without question. Well, she was only holding my shoulders, and yet, why did I feel like my freedom of movement had been sealed? And because of that, I gave her resistance as we went to the back of the clan house. The training area was a 1-story building that had a dojo-like area combined with an archery field. It was here that Laptirisha Sama would cast magic while aiming at targets. What kind of training is this? To me, it only looked like someone tried to hit a target with magic. Or more like, why is Viscount Asneva giving advice right beside me? and she still locked onto me even now. I don't know if this was some form of skinship, but because of it, my body wouldn't move properly. Wasn't this abnormal? Well, I am a Manyuk, so I wouldn't be able to detect any magical anomalies within my surroundings. In other words, it could be said that what is sealing my movements was a technique that wasn't just purely physical. I don't really know why I was being detained, and if I wanted to harm Laptirishya-sama or Ashley, then I'd only need to use my mobile arm to do so. If I wanted out of this state, I'd have no choice but to use the ver.vmb. Laptirishya-sama's training continued for about 1 hour, for which I was restrained for. This is a good place. I'll come here again if I have the time. Thank you very much, Master. Did it finally end? Larry, Ashley, can I have some time with this person? Ashley, who was watching Laptirishya-sama's magic practice, made a strange response along with me. During the training, Ashley's gaze went back and forth between me and her ward. Displeasure was shown in her eyebrows. What now? It's just a bit of time. Can you give us an explanation of why later? All right. Laptirishya-sama and Ashley went away from the training area, leaving only me and the Viscount alone. I was finally released from my restraint and we faced each other. I would like to hear directly from the famed Dark Shaft. From which dark guild do you come from? What's this person talking about? Or more like, how did she ever think of such a thing? I'm only registered with the Mercenary Guild. I don't know about dark guilds. Are you sure? If that is so, then why are you hiding your magic? Wah, you see, I am someone with the skill magic detection. I can normally see the magical flow in everyone, and those that I can't see, like you, would usually be people from the dark guilds. Just like the majority of them, they use magic tools to hide their magic, right? My black doesn't have such a function, and I'm only trying to hide my unattractive face. Also, isn't it normal for escorts to hide as much of their magical power as much as possible? This is also to protect those that need protection from people like you. Are you lying, or telling the truth? I am. Viscount Asnova was only 3 meters away. However, despite the distance, I felt the air around me grow cold. It was as if I was being watched through the scope of a sniper, and that I'll be shot if I make a wrong move. Fine, I'll believe you for now, but remember that the Dark Guilds have sent assassins out for her. If anything happens to Larry, and you survive, I'll be sure to be the one to kill you with my own hands. Assassins, is it? Thank you for the information. It'll be fine. Then I'll take my leave. Magic detention, you say? There were 2 types of special talent people were born within this world. Skills and abilities. I have encountered many skill users. However, the only ability user I've encountered was Resmond-san with appraisal from Barga's General Guild. I wondered if the people who lived in this world could easily use not only magical powers, but also various skills and abilities. When talking about special abilities, my VMB was not my only special ability. The people of this world had magic, the skills to use it, and other special abilities. Monsters also had a variety of skills they could use. I had to be sure not to become arrogant nor think I was special, and steadily and intelligently, slowly pull the trigger. 2. Dark Guild, is it? It seems like the master of Camellia found out that an assassination request had been issued on the girl. As soon as I returned from Camellia's clan house to the Barga residence, I headed to Duke Barga's office. I reported the story the Viscount told about the Dark Guild, but I didn't say that I was suspected of being an assassin. Foka, do you think the Dark Guild that issued the request is in the royal capital? Probably not. I haven't heard of any recent movements made by any of the Dark Guilds in the royal capital. As expected, it would be from Vena. Although, we also need to be vigilant in the capital. It'd most likely place for it to happen would be in Vena. Shaft, I won't be able to cancel the trip to Vena, but I'll be sending more escorts along the way. However, it will be you who will be escorting them to the parties and other noble mansions. Yes, It was almost dark. We were about to head to the theater. Ashley, who had changed into a new outfit, was waiting in the other room. Shaft. How did it go with the Duke? It was concluded that the attack would most likely come in Vienna, though we still need to be vigilant in the royal capital. We'll need to be more alert when we get into Vienna. Is that so? I understand. Let's definitely protect Larry. Of course. The theater was located in the 1st district. Unlike the outdoor theater in the 3rd district, only nobles or influential people could enter, and also had to follow a dress code. Ashley was like a secretary, but she was also an escort. That was why she dressed like a knight. I also changed into a tailcoat in my bedroom and I was ready to go. Ashley went to see if Laptirish-sama was ready and I went out into the hall to wait. I've been thinking about a lot of things, but what I was thinking about the most was the opera. Note: Moltu is now Marida, Marida is Marta. The daughter stays the same. The indoor theater was built in the 1st district, utilized magical building materials, otherwise known as magical architecture. The difference between it and the ordinary buildings was that magic reinforced its strength. Its appearance was rich and formed a large hall. Ashley said that such large magical buildings were powered with labyrinth cores after they were removed from their homes. This indoor theater was officially called the Kurtmaga Theater. On first look, it resembled a very large cylinder. Entering it, I presented my mercenary guild card and my escort certificate for Duke Barga. My axes were taken, but my electromagnetic baton and Welrod were allowed in. Upon entering the theater, we immediately attracted attention. People, especially the theater's employees, looked on in surprise. Some even stopped on the spot and stared at us. The Duke and Duchess of Barga along with Lady Emerida smiled at the scene. Laptirish-sama was also smiling, but Ashley and the other escorts all had serious expressions. Though it looked like they had to force the expressions. Our seating was in the VIP section of the theater, where nobility and the most prominent people of the 1st district could enter. We went up the stairs and entered that section, which was higher than the stage. Duke Barga's male escorts stood in front of the door, and the ones that went inside were Ashley and me with the 2 women we were escorting. Looking down the stage from the VIP seats, you could see that the theater's stage protruded outward and its seating curved around it. You could also see the orchestra was lined up before the stage. After all, it was expected for an opera to have an accompaniment. I visually checked for dangers in my surroundings. Looking over the guests before the stage, and the other guest rooms that were full of people, I didn't know how many seats there were in total, but there was more than several hundred people present. The performance was started in the outdoor theater within the 3rd district. Once it became popular, it had come over to the 1st district and it seemed that this was their first performance here. Duke Barga said that tonight's performance should be gathering a large number of powerful and magically proficient nobles, following the ceremony in the capital. No strange gazes were seen, nor suspicious sounds heard, and no dots appeared in unnatural positions when I checked the map. After a certain level of safety was confirmed, Mrs. Emerida, Laptirish-sama, and the Duke took a seat. The performance's running time was about 2 hours. Oh, I wondered what kind of shameful play was going to be shown. Eventually, the lights within the guest rooms and the audience seats of the stage slowly began to dim. Apparently, it was about to start, and I could see a man walking from the side of the stage. His destination was the orchestra pit one step down before the stage. He seemed to be the conductor, and the audience applauded him. That included the Duke of Barga and Laptirish-sama. The stage was still curtained off. The applause stopped and silence enveloped the theater. To begin, the overture, prelude, the conductor shook his stick and an up-tempo tone that foretold a fierce battle broke the silence. The sound of brass instruments resounded through the theater and string instruments strummed violently, leaving my body vibrating. I felt as if the live sound of the orchestra was, that after not hearing it for a long time, was not inferior to that of my previous world. It seeped into my body and synchronized with my mind even without knowing the details of the technology used, or how the instruments were performed. While being hit by the raw sound, I could feel my heart beating after, but I held my hands down by my waist. I forced myself not to be a part of the audience, other than the light spots reflected on the lens of the Kevlar mask, and the sound of the orchestra. I went about searching for any suspicious sounds. The overture was over, and the curtains rose after a short applause. In the first act, a stage resembled the outdoors at dusk. Was this the rest area of the royal capital? There were no horses, but there was a hooded carriage. Apparently, the performance seemed to start from the attack at the rest area. The orchestra started to play a little lively song. From behind the curtain, a fat man in a merchant-styled outfit went to the center cheerfully. "Is that Marida?" he sang along. With the accompaniment, a new labyrinth was found near the fortified city of Baga, which was quickly subjugated, and the harvest festival will take place in the territory. From the Marida Company obtained the right of first purchase, which granted further development and prosperity with the territory. The dialogue was spoken in song loudly, which echoed throughout the theater without losing to its accompaniment. As the number of characters began to increase, the songs turned into a chorus, and the prosperity for Baga and the Marida eventually turned into prosperity and glory for the kingdom of Kurtmaga. The scene changed and dusk turned to night. The music also changed, taking on a tune that felt like a calm before a storm. So far, the protagonist of the play hadn't appeared, and then, the raid begins. The battlefield sounds were accompanied by a solo trumpet. The next event portrayed was Marida being attacked by a gang of thieves, before managing to escape but eventually surrounded. Seriously, are they really going this direction? If I look at this from my previous world standard, this would already be a classic. From the curtains, accompanied by the sound of a gong, shooting out were balls of light bullets, hit the bandits that surrounded the merchant. Did it really look that cool? Finally, the Black Mask Shaft finally appeared, dressed in a light black night clothing, with a black cloak and red lining. Of course, the mask that he was wearing was a black Venetian mask not. A Venetian mask was a mask that could be worn in a masquerade, so you'd immediately think of it as an eye mask. Black Mask Shaft, which donned a black cloak, flipped over the stage and light bullets were thrown around. His face was only covered from the bridge of high nose to the top of his eyes. His mouth was completely exposed. However, it seemed like the light bullets used may have been the same as the ones used as the light source. I could understand that they were chanting the spell similar to singing, but I couldn't hear them at all, because of the magic that concealed them. It's not like it was an offensive magic, so there was no way the actors would get hurt if hit. The first act seemed to end when Black Mask Shaft saved Marida and sung his name. The curtains then descended as if pushed by the wave of applause, and a small break was entered. How about it, Shaft-kun? Was Black Shaft similar to what you've expected? As the actors descended, the applause subsided and began to get up. Looking at it, the Duke of Baga, whom I was standing behind, asked. It was completely embarrassing after all. Did Shaft really fight a large number of enemies? That's right, Mrs. Emirida. The assault on the area was carried out by a group of 30 people. My Shaft is really a wonderful magician if he were able to repel all of them. No, Emirida. He did a mock battle before this against knights and magicians. He's a fighter that conquered them all using only melee. Is that true? Yes, Mother. They did it at the Knights training grounds. During the conversation, I answered questions with a smile, despite wearing a mask. Before long, the curtain rose for the second act. The next scene was a mansion or a merchant's house. It was different from the first act, which was only the actors. In the second act, it was a lot of actresses playing Marida's wife, Matu, and his daughter Minia, along with the maids. They sang in a soprano's voice, high-pitched and powerful. The child who played Minia was quite young, but her voice was still carried throughout the building. Was she receiving help with magic? The girl sang a light happy tune. However, it ended and Hermione and the maids were kidnapped. The actors representing Merida and Marta sang a song of love for their daughter in a deep quiet tune. Probably because I was struck too much by the live music, their lyrics reminded me of my family, who were in my old world. My parents were still alive before I fell into this world. I had no siblings, but that's probably why they had let me do whatever I liked. I studied language from a young age to fit into FPS and said that someday I would go abroad. But on the contrary, I did not put the effort into anything else. As a parent, they'd probably been encouraging me to study hard, get a job in a good company, get a wife, and maybe create a family. I had no memories of any filial piety. I had decided to live in this world, but I still had one regret that remained. I wish I could do something, but at least in this world, I wanted to live without regrets. Eventually, behind Marta's voice, Black Shaft appeared and moved out of the chamber, singing about prioritizing the family's happiness. The curtain descended on the second act, and the stage entered its climax. The third act was a battle scene. Black Shaft, who had sent a threatening letter to Yaguchi, fought with the leader of the bandit group, the Beastman Runode. Now, flying bullets and wire action. I don't know if it's magic or a skill combination, but they were singing while firing spells. They moved freely as if flying and performing close combat. And then, when it was time to settle things, Runode was toppled and the only one remaining was Yaguchi. Yaguchi's actor, who'd taken the girls hostage, evilly sang as he confessed. Then finally, after dodging, he was defeated. The stage then turned to a certain mansion. Don't tell me. Black Shaft sang of condemnation. The deep, low-sounding void was like Inma's judgment, echoing from the bottom of hell. In the darkness of the royal capital, I will be watching. In the darkness of the royal capital, evil shall be vanquished. In the darkness of the royal capital, judgment shall be delivered by the darkness. I am Batman. Then the actor shot out a large light bullet, swallowing the mansion behind the stage. When the light subsided, only rubble remained. They knew that I destroyed it. That was a really embarrassing thing to do. And lastly, Marta and her husband came on stage. Knowing that the daughter was saved, sang a song of delight. While watching the scene, Black Shaft disappeared, not by exiting left or right, but by jumping up to the top of the stage. As a result, Yaguchi's evil plot was crushed, and Black Shaft disappeared while leaving a declaration of war from the capital's darkness. The members of Merida's family sang their thanks and love. The audience gave them a big round of applause, and Black Shaft, the black nobleman who flown down to the royal capital, came to a close. After watching the opera at the indoor theater, we prepared to return as my embarrassment lingered. A sudden call from the guard outside was heard. Shaft, there are people here who want to see you. The guest room door opened slightly as the guard peeked in. Someone wanted to see me. Within the capital, the only other person I knew here was Merida. This was Duke Balga's room. Should I leave this to him? If I tell them I have a quest, they'll probably let me see them. Though, right now, I'm supposed to be Laptirisha Sama's escort. Just to confirm, I asked her and the Duke if it were alright. They both agreed with me, nodding slightly, so I left Ashley in charge for a short while before I headed out into the hallway. When I walked out, I saw a man in a black tailcoat. He looked like a white barrel with that much belly fat. Ooh, are you the one known as Black Shaft? That's right. So you need something? That was rude of me. I'm Frank, the director of the first theater. The reason why Frank, the director, had come to see me was probably just to give a polite greeting. Maybe talk of the protagonist and the theatrical transformation. In this world, things like copyright and portrait rights seems immature. The names of the characters in tonight's play were not pseudonyms, but their real names. However, this didn't particularly affect me, as I was not of this world. For those who lived here and within the kingdom, It was a great honor to have their story told in a play. Also, Frank didn't ask for permission, but to continue the play. Please do your best. That's how the whole story went. The next day was a rest day. Lapitharisha-sama spent the day slowly and would be leaving for the capital tomorrow morning to head towards Vanir. As for me, I am also free with nothing to do. I am an escort, so I couldn't leave her. I couldn't go anywhere aside from my room, the living room, or the waiting room. While there are things I want to do, I just can't. Shooting practice. Aiming was different for each person. I felt that if I couldn't practice every day, especially after 3, my abilities would drop. I felt dull for 3 days, and even if I mentioned it, there was no way for me to open fire in the mansion. VMB was able to move a player from their space into a private range to practice. Even if I activate the TSS and move to the private range, I couldn't use up my ammo. It couldn't be helped. I asked Ashley, who was in her room, to tell Lapitharisha-sama that I'd be going to look around the mansion. The mansion was surrounded by greenery with some of the gardens home to tall trees. That was where I was headed off to. As I walked outside, I zoomed in on the map on my screen to look for anything suspicious nearby. I also looked for a spot where the trees would create a blind spot to the mansion. Luckily, I found the place, but I had another problem. I didn't have a target. There was no way I could shoot the trees on the property. I activated the TSS and searched my inventory. I then pulled out a bulletproof vest Type 2. This was the one adopted by the Japan Ground and Air Self-Defense Forces. The latest was the Type 3, but for now, I took out the Type 2 and hung its green coloring on a fallen tree branch and positioned it so. Now, I only had to shoot. I took out the welder and its reticle appeared over the small protruding piece of metal that was its equivalent iron sight. I relaxed my posture and pointed the pistol downward, aiming, hold, release, and repeated over and over again. I made sure that I could acquire the target easily. Next was the actual live fire, teaching the body to adapt to the recoil, how the crosshairs spread, and their characteristics. And after an hour, I ended my shooting practice. For tomorrow, I'll have to focus more. I didn't know how the Dark Guild assassins would move. If they'd attack before we left the capital or after, or even before we left the mansion. There were many possible attack points. I considered using the TUGs I'd installed around the mansion grounds in Vanir as I recovered them. The next day, there were 4 carriages including Duke Balga's carriage. His own guards were escorting us to the east of the capital where the road to Vanir was located. It took 5 days by carriage to reach our destination. The route followed the highway with its rest areas. The soldiers themselves would escort us and the servants to the city. From there, I would be the escort. The Duke also had a village in the city, but he wouldn't be accompanying us, so we wouldn't be using it. Instead, we would have a different but still luxurious place. The schedule was to depart from the capital, travel 5 days to Vanir. We'd stay for 3 days, participate in a few events. From there, we'd make the 5-day journey back. And then the most important time, the banquet at the royal castle. For the first time, we'd see the 3rd prince of the kingdom. After confirming the schedule without our escort, we moved onward. After 5 days, we hadn't encountered any problems. At the end of the highway, we saw the entertainment city of Vanir. However, the scenery of the city was a completely different atmosphere from that of the royal capital. There were no labyrinths around here. The reason was unknown, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Well, it was a fact that there were no labyrinths around the city. Although there seemed to be several to the east and north, the city hadn't been attacked by monsters for a long time, so they were probably far off. The city lacked a large defensive wall, and you could see a short fence erected to protect the city. Around that, we entered the residential area where houses were lined up. Although I wasn't sure if they were really houses, the slums were so bad that you couldn't even see the roads properly. Vanir started off as an outpost. But nobles discovered that it rarely suffered monster attacks. They started to build villas and dance halls one after another, then luxurious hotels for other nobles to stay at. One after another, amusement facilities were established to lure more nobles and merchants. Vanir never had any specialty to start out with. Over time, it became a playground for the rich and the poor alike. The Lord of Vanir who governed it, despite the widening disparity between the rich and poor, pursued his policies which resulted in what the city looked like today. On the main street that led towards the city center, there were stone walls and gates, lower than that in the capital, but robust at that. From here onwards, we'd be in this so-called city of happiness that drowned in money. As we neared the city gate of Vanir, you could finally see the guards that hadn't been present throughout the city's outer suburbs we'd passed through. In other words, if you thought about it, you could say that they didn't check who you were outside the city. How is this related to security? As you might think, the suburbs were dark while Vanir glowed brightly. It may have been a situation that was necessary from the development of the city. As we approached the gate, the guards walked towards us. Halt! We're required to verify your identity and collect an entry tax. Who is the one in charge of this group? This city charges an entry tax. While I studied this world in Baga's library, I learned that some cities and villages charged entry taxes, but neither Balga nor the capital did this. Laptirisha Sama's escorts included me and Ashley. On the other hand, the guards while a part of our security team, were a different group under the escort commander. The commander talked to the guards and dealt with all the formalities needed for us to enter. I still had to present my guild card, but as nobles, Ashley and Laptirisha Sama did not. We passed through the gate after a brief inspection, as they recommended the Glorious City Pavilion to stay at. The Glorious City Pavilion seemed to be a luxurious inn that competed for the upper spots of the popular list within the city. It was a 3-story stone building as its main building with several detached houses. The escorts would stay in the main building with a few servants. That included me and Ashley. Everyone else would stay in one of the nearby buildings. The detached house was a 2-story wooden home. The second floor held the bedroom, a living room, and the bathroom. Everything else was on the first floor. Trees had been planted around the building to give it some privacy, so the inside gave off a different atmosphere. However, the trees hindered our ability to monitor the surroundings. The area outside would be guarded by the escort team 24/7. And there inside would be guarded by us while Laptirisha Sama was within the residence. I planned to check with the escort commander about our plans and prepared to rest tomorrow. But before I left, I had to set a few things up. It was the installation of the TUGS. Although there was some room to place them further, I decided to position them close near the main building and along the passage to our residence so I could gauge people's movement better. 2. Laptirisha Sama's schedule, which started the next day, was rough. First, we had to visit the manor of Vanir's managing lord. Then, we had to visit an elderly count and his wife who'd been staying in the city for a long time. At night, there'd be a dinner held for all the single young nobles to socialize. If this were just a plain noble or the third daughter of a powerful aristocrat, there'd be no need to be busy. However, Duke Baga was a magical noble. Being one of the adventurers that had helped conquer a labyrinth and having magic, would want to marry her so that magic would run in their offspring. Regardless if she was a noble or an adventurer, magic was needed to fight against the monsters of this world. And the trip wasn't just a matching-making trip, it signaled the beginning of Laptirisha Sama's noble life. One thing I noticed at the banquet that the escorts all waited in a corner. There were not only young men here, but young girls, yet all of them were polite to Ashley. Was it awe? Fear? It seemed like she was treated with more respect than Laptirisha Sama. The hosts showed no reactions, but maybe that was something to expect with their rank. That concluded the first day of our schedule. Afterward, we returned to the Glorious City Pavilion. We reported to the commander about the event and asked if anything strange had happened while we were away. We also asked if there had been any changes to our schedule for tomorrow. At this time, Laptiraku-sama and Ashley should be on their way to the baths. Of course, the escort team kept their vigil as I monitored their movements via my mask as they went. I'm not a peeping Tom, you know. Shaft Ono. Did you notice something? The escort commander asked as the meeting was over. After having stood all day, and also standing now, I wasn't physically tired but mentally because of the boredom. Was that a good reason? Speaking of which, the young nobles were very concerned about Ashley. Did something happen? Oh, Shaft Ono. Did you not know? Ashley Dono. No. It's more about the Zapanel family. Sorry. I don't really remember how many generations ago, but it's probably because of Prime Minister Zapanel Isai Dono and his influence. Properly controlling the distribution of power and stopping even his own relatives to reach his goal, which is still being respected and feared by many today. Honorary Prime Minister Isai Zapanel. There were few who hadn't heard of the Prime Minister's name, an elf in Kurtmaga. He was a mastermind that strived for domestic stability as the Prime Minister since the kingdom's founding. Even to go as far as to live past the 300-year life expectancy of the elves. Although retired from the front lines, he still held great sway among the monarch and given the one-time post of Honorary Prime Minister of the kingdom. It was said that he had even prevented the Zapanel family from gaining influence over the royal family, on his own. Because of that, the Zapanel family has lived in the Kurtmaga kingdom as nobles without titles, no office, and no power. Ashley seemed to have been regarded as the next candidate for the family's head. Speaking of which, Ashley did mention she was a noble, but she never actually spoke about her family. But even after hearing this, it changed nothing between us. Laptiraku-sama should be asleep already as her first day in Vanir came to an end. After a meeting with the escort commander, I walked from the pavilion's main building to the detached house where I was staying. The meeting confirmed there had been no abnormalities to be found around Laptiraku-sama. Plus, there was an unexpected tidbit about Ashley's background. She was a noble that had been forbidden to have power, despite being a part of the Honorable Prime Minister's family. Even as the family head's next candidate. Even so, the candidate would be the eldest of the main family with no power. If they died, by any means, they'd just appoint another candidate from the main or branch families. As I entered the house while thinking back on the previous conversation, several light markers appeared on my minimap. They did not use the passage that connected this place to the main building, but instead, came from the tree line. They came dash. I was warned while we were in the capital that the Dark Guild had been requested for an assassination. It seemed that they were finally making their move here. Immediately after entering the house, I ordered the servants to gather before I hurried towards the second-floor bedroom. I quietly knocked on the girls' bedroom where they shared a bed and called out to Ashley. "What's wrong? I found some suspicious people lurking in the dark. I've already shot a light bullet to inform the main building. So for now, take Laptiraku-sama to the first floor." Understood. In case of an attack, we'd already decided on our course of action in advance. If the remote house was attacked, a light bullet would be launched into the night sky as a signal to the guards. Also, Vanir, unlike the capital, was a place the Balga family held little influence, so we didn't have a grasp on our friends and enemies here. Vanir was like a foreign land to the Duke, and where its lord stood was unknown. It was better for us to create our own stronghold here rather than move about without a plan. I moved to the first floor to check on the servants as they'd been gathered in the living room. I see everyone is here. I found some suspicious people moving outside. Right now, Laptiraku-sama will be coming down, so I want everyone to stay here for a while. The servants nodded at my report while they turned pale and nodded. They stared outside as a light soared into the night sky. It seemed like Ashley was able to properly launch the warning light as I have expected. With that, The escorts should be coming soon. I then confirmed the position of the intruders on the map on my Kevlar lens. There, a single spot of light floated from a tree in the garden where no one should have been, but it disappeared immediately. It was probably because they were moving while silencing their steps, but I didn't miss the conversation and the sounds as it was lit for a moment. The intruders seemed to have remained stationary on the fringes of the north area of the house. They probably realized they've been noticed. Now then, since the escort guards were coming, would they attack or pull back? Laptirisha-sama, are you alright? Probably rushing from the main building, the commander entered the house while breathing heavily. I am fine, Laptirisha-sama said as she arrived in the living room. After ensuring the condition of the detached house, the commander approached me. Shaft Ono. Are you sure they are raiders? Well, I'm not really sure if they are, but there are several of them hiding in the garden, and in the northern area outside the house. They seem to be worried about the light signal and the team's response. For the time being, secure place. What about Shaft Ono? Well, I'll go greet the intruders. After informing the girls that the guards would be taking over, I went outside. The guards had already surrounded the house, so it wouldn't be easy for them to get in. I switched to night vision mode as I walked to the nearest tree. The visible light that I'd seen earlier was 30 meters ahead of me. And as I approached the spot, I could also confirm their positions on the map. Found them. There were 5 of them, but I wasn't sure if that were all. However, it was fine with my current loadout. I took out my tomahawks from my coat and began my attack in order to reduce their numbers before they withdrew. One stood while the others squatted down in a circle while talking in inaudible voices. Just seeing them from a glance, you could already say that they were very suspicious with hooded cloaks and clothes over their mouths. It seemed like something someone would wear during a sneak attack. If you wore things like that to a place where a duke's third daughter was staying, wouldn't it be unavoidable to be preemptively attacked? From around 15 meters, my crosshairs aligned with the necks of the attackers. I threw both my weapons and the 2 of them let out muffled screams as their heads fell. It seemed like they were confused by the sudden attack as their comrades fell. They were late in responding. I was about to throw more after I moved. If they reacted like that, then I will. 2 more tomahawks came out of my overcoat. I threw one as the crosshairs aligned with another one. When the third person fell, the 2 remaining attackers finally snapped out of their confusion and tried to escape. However, I wouldn't let any of them do such a thing. I gave chase as I threw another one, cutting off his leg as he tried to climb a tree. Gawa. After I heard his scream, I switched to the last remaining one. I didn't have another tomahawk ready, but I had the Welrod on my hip. I didn't use that. Instead, I used a special gun that had been in a special holster on my rear. This wouldn't kill him immediately, but I still needed it sometimes for him to do. I followed him while I aimed for his back and pulled the trigger once the crosshairs aligned with it. A dull sound filled the air. Then after seeing it connect with the intruder's back, I stopped chasing. The gun I used for the last attacker was a VMB original firearm, a GPS tracking dart. The gun was a non-lethal pistol. As such, it couldn't inflict damage upon an opponent. When used, it attached an ultra-small GPS transmitter to the target. Then, an orbiting GPS satellite wound the plant could be used to pick out the transmitter's location. The light point at this time was displayed. Regardless of if a place was mapped or not, I was worried about whether it could be used in this world, but it turned out that it could be used immediately after a trial run. In the sky, high above this world, GPS satellites would not really have been established. However, the reproduction of the game's power allowed this weapon to function. Now then, will this person lead us to their base or to those who requested their services? For the time being, I'll start by interrogating the person who lost their leg. While staring off into the darkness where the person had disappeared, I made plans for the rest of the day. Then decided whether or not to leave tonight, or after tomorrow's events. I then returned to the house. After I killed 3 of the 5 assassins while capturing 1 alive, I then reported back to the pavilion and Laptirishwama. I let the last one escape only after I'd attached a GPS tracker to them with my VMB original gun. Now, I dragged the captured one by the neck as I returned to the detached house. Both his hands had been tied and the leg I'd severed with my tomahawk had been mended. As I approached, I could see guards patrolling around the house. They noticed me approaching with a prisoner and 3 of them rushed to me. Shaft-san, is that one of the attackers? I went out on the northern side and killed 3 people. I also managed to leave 1 alive. For now. Let's see if this one would be willing to tell us something. After informing them of the situation and what to do next, I left the man to them and went inside. Upon entering, I could feel that everyone still had their guard up. Once in the living room, Ashley and the escort commander approached me. Shaft, were you injured? Shaft, oh no. You seem to have returned safely. What happened to the attackers? I am uninjured. I encountered 5 assassins. I captured 1 and let another escape. You let 1 escape on purpose? Why did you do that? To find the whereabouts of their hideout and plan on our next course of action. I'd also like to ask the commander to continue keeping watch of everyone for now. I've handed the prisoner to the escort team for interrogation. It is our duty to guard everyone, so you don't need to ask. But will you be alright going on your own? That's right. It would be easier for me to move and fighting style suits solo work. Ashley and Laptirishwama should rest now. There probably won't be any more attacks soon. And tomorrow's schedule would be hindered if you didn't rest properly. Okay, but Shaft, if it involves an aristocrat, be sure to turn back and not recklessly attack, okay? Would it be troublesome if a noble were involved? That is so. After all, the royal family and high-ranked nobles can punish other nobles. It'd be considered legal self-defense if they attacked first. But outright attacking them is no good. Got it. I'll be sure to remember that. Blowing up the entire mansion if the raider went to a noble to report. That was my first thought to solving the problem. But it seems it'd be too troublesome for me to aim directly at nobles. I remember the people I've attacked before, and even though they were high-profiled, none of them were nobles. After I reported what happened to the captain and the girls, I prepared myself before I gave chase to the escaping assassin. I wanted to crush those that were aiming for us quickly rather than not know when they'd attack again. After entering my room, I opened the TSS and took out the FMG-9 along with its magazines and suppressor. Of course, my current loadout probably wouldn't be enough when it came to an infiltration after all. I then checked my map to see the current location of the transmitter. The GPS dot had stopped moving, but it was somewhere I hadn't mapped yet. After my preparations, I left towards the dot's location. It was around midnight and I ran through the dark cityscape while avoiding others to avoid being seen. That bandit should have been around here, but there was only the blip on the map. It was also the place where the GPS was currently transmitting from. I pulled out the well rod from my weight and held it with both hands, ready to fire at a moment's notice as I approached. On my map, the GPS tracker was coming from the light, but the map couldn't display anything else. After all, there weren't any other light sources or sounds for the sensors to pick up. After closing in, a stone building appeared in place of where both the GPS and blip was at. Was this a bar or an inn? Even bars were supposed to close at this time. However, I could faintly hear the panting of both men and women coming from the building's second floor. The sounds made my body tense up, but I cleared my mind. I ran up to the roof of the building while ignoring the noise. The marker was still not moving from its spot. There's only one thing I could do now. While I hid on the roof, I looked at the spot where the GPS pointed to, something like a stockyard where bricks and planks were placed. I could see the silhouette of a person where the GPS pointed to. I looked around to see if there were others, but it seemed like there was no one else. Just in case, I activated my NG and FLA to make sure. As I descended from the roof of the building and approached the silhouette, I found the attacker laying there. It seemed like he'd been disposed of by whomever they came to meet. A small circular GPS transmitter, approximately 1 centimeter in diameter, blinked a dull red against the person's black attire. Well, who in this world would ever know about what a GPS was? In other words, either the employer or members of the Dark Guild might have already intended to dispose of them regardless of if the attack had been successful or not. With the circumstances at hand, I touched the GPS on the map and disabled its blip using the TSS. After doing so, the transmitter on the person's corpse disintegrated into small light particles. Even though I'd let him escape on purpose to track the culprits, I returned to the pavilion with the thought that I had wasted my time. I would have to inform the commander of what happened along with informing the one left behind. I wonder if they'd change their minds if they knew this. It can't be helped. And even if Laptirishus-sama didn't want to, might need to even torture the prisoner to extract information. It seemed like they were interrogating the assassin in one of the main building's room. I entered the room with the commander. The attacker sat tied in a chair with a noose. His hood had been removed and he faced the floor as if depressed. So, did he finally start speaking? Shaft-san, Commander, this guy is quite tough. He still has not spoken a word. Commander, please prepare someone who can use healing magic. If we can't let him speak with his mouth, then I wonder if his body would answer. That's right, let's bring in 2 of them. If they take turns, they won't even be that worn out even if we go until the morning. Hearing this, I saw the attacker's body respond to our conversation. It seemed like he'd reach his limit soon. Hey you. Do you know me? I crouched down in front of the assassin and turned him towards me. What he saw in front of him was my Kevlar mask, of course. Shaft. Who? It seems like my name has been known in this city too. Yet, you still tried attacking Laptirishus-sama, despite knowing I'm here? The man's facial structure closely resembled one with Asian characteristics. The hair was cut short and dark brown, but it was long enough for me to grab. His eyes were panicked as if he tried not to look directly at me. Starting now, we will be using healing magic while peeling off your skin, especially your face, and this will continue until morning. Well, you don't really have to say anything. After all, you don't know anything, right? I heard the attack gulp. I could hear his heart rate increase. It sounded as if it were going to pop out of his chest. I don't want to hear anything anymore. We'll be tearing you apart until morning. Then display your body parts for all of Vanir to see. I'll let you feel what it's like to receive the judgment of Laptirishus-sama's escort. The assassin's eyes had a terrified look in them. A terrified look that suggested I was some kind of horrible monster. What is it? Don't worry, we won't kill you yet. The healers will be here to ensure that you live. As I said so, I took off my Kevlar mask. With my zombie face exposed, I stared at the assassin. I wonder, will your face look like this after everything is said and done? With cheeks of exposed muscles, eyeballs that were nearly popped out and a swollen red forehead, the assassin saw this horrifying face in front of him. He grabbed my hand and I could feel his hand shaking as I held his hair. PL, please, don't. I'll speak. Ask me anything, I'll answer it. Please. I'm begging you, I will definitely answer it, I swear. And he broke. One of the assassins who attempted to attack Laptirishus-sama was killed after he'd fled. The identity of the mastermind aiming for her life is unknown. But we did manage to get information from the one assassin he captured. The first bit was the name of the Dark Guild that had been hired, which was called Cactus. The second part was carried out by one of its subordinate clans, Styphnolobium. The last bit of information was that Styphnolobium carried out this mission with a single member of Cactus overseeing it. No further information could be extracted from the prisoner, but me and the escort commander had deemed it enough. The biggest catch today was knowing which group was targeting Archage. First of all, The raid last night was done by this Styphnelobium, or Japanese pagoda trees usually seen in botanical gardens and parks. It's a tall tree with deciduous leaves and bell-like white flowers, and cactus. It was an organization that acted like a general guild for existing dark clans. It organized various criminal requests and allocated them to its subordinate clans. Although there were actually a lot of these types of organizations, only Cactus had been named. As for me, I just felt odd when I heard the name Cactus. The next morning, Ashley and Laptirishya-sama discussed the information gathered. We concluded that it wasn't over yet. However, it wasn't possible to change our schedule now. Today, Laptirishya-sama would visit famous companies within Vanir, attend a tea party held by the city lord in the afternoon, and participate in a banquet at one of the best ballrooms in Vanir at night. The captured member of Styphnelobium was taken by the escort commander to the guard station, along with 3 dead members I killed. Afterward, it'd be left to Vanir's administration. After breakfast, we'd begin the day's events. Vanir, the so-called red light district city, had its center surrounded by walls. It made me wonder why people gathered in this city with such a huge disparity between the rich and poor. What kind of pleasures did the city provide? Each company that we would visit today had their own trading houses. They were also staffed with entertainment facilities, and among them gambling areas, an indoor theater, a dancing strip, an arena, and even a luxurious brothel. It was like I was in Las Vegas. I thought this as I listened to the conversation between the chairman and Laptirishya-sama. At this point, we'd visited 4 companies by now, and from what I've heard as I stood guard nearby, no political matters were brought up. It's not like we're here for actual business, so it was just a simple cordial discussion. I don't know much about the political matters of this world, so I could only hope that this would help Laptirishya-sama in her future. After finishing the visits, our next destination was the tea party being hosted by the city lord's wife. I couldn't actually stay with them, so I had to stay with the other male escorts in a special area away from the party. I could only leave escorting to Ashley here. While looking at the map displayed on my Kevlar mask, someone approached me from behind. "Yo, Black Mask. It's been a while." When I turned around, I found a middle-aged brown-haired man. He was short and thin, and his mouth was crooked with a loose smile. Coupled with his droopy-looking eyes, he gave off a sense of unreliability. "Who are you?" "Oi, are you trying to bust my other knee?" "It's Siegfried from the Mercenary Guild." "Still no idea. I was there when you took your entrance exam. Do you really not remember?" "Entrance exam." Siegfried. Now that he mentioned it, I took the exam in the capital. I only had a vague memory of it. This Siegfried was probably one of those people. "Apparently you recognize me now. The Mercenary Guild has been trying hard to contact you, but you never really returned. It's been difficult because they asked me who was the one who participated in the exam alongside you, just to try and get in touch with you. I didn't know the guild was looking for me. Normally, they wouldn't specifically look for you, but you've been quite the hot topic in town lately. You see, people in the capital love fresh new things, and your appearance was like a new toy to play with. A toy, you say? Either way, there are some companies and nobles who are interested in your capabilities. You may still be busy with Duke Barga's request, but there will be more things like this in the future. So stop by the guild from time to time." "I'll think about it." "I mean, my plan after finishing this request was just to make Shaft disappear for some time. I wanted to busy myself with conquering the Wolffang dungeon." "By the way, what are you doing here today?" "Escorting someone." "Nah. I'm here on a different assignment." "When I came to see the city lord, I heard that Duke Barga's daughter was attending, so I figured you'd be here as well." "Different assignment?" "You curious?" "WLL, since it has nothing to do with you, I guess it's fine." "Do you remember the Otokoshi clan? The one who also took the escort request from the Marida company?" "Yeah, I remember them. Although, I forgot their name. The clan leader was Maximilian. along with two others, Volcasia and Goth Art. What do they have to do with your assignment? I'm here to chase after them. They've been found guilty of breaching the contract and falsifying IDs. If you happen to see them, please arrest them or inform the guards. I'll keep that in mind. Siegfried left afterward. Wasn't that guy just an employee at the mercenary guild? Or was every employee of that guild tasked with tracking criminals? However, what bothered me most at the moment was those Otokoshi guys. Those three were the first to escape without helping when we were attacked at the rest area west of the capital. I'd completely forgotten about them due to the conflict with the Yagok company. I figured it was something that the guild would resolve. That said, this would be the final night of our stay in Vanir. The chance of encountering them should be small. The party was over without delay. What was left on the schedule was to attend a banquet later tonight. Many other nobles visiting the city would also attend. Since there would be a lot of noblemen attending, male escorts were allowed by the ladies. The banquet would be held in the largest ballroom in Vanir, a building fashioned after rose petals named Lavian Rose. Following the dress code, I donned a black tailcoat while replacing my skull mask with a bat mask that had an opening for the mouth to allow me to drink. Shaft-san, that mask doesn't seem to go with the tailcoat. Do you have another mask? However, the design didn't fit well. Thus, Laptirisha-sama urged me to switch it out. I didn't want to embarrass her, so I ended up taking time rummaging through the masks in the avatar menu. Finally, I went with a Venetian mask similar to what the Black Shaft actor wore in the play in the capital. The mask only hid the upper half of my face. Its design based off a Black Panther's head. It was made from a black and shiny material with a silver thread decor. Neither Laptirisha-sama nor Ashley complained about it, so I figured I'll be wearing this mask if I had to follow this kind of dress code again. Laptirisha-sama's trip to Vanir would end with tonight's banquet. We still did not know if Cactus and Styphnolobium had decided to give up on assassinating her. But I wasn't optimistic that they had. They were unlikely to attempt an attack during the banquet. But we shouldn't be any less vigilant. When we arrived at the Lavian Rose, I was first off the carriage. I then opened the carriage door to allow Laptirisha-sama and Ashley, helping them exit. Tonight's banquet was more prestigious than any other I've attended. Apparently, it was hosted by a marquis, whose house was known for their strong magic. There was also security arranged for the venue by the marquis, just like me, who wore a Venetian mask and a black tailcoat. Laptirisha-sama and Ashley wore fitted evening gowns per the dress code. This world somehow had a more advanced sense of fashion than my own world. Despite the medieval lifestyle and atmosphere, also outdated sewing technology, the fashion design was more modern than my world's medieval period. Laptirisha-sama wore a blue bear top dress while sporting what appeared to be diamond-studded earrings. It shone brilliantly over her white skin. Meanwhile, Ashley wore a red off-the-shoulder dress with a v-neck. She also wore a choker with a glowing red ruby that I presented to her as Schwartz. Both of them looked stunning. On the other hand, looked like a pro wrestler with my mask. I took Laptirisha-sama's hand and escorted her to the entrance. There, I was frisked after our invitation was confirmed. Ashley attended as a member of the Zephanal house instead of an escort. She was exempted from also being searched. Ashley didn't talk about the Zephanal family. Was there a reason behind why it was difficult for her to do so? After asking the escort commander, I came to know the gist of it. Not that I cared about the noble stuff and all, but I was worried about her well-being. Entering Lavian Rose, we passed through a revolving door. We were greeted by the sight of red. Even the tablecloths were red. The whole room was essentially filled with red. Several men and women were already mingling when we entered and a waitress spritefully offered us liquor. It would be some time before the banquet began. Until then, people would just socialize with others. Since I didn't know anyone, I turned the wine in my glass as I followed Laptirishus Sama and Ashley from behind. I hadn't drunk the wine yet, as I was still on duty. Laptirishus Sama and Ashley, however, appeared to be more well known than I thought. Be it a count or earl, even a middle-aged viscount, treated her like an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, the number of young barons and nobles soon appeared as the room became crowded. When I tried to listen to the content of the conversations between these nobles, I heard national politics, forecast for the next year, business, taxes, women, yada yada. Not to mention, if the person tried to settle into a corner, or whisper, my sound sensors would still pick it up. This year was truly auspicious. A dungeon was closed and the bargain markets are lively with trade. The problem is the magic transfer team. My territory doesn't have any yet. I should win some over, no matter what. I heard that magic recovery potions are flooding the market. The price of magic water is in a free fall, but there shouldn't be any other than except the one I manage. Do you know anything? It seems that the southern pirates are gaining momentum. This wine is delish. Is there any seafood? I will graduate from the Magic Academy this year. Next, I'll study. My daughter had achieved success in mere 2 years. You should do your best. Have you seen that young black noble? Just how did Duke Barga secure Black Mask's aid? Leader, give me another glass. Marida Company's new food really sold well. Last night, there seems to be a lot of noise. The daughter of that businessman will make an appearance. How was the card? Is the first prince coming to the ball tonight? Of course, only here can we drink such a fine vintage. Moreover, it's like the second prince is playing with fire. The third prince's fiancée. Isn't it decided already? Beyond the gatekeeper of the capital's northern labyrinths. The 150th floor was it? Nothing less from Rafflesia. People spoke of various topics, and rumors of Black Mask had definitely reached the ear of the Veneer nobles. If the performance signboard I'd seen while I rode the carriage told me anything, it's that the story had circulated, perhaps through bards or some other means, and apparently, the Marida Company's bento sold really well. If only I had time to visit the company's office in the capital. But the escort request had left me with very little free time. Maybe after the request was finished, I'll give Marida a visit. I also wanted to visit the Magic Academy Marida's daughter attended, if only just to see how they taught in this world. In the end, I simply savored the wine's fragrance in my glass. It smelled delicious, so I figured a sip wouldn't hurt. It tasted slightly sour with a well-rounded flavor. It was indeed delicious as they've mentioned. I had the urge to drink some more, but I endured, opting to enjoy the smell instead. While I did so, I returned my attention to listening to my surroundings. This time, on what Laptirishus Sama and Ashley were talking about in front of me. Eventually, the curtain on the main stage opened wide. A female host appeared while saying pardon for the wait before urging the guests to move toward the main ballroom for dinner. Thus, we proceeded as instructed. It was the role of the male escort to guide their guest to their seat. The tables and seats had been arranged in advance. Despite not having any actual influence, Ashley was seated beside Laptirishus Sama and tonight's host, Marquis Venato. Many long tables filled the venue for the banquet with 12 chairs each. 4 groups were arranged at each table. I pulled Laptirishus Sama's seat for her to sit before assisting Ashley. Only then did I sit. Next, we waited for the others to be seated. Marquis Venato would be the last to sit, so that left us to wait on 2 more groups. If according to the table seating lists, the 2 groups would be the City Lord, Marquis Vena, and Lord of Drag Range Frontier Territory. Lord of the Frontier was a title given to a noble with territory that shared its border with another country. Although, I'm not sure if that title worked similarly in this world. Kurtmaga Kingdom was a vast country. As such, I hadn't heard anything regarding neighboring nations at all. I guessed I'd hear about them tonight when Ashley and the others spoke about it. It'll be awkward for the other group to show up while we were talking, so I chose to stay quiet for now. The banquet at La Vienne Rose, the largest ballroom in the city, was about to begin. As we waited at our table for the last group, the first to arrive was Venier's city lord and his wife. Along with the Venier couple, another person arrived, maybe one of their sons. Marquis Venato's group sat at the head of their tables as hosts of the event. The Marquis took the seat to my right, probably thinking the other chairs were taken. With this, the group had been seated. As for Lord Dragrange's group, this should be our table. Leader, please have a seat. Ooh, is it here, or here? I heard voices behind me. As the voice came closer and closer, I turned my head and found, a short-statured man in a tuxedo with a raccoon face. His white undershirt was prominent due to his protruding potbelly, while his black jacket was made scarce as it had been pushed off to the side. And standing next to him was a woman with a slender rat face. Behind them was a 2-meter-tall car-eared man, woman, in a brown evening dress. Was this person a transvestite? I stayed seated, making sure that I was ready to stand at a moment's notice as I watched the trio warily. Oh, the Dragrange family has arrived. Please, have a seat. Marquis Venier, who had been seated next to me, greeted the trio. So these weirdos were the people from the Dragrange frontier? My eyes followed their movement. So far, they seemed docile, but that cat-eared woman made me wary. Unaware of how I felt, Laptirisha Sama greeted her as she sat beside her. Somehow, I felt something strange. What about Ashley, who'd been seated closer? She didn't seem to hold any suspicion of them, or did she? If it isn't Laptirisha Barga. Nice to meet you. I am Laptirisha Sama. I am the eldest daughter of Lord of the Dragrange Frontier, Ophelia de Lagrange. This man here is my escort, Virginia Parenberg. I am also an escort. My name is Adalhart. In return, Laptirisha Sama introduced both Ashley and I. Ashley replied without trouble, but I was at a loss for words because I felt stifled when Ophelia's eyes and mine met. However, it was only for a moment as the venue's lighting dimmed. Marquis Venato, as the host, emerged on the stage, probably signaling the beginning of the event. Ophelia had turned away, as she didn't seem to hold any interest in me anymore. She clapped her hands in response to Marquis Venato's speech. After the greetings, a small orchestra began to play beside the stage. Their elegant and flowy music played as the servants distributed the food. The first served was a soup. The Marquis and Laptirisha Sama spoke as they enjoyed it slowly. The Dragrange trio drank it at once. One even asked for seconds. Next came the main course. Dishes of fish followed by other meat dishes, then salads and lastly, dessert. There were 10 or so dishes being served. It may have been the first time I'd attended a banquet, but I knew enough to keep it simple, to enjoy just enough of the dish. But one thing prevented me from enjoying my meal was Ophelia. I watched her and the other two eat. Specifically, I kept my eye on the silverware in their hands. I'd made sure that my knife was ready to be thrown at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, no matter how I concentrated, the display on the panther mask showed no guiding line. Apparently, the targeting system only worked with VMB's weapons. I watched them diligently, too high-strung to even remember the taste of the meat I ate tasted like. The first time I'd met them was at the fort city of Baga. Back then, I thought they were just some adventurers. The second time I'd met them was when I took the request for the Marida Company. While those guys had given themselves a cool-sounding name, they were the first to flee the moment the bandits appeared. The third time was at this very banquet. I thought to myself as I watched the giant of a person, who seemed confused on whether they'd be a he or she, enjoyed the dishes joyfully. From their attitude, I could clearly tell them apart from a real noble like Laptirisha Sama. Don't tell me they only attended the banquet just to eat. Did they really have to disguise themselves as a giant cat-eared lady with her escorts, the rat-faced lady and little raccoon man, just for that? I didn't know which unnerved me more. Me realizing who they were, or everyone else not having the smallest inkling of suspicion of them. Not only those who sat at the table, not even the wait staff seemed to see the strangeness of these guests. What was going on here? In the end, the banquet ended without any incident. After arriving back at the inn, I finally had time for a break and asked Ashley. DeGrange territory? It's in the furthest most north of the kingdom. If we take a carriage there, it'd take 2 months to get there. Have you ever met a member of the DeGrange family before this? No, I haven't. But Ophelia's beauty was famous even in the capital. She's a beautiful elf, just as rumored. Elf? But what I saw back at the banquet was a beastkin. Meanwhile, the elf race was part of a very different fairy race, so that Ophelia was a fake. But why did no one else notice? They couldn't have possibly mistook a beastman for an elf, right? It's so ridiculous. It must have been magic. Magic? Of course. In other words, they'd used some sort of magic spell or tool to conceal themselves. However, it didn't work on me, who was a Manuk. Perhaps it was an illusion that interfered with the sight and sound of those with magic, making them see something different. I would have been deceived as well if it had been a shape-shifting ability instead, but one that worked by interfering with one's magic wouldn't work on me. But what was their purpose? Just to attend the banquet? In any case, those were the same trio of adventurers and that I encountered during the Merida escort request. Could anyone else see through their illusion? The trip to Vanir ended with that quest in my mind. We would leave tomorrow to return to the capital. There wasn't another attack either that night. This journey might prove more difficult as we had another 5 days ahead. We had a talk with the convoy leader. He'd mentioned that the most dangerous area would be the rest area, since we'd spend the night there. And it wasn't just Laptyrish's Sama we had to protect. It was also the horses and carriages, as they were equally as important to keep our schedule. If we failed to attend the ball held in the capital, that had been a major blunder. Not only would the meeting of the third prince be delayed, it had put a huge obstacle for her to become his fiancée. With so many other nobles attending the banquet, her chance of getting to know the prince would plummet, and regardless of the rank, another person would replace her if she missed it. Therefore, although protecting Laptyrish's Sama was important, keeping our transportation intact was just as vital. After the trip to Vanir had been finished, we finally headed back to the capital. At present, we were gathered by Laptyrish's Sama's carriage as double-checked security. So, the second and third nights are what we should be careful of? I heard from the guards that they raided the bar which served as the NGU headquarters, but apparently it was just a front. According to the one we captured, 10 other members, including their leader, are missing. They also mentioned that one of the members of Cactus was with them, right? Other than that, we also need to be wary of the movements of that trio, since their objects are still unclear. Fortunately, we have Shaft Donor who can see through their disguise. I've sent a letter to Saifred via the guild. Thanks. Laptyrish's-Sama, I'm curious. I've heard from my acquaintance that there is no such magic that could transform one's appearance. Then, how were they able to do it? In response to my question, Laptyrish's Sama fell into a deep thought. She was the only one I could ask right now. Being the daughter of a noble family that dabbled in magic, she'd know more than the average person. I haven't heard of such magic that could alter one's appearance, let alone one that could also alter perception and the hearing of everyone nearby before. Not during my time in the academy nor during my time in Sanskua. I've also never heard anything about this trio, pretending to be other people and infiltrating various places. Perhaps, only the higher-ups in the guild know about them. I think it's safe to say that the trio wasn't a part of the assassination team. Otherwise, why would they bother coming to the banquet just to eat and nothing else? But we still need to be wary of them. I agree with what the escort leader said. Those three had a different feel coming off them. If they were the same people that fled during my last mission, it's difficult to think that they didn't recognize me back there. Even if I was wearing a different mask, there's an agreement that we should keep an eye on them. Although they weren't with the assassins, there were just too many things I didn't understand yet. So, let's just inform the proper authorities and leave it to them. Our duty as escorts was to protect Laptyrish's Sama. We shouldn't mess up our priorities here. Taking a short break, the escort leader and I headed to where the cabin and headed to where the carriage and horses were parked. While keeping an eye on our surroundings, I talked with him. Nothing happened on the first or second night. By now, the other nobles who were staying within Vanir would make their way to the capital for the royal banquet. Their advantage over us was they could use transfer magic to travel instantly. A magic transport team can only do a one-way teleport from point A to point B. So, if one wanted to make a round trip, they'd need to set up another team at point B to send them back. They were mainly to transport goods and supplies. Daily essential items like food, salt, spices, along with other items needed for daily life. Human teleportation was limited to the royal family and a few select nobles. A member of the commercial guild could also use the service to move their supplies for a fee. Civilians and adventurers were restricted from the service. I guessed that it was to manage the service itself, as leaving no limitation would strain the teams. Regardless, this was why these select few people didn't have to spend days on a carriage from town to town. Coincidentally, Laptyrish's Sama was only allowed to use a carriage this time. There was another group staying at the resting area during the second night. They were a company moving to Vanir. But the third night, it was just us. Perhaps there was foul play at hand here. Somebody prevented other traveling groups from reaching this place, isolating it. Tonight, I'll keep watch without sleeping. It'll be bad for us if the stable was lit on fire. So divide the horses and keep them away from each other to prevent them from being taken all at once. Roger that. I'll make the arrangement immediately. Under the escort leader's command, the guards went about their duties as they tied up the horses to pillars or trees so no more than one was in a single place. Aside from placing guards around the area, I personally stood guard as well. For now, I didn't detect any incoming or moving sounds other than ours. Eventually, the sun set with a gentle breeze blowing through the area until it became dark. We installed several torches around the area to keep our surroundings well lit. Although, at the same time, it also made the darkness thicker. I switched my Kevlar mask to NV mode and began to patrol the perimeter. There were no strange sounds at the moment. The escort leader had ordered minimal movement and sound. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness grew so thick that even my NV mode was having a hard time seeing in it. It's the dark mist. Enemy incoming. I heard one of the guards shout. The surrounding area was quickly saturated in a black mist. My field of vision was limited to only a few meters ahead. I deactivated NV mode and switched to my FLA mode. Covered in black mist, I saw the guard move accordingly. Magicians, start blowing the mist away. They'll come soon, prepare for battle. That was the escort leader speaking. Certainly, by blinding our sight like this, they were hiding their approach from us. It's high time for the attackers to finally make their move. I immediately headed back to the cottage where Laptyrish's Sama and Ashley were resting. Are you two alright? The two were lying on the ground, throwing up as their bodies spasmed. It seems that they were awakened by the Ruskus. They were, however, afflicted with strange ailment while changing clothes, evident by how their light armor and robes were in a state of dishevel. Shashaftono. Is Laptyrish's Sama safe? While checking on their conditions, I heard the escort leader's distraught voice. Probably from having no idea how to deal with their current predicament, they suddenly started vomiting. Is it poison? Marmage Masha. It is a type of grass. If burnt, The smoke would cause severe physical troubles the more magical power a victim has. So it's a magic-based poison. Do we have the antidote? No. The grass is only used as a last resort during war, or to subjugate a large group of bandits. Civilians aren't allowed to possess it, and cultivating it is a crime. We can only get the antidote from Vanir or the capital. What will happen if they're left without it? If the victim only has a small amount of magic, they won't die. But, for a magician, it's extremely deadly. Depending on the amount inhaled, they might not even last a day. From here, it'll take 2 days to get to either city. No. More importantly, incoming from the west, 11. On the map, 11. Would displayed approaching. Commander, keep them safe. I lifted the 2 and laid them on the bed. I then had the pale-faced commander watch over them. You understood? If a bandit comes, I'll surely cut them down. When I got out, the dark mist had already subsided. But in its place, I could see a purple smoke flowing about. So that was the Mage Masher. Looking around, I noticed that the battle had already begun. And it was a one-sided massacre. The assailants were killing the incapacitated guards who'd inhaled the smoke. A few had milder symptoms, but still, they were no match. I was in time to see one of the assassins kicking a robbed convoy member in the stomach. Seeing this, I felt nauseous. My worries for the girls grew larger, but still, I reached into my overcoat, and grabbed the handle of my tomahawks. As expected, the attack came on the 3rd day of our trip. However, what I didn't expect was the assassins to use a chemical attack, a gas called Mage Masher, which was extremely lethal to mages, let alone Laptiricious, Sama and Ashley. The entire convoy was in grave danger. Leaving Laptiricious, Sama and Ashley's side temporarily to the escort commander, I first went to the servant tent nearby. Raising the curtain that served as its entrance, I found the servants huddled together towards the back. Does anyone here suddenly feel sick? An elderly woman in a maid's uniform shook her head. If that's so, please stay inside. Don't come out until it calms down. Excuse me. What happened to Laptiricious Sama? She's alright, but she's out because of the fog. The escort commander is watching her and I'll repel the attack. I'll leave the aftermath to all of you. I left the tent after I said that. I needed to take action before the enemy completely took over the campsite. To clean them all in one fell swoop. There were 11 bandits and it hadn't seemed to decrease. The convoy guards were almost wiped out as well. In such a short time the sound of battle began to die along with the guards. I tossed a tomahawk with my right hand into a bandit who hit his back to me, too occupied with a dying guard. Maybe because he heard something, but he turned around as the weapon lodged itself center forward, instantly splitting his skull. It passed through with enough momentum to hit another bandit who'd been behind my target. I got a 2 in one throw, however. Now the other assassins seemed to have noticed me. I went to aim for another. I found that they'd begun to surround me whilst keeping their distance from each other. I took out another tomahawk as I began moving to avoid being surrounded. First, I slid jumped left where their encirclement hadn't been completed, followed by a strafe jump forward. From there, I engaged a third target. I took another tomahawk from within my overcoat as I started moving in order to avoid being surrounded. Firstly, I did a slide jump to the left where there's some space left, followed by a strafe jump forward. From there, I engaged my third assassin. What the? My sudden burst of speed startled the bandit I engaged, tossing my tomahawk halfway through my jump, and of course, he tried to deflect it with his slender longsword. He was still decapitated. His head whirled through the air for a moment, blood splashing about. Before it hit the ground, I realized the bandit was wearing something akin to a gas mask. Attached to the mask's sides were 2 cylinders. Glowing green stones were fitted to the cylinders' centers. A magic tool, most likely using wind attribute stones to purify the inhaled air. It's a shame that my attack just now broke it. I'd like to secure a few, if possible, for Laptiricious, Sama and Ashley. with my eyes still locked on the dead man's head as it rolled on the ground. The remaining bandits took that moment to strike. They simultaneously came at me from both sides in a pincer attack. The tomahawk left my hand with the sap of my wrist. Thanks to the power suit, even that small movement produced sufficient strength. It flew sideways, passing through the bandit's sword and into his now undefended torso. His chest was ripped apart as a result. The bandit on my left hesitated at his comrade's sudden and swift death. I took advantage of that opening and activated my CQC, ending a left and right punch combination to his chest. Following up with a palm strike to his head, he bent from the impact before I launched a knee strike to his head that neutralized him. Unfortunately, because of the suit's strength, I ended up breaking the man's neck and his gas mask. There were a few more left as I pulled out the welded from my waist and entered a shooting stance. I checked the remaining bandits, 2 to the side and 4 to the front. Although there was still 10 meters between us, I decided to take the initiative away to avoid a melee. I spun the weapon, turning the muzzle forward. I aimed at the 2 at my right and pulled the trigger in 2 quick shots. Thanks to the silencer, it only made a small bit of noise before the 9mm rounds dug into the men's chests. I fired another 2 shots at the 2 bewildered men on my left. Probably dumbfounded at the sudden development, each round found their target and left them with a bloody hole. With that, I dealt with 4. Bastard. How come you can still use magic? Of the remaining 2, I heard one of the men mutter / like the bandit who'd attacked us before. He wore a black outfit with a hood, only with a gas mask this time. Black mask shaft. That mask must be a magic tool. Did that help you survive the mage masher? I don't have time to lose, so let's get to the point. Do you have the antidote? Fun, I'd be a fool if I carried one. It's your fault that Inju got obliterated. Anyway, if I kill you, my rank will surely go up. Rank? Come to think of it, Yagok also mentioned before. Those 3 who snuck into the Lavian Rose were also with you, weren't they? Yagok? Ah, that well-off merchant from the capital. As for those 3, I don't know anything about them. Do you think this is me, the master at the Dark Clan Inju? Ulf-sama is the kind of man who'd speak so easily? Already introducing yourself, while listening to this Ulf-sama's rambling. I reloaded the Welrod as I tried to digest the bulk of the information. First of all, none of them brought the antidote. No, in fact, I don't even think they even had it to begin with. And the trio who'd snuck into the banquet had no relation with these people. It might have been too early to assume, but as it turned out, Yagok and Inju belonged to the Cactus as well. Cactus itself may also be a part of a different organization. Yagok and Inju weren't the only 2 striving to up their ranking, and Cactus may not be any different. Like playing a magic trick, Leaf pulled a broadsword from the pouch attached to his hip. Meanwhile, I was focused on something else. Who was the man in all black behind him? A member of Cactus, perhaps? The moment that thought crossed my mind, Leaf approached me with a sudden burst of speed. I heard him mutter in a muffled but strong voice. Using the momentum from his dash, Leaf swung at me, but I simply blocked it with the Welrod and launched a palm strike at his head. Unfortunately, he managed to evade using a head slip technique. He even managed to slash at my abdomen. I once again deflected the sword's attack. I switched hands, aiming for Leaf's throat with the pistol's handle. A muffled voice escaped the gas mask as I hit him. I quickly followed up by hitting his hit repeatedly on both sides with the Welrod's front. Afterward, the bandit swayed as if he was about to faith, and I ended it with a kick. Goo-boo. He let out a scream that sounded like he'd puked in his mask before he crumbled to the ground. He barely moved as I placed a well-aimed strike with the Welrod to the nape of his neck. Thus, he was out cold. That left one more person. Nearly all of the bandits had been dealt with. What was left was one man who'd stayed out of the fight the entire time. Dark Mist. the name of the organization responsible for the assassination attempt on Laptyrishus Sama. The group above Inju. As I knocked out Ulf, I heard that name muttered. The resting area was once again enveloped in a thick dark mist. I couldn't even see beyond a few meters. Dark eye. I didn't know what it was exactly, but I was pretty sure that it was some sort of magic judging by the chant. When I finally heard the name of the spell, I realized it was a spell to see through the darkness or night. In response, I also switched to my flow mode to confirm the location of my target. The man was no longer where he was before he casted dark mist. I simply couldn't find him. There was no one when I looked. I didn't pick up any movement or sound. Neither was there a dot on the map. Did he escape? Just when I thought that, I could hear the faint sound of air being sliced from behind. A cold shiver ran up my spine, and I jumped forward. I looked back mid-slide. He was there, silently coming after me. You can actually dodge me? It's been a while since anyone could avoid my backstab while dark mist and Shadowrun are in effect. The voice sounded young, clear and high-pitched, but at the same time, it was cold. Shadowrun, huh? Of course I didn't know what that was, but it was probably some sort of skill, a stealth movement to be exact. Was that a short sword in his hand? I saw cold blue streaks extending from his hand. It was hard to judge while in flow mode. All I see was the outlines of and it made CQB hard. The blue streaks suddenly changed to red, signifying an increase in temperature. The heat coming from that short sword had somehow become a sort of beam saber. I twisted my body to avoid the blade. I readied the Welrod and took aim after I found my footing. Not here? Again with the Shadowrun, the man had disappeared again. Before I could find him again. Dark flame. Right as I heard the voice, a plume of jet black flame burst up behind, engulfing me. I did a slide jump to escape the flames and discard my burning overcoat in the process. I was able to grab a tomahawk with my left hand. I wasn't able to retrieve any magazines, however. They were stashed in the inner pockets. The overcoat burned, showing up as bright particles in my vision. And with that, the magazines were gone. I only had 8 rounds inside the Welrod. Even that couldn't catch you. You are more capable than rumored. Black Mask. You know me, but I don't know you. Isn't that unfair? Would an assassin introduce themselves to their target? Fair enough. I couldn't afford to take my eyes off this man. He was silent and fast. If I allowed him to get behind me, I was done. Right after our short exchange, I threw the tomahawk at him, while at the same time I also positioned the Welrod's crosshair on him. Dark hole. At first, I thought he'd use his dagger to deflect or physically decade. However, he instead responded with some sort of defensive magic. A large circle with no heat signature appeared before him, sucking the tomahawk in. A thrown tomahawk was pretty much a long-ranged attack, just like a shooting arrow. Judging that, shooting now wouldn't do any good, so I decided to attempt a melee. I had the electric baton hanging on my hip, but I deemed that it was better to leave my left hand free. I never tried to dual-wield a baton and a tonfa before, so I didn't know what kind of movement the CQC system would dish out. In this situation, such an unpredictable move could be my last. As I moved into another slide jump, I reversed the Welrod's grip. With the momentum, I launched a left-right swing with the longer end of the pistol. The assassin evaded my attack by twisting his upper body backward. At the same time, he left his upper torso for attack. I gave chase by kicking forward, which the assassin attempted to block with his short sword, but apparently, my kick was far stronger than he'd expected. My boot continued until it connected with his stomach. Even so, he seemed to have endured it with only a short muffled grunt. I turned the Welrod around so the reed faced forward and I aimed for center mass. Since it was center mass, it wasn't something easily avoided by just slightly moving. However, midway, I reached out to grab his shoulder with my left hand. The Welrod spun around in my other hand. Its muzzle now faced forward as I readied to pull the trigger. Goo! My left hand was deflected, yet there wasn't a way for him to use defensive magic at this distance. After switching to the proper grip, I matched the crosshairs on the iron sights. Before he could react, I shot twice. Probably realizing that I'd launched a ranged attack, the assassin raised his short sword on the first shot, successfully deflecting the first round. However, the second round managed to land on his flank. Got him. I intended to capture this one alive, and find out who hired him. I switched my grip on the Welrod once again, and aimed to knock him out. Seeing my huge swing, I could feel the assassin's eyes turn grim. Liberate. The moment the word was spoken, a large black hole appeared in between me and the assassin. At the same time, something cut off my right hand. Since coming to this world, this was the first wound I'd taken, and ironically, it was not inflicted by his sword. It was my own tomahawk that had disappeared in the previous black hole. My right hand, cut below the elbow, fell into the black hole alongside the Welrod. With my line of sight diverted, I wasn't able to react to the assassin's next move. I felt a sudden sharp pain come from below my armpit. It was accompanied by an unpleasant sound. Did my ribs break? Either way, the attack sent me rolling on the ground. Just when my body came to a stop, and I laid on my back, I felt something heavy pressed against my stomach. The assassin had mounted me, sitting on my belly as he began to strangle me with his hands. Did you think I wouldn't use magic there? This is it, the trash that's been an obstacle to our dominance. Along with those vixens, I'll send you forth to the evil god. With a short sword in his hand, he stabbed my chest. Since he used his left hand to do so, it was embedded into my right side. Goo! No use to struggle. When you meet the evil god, do tell him this. It's his fault for dropping me in this world. What? In my desperation, I pointed my finger right at his face. An invisible shield deployed instantly. The CPS was like a thin film, deploying some inches from my hand, where his head was. It was cut in half. I was doing okay, until I had to deal with these assassins. Now, I've been injured. My first since I've come to this world and fought the most exhausting battle I ever had so far. My current body isn't normal anymore. Although my physical capabilities hadn't improved that much, my body was now akin to that of a VMB avatar. No matter how bad my injuries or how exhausted I got, I would just recover from it as long as I stayed out of combat long enough. And the assassin's head was split down the middle, slicing the front from the back. Blood splattered over me. It came with a nauseating scent of blood, along with the blood that rushed through my own body. I was to be alive. Once I'd confirmed that I was, I pushed the dead body off me. Splat. I tried to ignore the wet sound that came from his body as I checked on my body's status. Busted left ribs, a blade wound on the right side and a missing forearm. First, while I laid still on my back, I pulled the short sword out. It was very painful. I screamed as the shock ran throughout my entire body. After a while, I got up with my left hand on my wound to starve off the bleeding. I checked my surroundings and was relieved to find there weren't any more assassins left. After all, in my current condition, I felt that even a child could kill me. Now I needed to wait for the natural recovery to take effect. After that, it'll take no time to heal, just about a second. I also had to bring Laptyrish's Sama and Ashley back to the capital as soon as possible. The threat of the Mage Masher was still present. I raised my right hand to activate the TSSR, and was quickly reminded that my right hand was missing, so I couldn't activate it. Then, what would happen to my missing arm when the natural recovery kicked in? There wasn't a case of missing limbs in the game, as it was regulated that way by law. So, I honestly didn't know what would happen in the event that a limb was cut off. Would it grow back? Or would it simply close itself off and I'd lose it forever? This is bad. Now where is my arm? I unintentionally spoke my thoughts out loud. I tried to stand and started to look for my missing arm. My body felt heavy and weak. and a dizzy spell quickly came after. I couldn't stand up. I tried to breathe in fresh air to help myself recover, but all I could smell was the stench of blood. Breathing merely caused pain to flash by my broken ribs and the wound in my side. I had no other choice but to lay on my back to look at the sky, back in the pool of blood. Fortunately, the recovery finally kicked in. The pain in my ribs and side gradually disappeared. I also felt a discomforting itch coming from the stump on my right arm. I lifted the stump to my eyes. I saw blood vessels and muscle tissue growing from the stump. Particles of light gathered around the bone, seconds later, grew at a visible rate with everything wrapping around it. The anxiety of my missing limb finally left me, and exhaustion washed over me. But I couldn't fall asleep yet. The pain had subsided a while back, but my arm took a full 10 minutes to grow back completely. Meanwhile, I had mixed feelings over the fact that my body could recover from any wounds within only 10 minutes. It was like this body was some sort of monster. "Captain, how are those two?" I raised the curtain to the tent where the girls were and called out to the commander. Shaft Dono. "That blood, are you injured?" "No. This doesn't belong to me. I'm not injured." "Anyways, how are they doing?" There is no way they'd be fine after inhaling the gas. Not only a high fever, they're having a hard time breathing. It'll worsen if it's left alone. Can this be of use?" I showed the gas masks I managed to save from the assassins, and handed them over to the escort commander. "Aren't those the air masks?" "Well, it won't detoxify the poison, but I think at least it can help alleviate the symptoms." "Shaft Dono, what about the assassins? And what of my men?" the convoy leader asked without looking at me as he put the masks on the girls. However, even he should have been able to tell the results of the battle. "The assassins have been dealt with, but, I'm sorry. No, it's all right." The convoy leader also put on a mask. He then probably noticed something, because he stared at me with a questioning look. "What is it?" "No, but is Shaft Dono not affected by the Mage Masher?" That. I guess it does look strange to him. This mask is actually a magic tool. It also provides a similar benefit to the air mask." "I see, so that's how it is." Perhaps because the escort leader infused some magic into the mask. The wind magic stone glowed. He also infused some magic into Laptyrisha's armor and Ashley's mask. "We're heading to the capital. Inform the servants to prepare to depart." With that, I exited the tent and went into the next one. "Hi, you're exaggerating too much. The assassins have been dealt with. Prepare to depart. I need you all to go and help Laptyrisha and Ashley prepare." The servants still seemed frightened, but I left them anyway. "Will they be okay?" I felt a little worried and opened the TSS to extract 3 gift boxes from my inventory. I put the assassin's corpse, their weapons and the broken masks aside. Then, I put the bodies of the guards that had been covered in linens to another side. Then I placed them into 2 separate boxes. The last gift box was used to stash the luggage and anything that pertained to Duke Barga, leaving the carriage mostly empty. Lastly, I also peeled off the coat of arms. The carriage now just looked like a regular luxury coach. I didn't know whether it was because of the Mage Masher, or because the assassins had killed them, but none of the horses were left alive. Without them, there was no way that the carriage could reach the capital. But of course, I wouldn't let the girls just die. Opening the garage menu, I took out something I'd never used even during the time I played the game. A motorhome called the Continental. A motorhome, in a nutshell, was a luxurious RV. Originally it was just a stage prop for the PvP mode. Players could purchase one for a hefty price once they'd earned consecutive wins on hostage missions. Players could still use it for PvP or other modes, but summoning it usually caused other players to just shoot at it with RPGs out of sheer jealousy. I never really used it since it was a bus-sized coffin and the repair costs were high. Some players who owned them also would sometimes go into the PvP mode and just cruise around to enjoy the scenery. I didn't have that kind of hobby though. Light particles gathered and created a large shape before me. Then the Continental emerged. It was a huge 12-meter-long mostly silver bus. I entered my PIN code on the touch screen on the vehicle's side, in which a set of stairs extended outward. I climbed up and opened the door, sliding it to the side. This was the first time I'd summoned the vehicle. So naturally, it's also the first time I'd seen the inside. I knew from the catalog that it had included a driver's seat, living room, kitchen, a complete bathroom and a bedroom. I intended to make sure it was all in working order. Electricity, check. Water, check. Hot water, check. I wondered if the toilet was also connected to this water. The refrigerator also worked. The TV, well, of course. It just showed a static screen. I then lowered the stairs that lead to the second floor. There was the bedroom. So far, it showed favorable results. When I exited the RV, I noticed the escort commander staring at the Continental in a daze. Shaft donor? What in the world is this? Well, it's a magic wagon to carry people, windowless magic carriage. It's basically a magical carriage. A magic carriage? Right. I'm conducting a test on this experimental vessel at the behest of another employer. This carriage doesn't require horses, but a lot of magic stones are required to move the sky. That's why I didn't dare to use it before. But now that it's an emergency, this carriage will move faster than the horse-drawn one. Better get in and leave immediately. What? There was actually something like that? This is the first time I've heard of a magical carriage that didn't need horses. That's a given. This project was a secret. So, just quickly finish the preparations. I've already secured the dead. The luggage can also be taken in. All that's left to do is for everyone to board it. I understand. You have my gratitude for your consideration. Let's prepare to depart immediately. I ended up deciding to use the Continental because the other option, the Dorchester, lacked beds. Besides, there were 4 other servants with us. I was worried that the Dorchester would be too small if I considered space for sleeping. The necessity of having 2 beds for the girls, plus the fact that Laptirisha Sama had already seen the Dorchester. I was afraid she'd make the connection. I had no choice but to make such an impact to hide. I tapped the escort commander's shoulder, then headed to the tent where the ladies rested. Riding on the Continental, the journey to the capital would be shorter. A regular journey would take 2 days at most. However, if I drove non-stop throughout the night, we'd arrive there by morning. The motorhome proceeded through the night down the highway, its engine roaring heavily. Laptrisha Sama and Ashley were resting on the twin bed. The servants attended to them. Their breathing had calmed after the air masks I'd taken were put on them, but their fevers from the Mage Masher still hadn't subsided. The Mage Masher caused the intricate flow of magic within one's body to run rampant, thus, leaving the afflicted in a deadly situation. In addition to that, with the flow of magic going crazy, recovery magic loses its effect. This meant that it was detrimental for the antidote to be administered, the one only the Knights of the Royal Capital had, to calm the flow of magic. We just passed through the resting area west of the capital. We should arrive at the capital in an hour. I glanced back as I drove and noticed the escort leader sitting on the sofa in the living room. He didn't seem relaxed at all. He sat straight up, his hands on his knees and eyes boring straight into the wall. "Are you okay?" I am all right." He didn't look all right at all. The servants had already gotten used to the vehicle already. I figured it was because they could cook, prepare and attend the resting girls while staying indoors, and traveling at the same time. On the other hand, the man had been glued to the sofa since the ride began. The instrument panel on the driver's dashboard was outfitted with a built-in display. It showed the video of the onboard cameras. This way, I could see the situation within the motorhome at all times while I drove. I kept tabs on the girls' conditions and I stopped whenever their symptoms flared up. I only restarted the vehicle once they'd simmered down. It was a hurried, but careful ride nonetheless. The capital is already in sight. Oh, we've finally arrived. After hearing my announcement, the escort commander, who had been seated like a lifeless mannequin, jumped to look through the windshield. I could see that his eyes were slightly moist. Was riding in here that scary? But this alone didn't mean that all of our problems were solved. It was already dawn and the gate was open. Although it was not crowded yet, the guards had probably already noticed us and were on the move. I stopped the Continental some ways away from the gate and asked the commander to take the lead. During our ride, I reminded him and the servants that the Continental was to remain a secret. The vehicle was not my property, but a loan from someone of higher rank. Since it was a secret, if rumors were to spread, I intentionally stopped there. I could see that this had given the intended result by their pale faces. So, I let them all off as I stated I wanted to see Laptirisha Sama and Ashley. Both of them seemed awake, but their faces were extremely pale. Their eyes were barely open, as if their eyelids were being weighed down. We've arrived at the capital. The captain has arranged for immediate treatment. Please be patient a little while longer. They appeared to have replied, though their voices were too weak, or the air masks muffled their voice, maybe both. I left the rest to the servants before I got off the motorhome. I wished nothing more than to let the girls get treatment right away, but my suit was drenched in blood. It had all blackened at this point. The Kevlar mask hadn't been exempted from the mess. The blood stains resembled flames on the mask. There was no way I could present myself like this. Right? Maybe I should get myself a change of clothes. Several carriages came from the capital along with horses. The cavalry, raising the standard to the royal guard, surrounded the Continental. One of the horsemen approached me before he dismounted. I take it that you're the Black Mask? We're here to bring Duke Barga's third daughter and Ashley's Ethanol to the clinic immediately. Thank you. Laptirisha Sama and Ashley will unboard momentarily. Please wait a moment. You seem to be covered in a lot of blood yourself. Do you also need medical attention? No. I'll head to the Duke's manor to file a report immediately. Duke Barga's escort commander will be along to accompany you. Also, the servants might have inhaled some of the mage masher as well, so please see to them. I understand. We'll bring the servants as well. After our exchange, the escort commander stood next to the Continental. A moment later, Laptirisha Sama and Ashley stepped off with the help of the servants. The squad leader and some of the royal guards helped the ladies board a prepared carriage. I saw them off then prepared to enter the capital myself. By the way, Black Mask, what is that thing? Of course, it was the leader of the royal guards that had to point at the Continental. This is a large magical tool entrusted to me by higher-ups. I will refuse any question or investigation regarding this. If you even dare to touch it, don't blame me for being impolite. No, I didn't mean to do that. I won't ask anything. The royal guard leader mounted his horse and rode alongside the carriage to the capital afterward. Once they'd gone some distance out, I opened the TSS and returned the motorhome to the garage. Doing so, it was automatically refueled. And as expected, the refueling costs were much higher than any other vehicles I owned. It wasn't that I couldn't afford it, but the price itself was 3 times more than to refuel the Dorchester. As I walked to the capital, I decided that I shouldn't use this often from now on. I would hear rumors such as this morning. The Black Mask entered the capital drenched in blood. The Black Masked became the blood-soaked Black Mask, or another has fallen victim to the Black Mask again later on. At present, I just ran through the capital and headed directly to Duke Barga's residence in the 1st District. I reported on the night raid at the resting area to his guards out front before I went in to meet with the Duke. You have my gratitude, Shaft Khan. Then, how is Laptirisha and Ashley? The guards gave way and allowed me entry. Inside, I was greeted by Volker-san who guided me to the Duke's office. The escort commander is with them at the clinic for treatment. You said they used Mage Masher. How many days had passed since they'd inhaled it? About half a day. Only half a day has passed? Well, it's good then. They should recover as long as the people at the clinic don't make a mistake. Volker, can you leave us alone for a moment? As you wish. I'll take my leave. Volker-san left the office, leaving me and the Duke alone. Shaft-kun, what do you know about the Mage Masher? The Duke's voice echoed through the mostly empty office was not the gentle one I was used to hearing. This time, it was clear and firm. I do know that it's a poison that is supposedly only available to knights to use. That's correct. The management isn't trusted to the knights. That thing you used to alleviate the poison, did the attackers also use it? Yes. I left the rest of the undamaged air masks they wore in the escort commander's care. I've told him to send them to your excellency. I placed the air mask I'd kept in my pouch on the table. The Duke promptly took the mask and inspected it. He uncorked the cylinders where the wind magic stone was embedded. His sharp eyes became ever more narrow as he carefully examined the inside. This air mask is actually under the same strict management standard as the poison. If a foreign invader managed to get their hands on this, then using the Mage Masher as an emergency weapon wouldn't work well. He disassembled the mask as if he was looking for some sort of serial number. I knew it. Shaft-kun. Yes. I have a new request for you. I'd just finished reporting to Duke Barger on her prior request, then he suddenly threw another one at me. A new request? That's right. What? It's not like I'm going to ask something difficult of you. I didn't mean that. Anyways, please give me the details. When the Duke spoke, his sharp eyes bored into my mask. Perhaps he was trying to look into my eyes. But, of course, only his reflection would be found there. Very well. Originally, I'd planned on not letting you refuse after you heard my request. But I'll relent. We'll talk about the request first. You can make your own judgment afterward. Then go ahead. First of all, regarding the employer of the assassins that attacked Lapitaraka. After securing your service in escorting her, I contacted every other magic noble all over the continent. I tried to ensure they wouldn't cause a problem until Lapitaraka's wedding. As it turned out, during the time we escorted her, Duke Barger had been negotiating with the nobles who might have opposed his daughter's marriage with the third prince, Kurtmaga. Among these nobles, naturally, there were a few who remained abstinent. He hadn't been able to tell who was, but after seeing the air mask and the Mage Masher, he'd become sure of who the culprit was. There was no mention in the records where the knights suffered a loss where the Mage Masher was employed. Moreover, taking into consideration that the attack happened in a secluded area, and during the night, it was basically unthinkable that it'd fail. In other words, there would have been no information leaking of the chemical agent's usage. But after seeing the ID number on the mask, the Duke knew who the supplier of those masks was. One of the nobles he'd been unable to reach an agreement with. In other words, you want me to enact punishment on this noble? It's a bit different this time. I want you to destroy this one. His name is Marquis Denis Fedorov. His residence is in the capital. I want you to destroy everything he has. His residence, you say? It's our role as nobles to judge other nobles for their wrongdoings. But we have to do so responsibly. You see, Marquis Fedorov is also a rather powerful mage. He'd certainly have many things hidden up his sleeve. Killing him wouldn't be easy. Then, why do you want me to destroy his residence? To make an example out of him. An example, huh? Duke Barger is really upset, isn't he? Not only that, I also want you to search the residence, find anything that could connect him to the Dark Guild. Also, bring back any Mage Masher and air masks found. Of course, you won't be alone in this task. Vi. Right here. A voice suddenly came from behind as a blip appeared on my map. I thought that there was only me and the Duke in this room, but apparently, there was one more person. I turned slowly and saw in the corner of the room was a woman. She stood in the corner and wore black leather armor with an uneven design. She also wore a face veil with an eye mask that covered most of her face. All I could see was her lustrous black hair, so lustrous that I could easily mistake it for silver when it caught the light. I could tell she was a woman by her figure and voice, but I hadn't realized she was there until she spoke. "She's one of my escorts, Vi. She'll be accompanying you to Marquis Fidroff's residence. I want you two to collect evidence before destroying the residence." "Can I confirm something first?" "Of course. What is it?" "If we destroy the residence as is, I believe the Marquis family and the servants will be caught in it." "What about them?" "First of all, let me tell you the date when you will do it. It'll be on the day of the ball that's being held within the capital. In other words, 3 days from now. The Marquis and his daughter will be present. There would only be a few soldiers and servants left within. It should be easy to sneak in at that moment." "The ball. Does this mean Lapitiraku-sama will not be attending?" "I can't confirm yet, but we will do our utmost to allow her to attend the ball, with proper measures." There'd only been a minute amount of mage masha left in her body to affect her. And as the third daughter of Duke Baga, magical noble, and labyrinth conqueror, she does need to show herself among the other magical nobles. "That means I'll be going to the residence instead of escorting Lapitiraku-sama. The Black Shaft will still be there to escort Lapitiraku." "Exactly. Tomorrow, I will appoint someone from the Baga Knights to act as a replacement. He'll disguise himself as Shaft." "I see. The fact that I hid my identity behind the mask was also one of the reasons the Duke requested me. I do have the ability to destroy the Marquis residence in a flashy manner, while also being able to create a convincing alibi. The destruction of the Yagok's mansion and his trading office was certainly done by me, but I could afford to deny my involvement. This was a complete backdoor job. I was going to decline if the Duke asked me to kill the Marquis and his family. Being Lapitiraku-sama's escort was just a temporary job for me. I had no intention to swear loyalty, nor prolong this contract. Since I considered it just business, all I had to do was work hard until the job's done. However, assassinations were a different matter. It wouldn't be just business, and I never intended to take those kinds of jobs. If it was left to us on how to deal with the servants, then I guess I could take the job. Personally, I couldn't forgive the Marquis for harming Ashley. "I'll accept this request." "Thank you." What followed afterward was negotiating the reward, as well as the strategy, this time with Vi being involved too. After the meeting was over, Duke Baga reminded me to clean up before I left the office. "Shaft-kun, you should change your clothes before the stench of blood suffuses your body." Now that I thought about it, I headed here without changing clothes. I entered the waiting room next to Lapitiraku-sama's private room. Then, I used the avatar editor to replace my clothes, including my mask, with fresh ones. Then I washed the blood out of my hair. As I was done, I noticed a dot on my map, a carriage. Judging from its movement, it closed in on the residence. It appeared that Lapitiraku-sama and Ashley had returned. I immediately left the room and headed directly to the entrance of the lobby. There, the Duke and Duchess of Baga along with the servants had gathered in a neat formation to receive them. As the two girls approached, I noticed Ashley's eyes immediately found me among the servants. She walked fine, but her countenance was still sickly. She walked towards me with the support of a servant. "Lapitiraku-sama, I'm terribly sorry that I wasn't able to bring you home unscathed." I kneeled before Lapitiraku-sama, and apologized for the results of the mission. I didn't know how to control the damage. I thought it was the best I could do for the moment, but I still felt I could have done better. As a result, not only did a lot of guards die, the client was put in grave danger. There was more to escorting than just having an insane amount of firepower. I realized that after this, I should apologize as well. "Your Excellency, Lapitiraku-sama, as a member of Duke Baga's escort team, this lowly one hadn't been able to bring satisfactory results. My incompetence has caused my subordinates to lose their lives. The escort commander also spoke up and kneeled before the Duke and Lapitaraka-sama. Shaft-san, and escort commander too, please raise your heads. As a former adventurer, I feel inadequate for being unable to do anything else other than being protected. What should I say to the deceased? Mere words of appreciation will do. We of the Duke Baga's escort team gathered together for the purpose of protecting the family after all. The fact that Lapitaraka-sama and Ashley survived the incident was already good enough. It was our fault after all. Commander, what about the bodies of the fallen? It is my duty to mourn for them properly. They're in Shaft Dono's care. All the bodies from the fighter inside my item box. Other than the bodies of the assassins, I made sure to take great care when stashing them in. So, you also kept the bodies of the assassins? I'm interested in seeing them. Volker, please guide Shaft-kun to the warehouse later. But first, this here is more important. Understood. Please, the commander and Shaft-kun should stand up already. You two did well already. Leiferi is now safe and sound back home. For now, return to your rooms to rest. Let's talk about the details tomorrow. The mood then shifted to a celebratory one. There was no use regretting anymore. Putting Ashley's hand over my shoulders, I supported her as we walked back to the waiting room. Shaft, thank you. Have you been wounded anywhere? I'm not, thank goodness. The waiting room where I and Ashley had our lodgings were on the second floor. A large staircase led to it from the lobby, but I felt that climbing would be tough for Ashley. She was still exhausted from the Mage Masher. So, I took the initiative to put one hand across her back, and one behind her knees before lifting her in one fell swoop. Way I Shaft. She tried to protest with a fleeting voice. Ignore her for now. Ignore her for now. I looked back as I carried her and called out to Volker. I'll be back after putting her to bed. You can guide me to the warehouse then. As you wish. I'll be waiting. I noticed the female servants standing behind Volker turn scarlet. Were they all right? And why did Duke Baga laugh like that? I excused myself to the Duchess and Lapitaraka-sama. Then I carried Ashley upstairs to the waiting room. Meanwhile, I could feel Ashley tug on my coat as she leaned into me. After I laid Ashley on the bed, I decided to head back to the lobby to hand over the dead guards and assassins. As I walked through the corridor, a thought crossed my mind. How would I actually hand them over? Do I have to disclose my secret in regard to the gift boxes? I needed to find a better method before I could solve this problem. I arrived back in the lobby. Volker was waiting for me. Did you wait long? Not at all. Let's head to the warehouse now. Following the sight of Volker's long silver hair, we headed to the warehouse just outside the mansion. The Duke had several warehouses on the premises. We entered a particularly large warehouse that could probably hold several carriages. Please put the bodies, and everything else, here. We will mourn for the guards here then investigate the assassins. Understood. If possible, could I be left alone here for a while? I stored the bodies and luggage inside a peculiar magic tool with certain special circumstances. I wish to keep it a secret. As you wish. Please alert me when you're done. Now alone, I activated the TSS and brought out the Continental from the garage. How nice that the warehouse was large enough. I walked to the back of the Continental and opened the rear hatch. This vehicle actually had the ability to carry another vehicle in a rear compartment, as long as the vehicle wasn't too big, like a coupe. At least, that was what was written in the catalog. I opened the door and looked inside. There were a washing machine and a dryer. No, it's not the time to question why those items were inside. Anyways, the compartment was big enough to fit 3 gift boxes. So, I took out the gift boxes, and with that, preparations were completed. When asked, I'll just say that the boxes were part of the Continental's features. When I exited the warehouse to call Kolka, readily appeared along with other servants, mostly male, a wagon, and caskets. Preparations are complete. Inside the warehouse is a particularly large magical tool. It's a very valuable item that's been entrusted to me. so refrain from touching it carelessly. Also, what everyone sees inside must be kept a secret until the tool is officially released. As you wish. But I will need to inform these people first. All right then, let's begin. When the servants entered the warehouse, their eyes naturally went wide at the sight of the Continental. I first took out the luggage from the gift box so the female servants could take it back to the residence. And next, I took out the bodies of the dead guards. Since these bodies had already been wrapped with cloth, the male servants just carefully placed them inside the caskets. Finally, I dumped the bodies of the assassins and lined them on the floor. I wondered whether it was alright to dirty the floor. However, Volker immediately chanted a spell that caused the blood to be deposited inside some jars. It reminded me of how convenient magic was in this world. Lastly, the weapons were the last to be taken out. Shaft's armor. Did this short sword belong to one of the assassins? In Volker's hand was a short sword one of the assassins used. He looked over the weapon quietly, just like how appraiser Ismond Sand did when he appraised my weapon back in Baga. That did belong to one of them. What of it? This short sword is a magical weapon called Shadow Edge. I could see its performance because of my analyze skill. The owner should be a member of the Dark Guild Cactus. Which person is it? Oh, the one that looks the worst. I pointed at the corpse that was in the worst condition. His head had been severed horizontally, and his face was beyond recognition. Volker took some strands of hair, then frowned. He looked back and forth to the corpse. Afterward, he showed me the strand of hair. It was a lustrous brown, a shine unbefitting someone who worked as an assassin. After Volker finished his inspection, he left to report the results to the Duke. I was left alone inside the warehouse. The corpses had been moved to another place. With no one around, I returned the Continental back to the garage. Leaving the warehouse, I spied a spring pond in the Duke's courtyard. I once heard the servants talking about delicious spring water. Pardon me, too. When I returned to the waiting room, I found Ashley sitting on the bed while looking out the window. It was almost evening, so the sky was dyed red outside. So, you are awake. Welcome back. I slept the whole time, so I can't help but be awake. That's fine. I borrowed a tea set from the kitchen. I'll prepare some. Thank you. I'll be waiting for it. When I saw the spring water pond in the courtyard, the first thing that crossed my mind was I wanted to try brewing tea with it. Fresh water was the best for brewing black tea. I boiled it, then transferred it to a pre-warmed teapot. The Duke had a wide collection of tea leaves. All of them had a mellow scent and were known as the finest leaves on the continent. Nothing less for a rich family. After I checked the size of the leaves, I decided to choose one that resembled a broken orange pekoe. I also didn't forget to consult the chef and servants to find what I wanted exactly. Thus, I borrowed a tea set with some milk before returning to the waiting room. I put the milk in a dish that appeared similar to a milk pitcher. I left it there to bring it up to room temperature. Then I put the tea leaves into the warm teapot before preparing 2 cups for me and Ashley. I poured the boiling water into the pot, then put on the lid to keep the steam in. After 3 minutes, the leaves should experience a movement caused by convection called jumping. The leaves are probably dancing around inside the pot at the moment. It was about time and I brought the set into the bedroom. I placed the cups on the table in between the beds. Smells good. I picked a leaf with a particularly strong aroma. I also made sure that the teacups were pre-warmed before I poured the freshly brewed tea. Its color was a dark reddish brown, and a mellow scent wafted out as I poured. The smell filled the room with its aroma. Here you go. Thank you, Schwartz. Right now, it's Shaft. I know that. But I wanted to thank you properly, you know, for helping me out. No need to feel bothered with that. I just helped because I wanted to. Just like back in the goblin nest. Nothing's changed since then, I guess. I removed the mask, laying it on the bed next to me. The face of Schwartz was now out in the open. Drink while it's still warm, otherwise, the flavor will be lost. But be careful not to burn your tongue. Thanks. It's delicious. Yeah, it certainly was delicious, this taste. I might never forget it. It was finally the night of the ball, and both the girls had regained their strength. It seemed that there were also some discomfort remaining, but they've been recovering almost frantically so they could attend the ball. A young knight who'd masquerade as Black Mask Shaft had arrived from the fort city of Baga. We asked him to accompany Laptirishya-sama as an escort in my stead. As for how things would work, Laptirishya-sama, Ashley and the escort knight would board the same carriage. The knight would wear a black mask, one prepared in advance by Volker. Because the information about me was scarce, if someone who wore a black mask attended the ball, they'd just believe it must be the Black Mask. Of course, the plan was just to convince people I was there. Meanwhile, Vi and one of Duke Baga's personal guard, were to go to Marquis Fedrov's residence. We were to find evidence of his involvement with the assassination attempts on Laptirishya-sama and to destroy the residence afterward. The reason why we needed to do so was to secure Laptirishya-sama's future, to send a message to everyone else. As for right now, I looked over the two carriages as they left with the residents for the royal palace. Are you ready? Black Mask Shaft? A reflection appeared on the window I was looking out. It was of a woman in black leather armor, whose face hid behind a veil and mask. A clear, low-pitched voice heralded her appearance. Was that some kind of magic, or is it a skill? Why do you want to know? Don't tell me. You are not satisfied with Ashley's FNL, so you're trying to woo me instead? Nothing less from the infamous Black Prince. Tired of the capital ladies, that black dagger of yours is now poised to strike at this FNL young lady and me. But what a shame. This Vi, other than Frank Sama, can hope to reach the depths of my heart. It was but a wistful thought on your part. Excuse me. What is it? This woman. Since I couldn't see her expression, I just assumed that she had the cliché blank expression of a masked character, but now she was totally different from the first time we met in the office. You are here to tell me that it's time for us to leave, aren't you? Indeed, we will leave in an hour. Before that, I need to check in advance. How many people are you going to kill once we're in Fedrov's residence? Why ask? We'll only kill anyone that gets in our way. No need to kill recklessly. Such a sweet guy. Did I just see a gentle side of the infamous atrocious Black Mask Shaft? Is it a strategy to win my heart? It's got to be why the ladies in the capital feel attracted to you. But what a pity, this Excuse me. What is it? No, never mind. In an hour, is it? Vi's personality was too unexpected. I found it hard to stay around her, so I decided to walk down the hall, exploring the mansion to kill some time. The preparations on my part were already finished some time ago after all. An hour later, the sun had set, enveloping the outside world in darkness. I returned back to where I'd been before, but Vi was no longer there. Fine. I activated my mask's flare mode and looked around. There, no blips were shown on the map, but I could see a heat signature coming from the corner of the corridor. A heat source in the shape of a person walked towards me. When I switched off the flare, I saw that there wasn't anyone there. I see. It's some sort of technique that cloaks your body from sight and silences your movements. However, the technique couldn't hide her heat signature. Is that Shadowrun? It might look like I was talking to an empty corridor. How surprising. You can see me? Along with her voice, Vi instantly appeared in the corridor. If I don't have any measure against that, someone would have killed me in my sleep before I noticed. So, it's a skill after all. Next time, I should use the flare mode to check my surroundings more often. Then, Let's head out. We'll ride a carriage halfway and continue the rest on foot. Don't tell me the famous Black Mask Shaft can't keep up with me. No need to worry about that. 2. Fedrov's residence consisted of 5 square buildings. 4 were placed in each cardinal direction and connected to the 5th building at the center. Vi and one observed the residence from behind the tree on the outer part of the courtyard. Which point are we going to enter through? The 2nd floor on the left is the servants' sleeping quarters. We'll enter from there. We ran along with the trees, then crossed the courtyard to a wall. Vi then took out a hook from a pouch on her waist, threw it, and snagged it on the roof's chimney. She made sure it was sound before she went up first, but stopped halfway up. What's wrong? She looked down at me and uttered, "If you think you'd see my panties from there, dream on, you perv." I responded by doing a wall run to scale the wall, overtaking Vi before stopping by, grabbing onto a windowsill on the 2nd floor. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." Vi used her tools to pick the window's lock and we went in. The room we entered seemed to be a servant's room. When I stepped inside, the system had already mapped the entire building for me. I could see dots moving on the map, most likely the remaining guards and servants. First, the Marquis's room, or the office. According to the advance reconnaissance, both rooms should be on the 2nd floor of the central building. Let's head there first. Exiting the servant quarters, Vi immediately disappeared from sight with Shadowrun. Upon stepping into the hallway, wasn't this a bit tricky? If there was an ability to erase yourself from vision and hearing, is there also not a skill to detect the user? Maybe with magic detection? But then, there might be a skill that allows assassins to hide their magic signature. The more I thought about it, the scarier it became if one could mix and match skills. While I thought that, I moved towards the central building. I paid close attention to the movements of the blips on the map. I also occasionally turned the floor mode so as not to lose track of Vi, or to check where someone else was using a similar skill around. Perhaps because the master of the residence was absent, the servants rarely moved. The sun had already set, so there probably wasn't much for them to do. There were also barely any guards on the 2nd floor. The footsteps I could hear all came from the 1st floor. What was wrong with the 2nd floor? I quickly tried to catch up with Vi as I let that thought sink in. Looking at the map, I had a good grasp of where Vi was heading. "Vi, go ahead. I'll handle the other task," I called out to her once I was sure no one else would hear me. "Demolishing the mansion? Do you know where I'm going?" "That won't be a problem." "Very well. I'll go first then." Vi reappeared as she replied, then disappeared as if her body was blending in with the surrounding once we finished talking. Again, I looked on with jealousy at how convenient the skill was. Seeing how little time it took to activate it, it must have been a rare one. Once I confirmed that Vi had really gone with Fleur, I went back down the hall and planted C4 charges in hidden locations. Done with the central building, I headed back to the office where I thought Vi would have gone to. The map showed that there wasn't anyone in the office. I quietly opened the door and peeked inside. There really wasn't anyone inside, until I turned on flare mode and saw Vi standing inside the corner behind the door. "So you're there. So you can still see me? It's like your eyes can see through everything." Could it be some sort of rare skill? You must have been using it to see through my armor, checking what underwear I've been wearing, or maybe beyond that. Right, what a deplorable skill. But, what a shame. Even if you can see my naked body, this body is. Excuse me. What is it? Well, do you feel off if you don't do that every time? What do you mean? Never mind. So what did you find? I looked over the office. I could tell Vi had been checking the desk and the bookshelf. I didn't know what kind of man the Marquis was, but I doubted he'd leave behind incriminating evidence like the assassination request, the mage masher, or the air mask in plain sight. Nothing for now. There must be a hidden room or a magical safe somewhere. I see. Then how about checking behind that painting? How did I know? I knew because the map showed there was a cavity in the wall. obviously built to create a space for a safe. Vi promptly took down the painting of a beautiful forested stream from the wall, only to find an empty wall. She suddenly turned around to me for a second before returning to the wall. I caught a glimpse of her grin for the first time as her veil swept aside for a moment. When Vi's right hand glowed white as he touched the wall, I immediately knew that magic was involved here. The white glow struck and spread through the wall, causing some part to flicker before it disappeared. When it did, it revealed a small space filled with a metal box. That's got to be the safe. Can you open it? No worries. Vi sent forth her magic once again as she turned the dial. This would be the first time for me seeing a vault belonging to a mage, let alone the combination. It was impossible without magical powers, not to mention that the disguise on the wall needed to be undone with magic as well. Someone like me, without magic, I couldn't help but think about cracking those security measures. I heard a metallic click from the safe. Apparently, Vi managed to crack the combination. Inside the safe were several documents, as well as a transparent bottle containing leaves similar to tea leaves, and an air mask. You got it? Is what inside the bottle Mage Masher? I asked Vi after looking at the safe's contents, but she didn't respond to me. She was busy reading a piece of paper instead. Vi, is that? It's a written contract with the Dark Guild. However, it's in an encrypted form and thus, I can't confirm the content yet. What's inside the bottle should be the Mage Masher. Can you show me the ciphertext? Can you decipher it? Well, I was curious about how the cipher in this world looked like since I've never seen one. But once my eyes saw the string of picture-like letters, the automatic translation function, one of VMB's communication features, suddenly activated. Marquis Fidroff's home was blown up, and the Capitol Guards had arrived to douse the fire. They brought the Marquis and his family, along with the servants, to the guard station. After the situation had been confirmed, I made my way back to Duke Barger's estate. When I'd left the estate, I had taken a carriage halfway to my mission. Now, I could only return on foot. The explosion had shaken the capital, and the areas around the Marquis's residence were in chaos. As the sun had set some time ago, I walked down dark streets to avoid being seen before climbing up to a roof via a wall run. From there, I ran from roof to roof until I reached Duke Barger's estate. When I arrived, Laptiricious Sama and Ashley were there. Duke Barger had left right after he got back, perhaps because he'd gotten the evidence from Vi, along with the target's residence had been demolished. Was he going to confront Marquis Fidroff right away? Well, I'll just leave that to him. As of now, my duty was to escort Laptiricious Sama. I confirmed things with Volker. Laptiricious Sama was resting in her room, and Ashley was on standby. As for the young knight who'd taken my place in disguise, he was on standby in another room. When I entered the waiting room, I found Ashley perched on the sofa. She was reading what appeared to be a letter. Welcome back, Shaft. I'm back, Ashley. Were there any problems at the ball? Since it was at the Royal Palace, Marquis Fidroff couldn't afford to do anything there. His face when he saw Latery was truly a sight to behold. His residence was burnt down right in front of his face after all, and Black Mask Shaft is apparently very well known in the capital. That poor young knight nearly broke down after being bombarded relentlessly with questions and all the flirting ladies. What ladies? They sounded more like kids finding a new toy. Maybe I should thank him tomorrow. Our conversation was cut abruptly there. Ashley didn't look too good, maybe because of the letter's content. I took a seat on the sofa facing Ashley. Now, should I ask her? Or wait for her to tell me? The odd silence continued on. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't spent much time with Ashley during the mission. After a few days, we'll be returning back to the fort city of Barger. The mission would end, and I'll finally be able to resume my postponed plans to conquer the Wolf Labyrinth. What would she do when she returns? Go back to work as a guild investigator at the General Guild? Ashley, are you going to return to work at the guild after this? I'm not going back. I intend to quit the guild after this. Quitting? You want to quit your job as a guild investigator? Yes. Shaft, have you heard anything about my family? Yeah. A little bit. I made an appearance in the capital after a long time, and they found out about it. The elder sent me this letter. She waved the letter as she said so. By the elder, she probably meant the first one of the Zephanal clan, who still held the position of honorary prime minister of the Kurtmaga kingdom. That letter, is it related to your decision to quit? Indeed, it is. As soon as the request is completed, not immediately, but after a few arrangements, I am to head south to the family's main estate. As the candidate for the next head, I need to complete one task. South? I think I heard something about the south before. Pirates. Is it? Hearing my mutterings, Ashley's hand stopped waving the letter. Not entirely though. It seemed that she'd been doing that to cover up that they were trembling. So you know? No, not in detail. Some time ago, during dinner I think, I overheard someone talking. The pirates in the south were gaining momentum, or so they said. Right. And the task I was assigned was to defeat them. The Kurtmaga's navy. Don't they have others who should be dealing with this instead? They aren't completely unaware of it. It's just that, rather than the southern port where the main house is located, Kurtmaga's Navy headquarters is on the eastern coastline. Thus, the fight against the pirates is to be spearheaded by the Zephanals. 4 years ago, both sides engaged in a great naval battle, taking heavy damage from it. It resulted in fewer pirate attacks until recently. This time though, the Zephanals' naval forces haven't fully recovered. So it'll be a tough battle. I see. In that case, I'll go with you. Wait a minute, Shaft. I didn't mean to involve you in this matter. Does my company trouble you? I want to come with you on my own free will. So, no need to worry about that. It's been a very long time since I'd last seen the sea, so I want to look as well. In addition, I won't be returning to Baga for a while. It's not that I feel trouble. What do you mean you won't be returning to Baga? As soon as this mission is completed, I plan to enter the Wolf Labyrinth to defeat the Gatekeeper, and hopefully, the Labyrinth Master as well. Hearing my declaration to conquer the Labyrinth, Ashley dropped the letter in her hand. She reclined back into the sofa. The 25th floor. Can you pass through that rain safely? No problem. If there is, would I dare to say that I'll defeat the Gatekeeper and its master? However, now that I have my next goal set, I really can't afford to lose. Once the Wolf Labyrinth was conquered, there'd be no way to hide Schwartz's fighting prowess. I've been wondering how to avoid this, which was the reason why I picked the less popular labyrinth. But since my name would be recovered upon entering it, if the labyrinth is conquered, everyone would know about my involvement. When that happened, Schwartz would be known for his combat strength, one that allowed him to traverse the labyrinth alone. I've been avoiding showing my powers off to avoid being solicited by guilds and clans, channeling that to Shaft instead. But if I want Shaft to take the credit for conquering the labyrinth, I'd have to register as an adventurer all over again. How troublesome. Ashley's expression told me that she was lost for words. I didn't need an answer anyways. I'll come with you. Too. The next day, Ashley and I were in Duke Barger's office for a briefing on last night's events. Shaft-kun, you had it hard last night. But thanks to that show, it saved me the trouble of winning Marquis Fidrov's heart over. Glad to hear it. How about the encrypted message we found last night? That was a written contract from the Dark Guild. The deadline for the assassination was the day before yesterday. With the Dark Guild withdrawing quietly, I believe the danger has come to pass. And the other magic nobles? It was resolved last night as well. With this, my future worries have disappeared. I guess all that is left now is to wait for the royal family to make a decision. What still bothered me was how Cactus would move next. Although it's written on the contract that the failing clan would be purged, it was already on the verge of destruction in the first place. Perhaps they'll hunt down the remnants to keep up appearances, If possible, I don't want to become their next target. So, what's left is the return trip to Baga. Indeed. We'll be departing tomorrow. I hope you don't mind if I ask you to stay up until the end. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. This escort mission had felt longer than I'd expected it to be. In my idle thoughts, I turned on the mask's flow mode. I thought Vi would be in the corner like last time, but she was standing right behind Duke Baga. That woman is kinda scary. Vi and one had infiltrated Marquis Fedrov's residence. The Marquis was the one believed to have hired the Dark Guild to kill Lap Tyrisha Sama. As of now, we've found the Mage Masher, an air mask, and an encrypted message within his magical safe. I'd asked Vi to show me the message out of curiosity, but the VMB's auto-translation function activated, and the deciphered text was displayed above the paper. No way, the system could actually decipher the secret message? No. Now that I thought about it, even ciphers were considered in other language, just like how the system could translate this world's language. It might have been a simple task for it to decipher the message's code. I read the message displayed on the Kevlar mask's lenses, and it appeared to be a sort of reply from the guild regarding the kill request. It stated the payment amount they wanted, along with the additional resources they'd need to ensure the success of the request. This last part probably pertained to the Mage Masher and the masks. The deadline had also been noted here. Yesterday, which meant that the guild had failed their assignment. Failure meant purging the clan involved. So I guess the Dark Guild itself was not directly responsible for the attempt. They probably worked like the General Guild by delegating missions to their member clans. Now I hesitated on whether to tell Vi or not, since the ability to decode messages would be quite important. After I finished this escort request, I intended to make Shaft disappear. But if the news went out that I had the ability to decode messages, new requests might come in. How about it, Black Mask Shaft? I couldn't understand it. Should we deliver this directly to the Duke, or should we just ask the Marquis before we hit him? Truly a useless man. If it's Frank Sama, he would have decoded this message like reading a child's picture book. It will require more than 1, 2, 3, no, 4 Marquis Fedorovs to match him. Compared to that, excuse me. What is it? Are we going to waste time here? Don't we have more things to look through? Mew, you're right. This is everything in the safe. Let's head to his private room. You go ahead. I need to do some more preparations. The private room is just ahead. Understood. I watched Vi disappear and leave the officer. Then, I prepared to plant C4 charge in here as well. Now that she's gone, I could freely use my inventory and take out the charges. With that done, I looked around again just in case there was something I missed. I took a gander at the books on the shelf. They all looked bland, but, as I flipped through one of the books, a single letter fell from between its pages. It was already open, and when I looked at its content, it was yet another encrypted message. Like before, the auto-translation function decoded the message. Apparently, it was a response from the Dark Guild per Marquis Fedorov's request, that they would dispatch an assassin from the guild. Huh? Unlike the previous message, this one actually had the name of the guild written. I did know that one of the guilds was known as Cactus, so I previously thought it would have been written as Thousand Palm in Japanese kanji. However, this message, it was written as Supreme King Tree. You're taking too long, Black Mask Shaft. I found another encrypted message. After I set all the charges in the office, I headed to the private room to place a charge there as well. I made sure to place some in the hallway as I passed through. It seemed that Vi had ransacked the room like a burglar. Oi, Vi. Can you at least look more carefully? This looks like a thief broke in instead. Hearing me, Vi stopped and turned to me. Her body language felt like she was saying, "What's with this guy?" But I couldn't be so sure since I couldn't see her expression. Why do you, of all people, care about that? Ransacking the room like a thief, or searching carefully doesn't really matter. Don't tell me that the infamous slaughter shaft, who don't hesitate to create body piles out of anyone, actually still has some common sense. Are you trying to catch my interest by saying that? But too bad. I'm only interested in Frank. Excuse me. Found something in here? Nothing. All right, then deliver this to the Duke as well. I handed over the letter I found in the office over to Vi, then observed the room. This room didn't seem to have a safe or something of the like. I also looked in the drawers and closet with Vi. We still found nothing. There really isn't anything here. Shall we wrap this up? Let's. I'm itching to be reunited with Frank Sama again. I'll leave the rest to you, Black Mask Shaft. Without waiting for a response, Vi had already climbed onto the windowsill and jumped. Along with those words, she disappeared. As I watched her leave, I felt a hint of admiration for this straightforward woman. Living life as she liked was something I longed for. But first, I needed to bring down the mansion. Charges had mainly been planted on the second floor, but it should have been enough to take out the rest. I actually wanted to plate some on the first floor, but I didn't want to risk being seen. Once I finished all my preparations, I threw an incendiary grenade into an empty room. As the room started to burn, I observed movement on my map before I triggered a fake alarm. Fire! Fire! Please get out! After the fire spread more, I raised my voice to alert the others. I then threw another incendiary into another room. Screams and yells started to echo from the first floor, and due to the size of the fire, they actually abandoned what they were doing to choose to leave. This was different from when I attacked Yagok's mansion. I couldn't let anyone know I was here. I had no intention to involve the servants, who had no relation with the assassination attempts. I checked my map once more. I needed to get out as well, or I'd be stuck. Once I got to the first floor, and confirmed no one was inside, I escaped via the back door. Escaping the premises, my hand floated above the detonator's lever. When I was about to pull, I saw a dot on my map, probably a horse-drawn carriage judging by its speed, entering the courtyard. Apparently Marquis Fedorov himself had returned home. Perfect timing. Let's show him how his home gets blown to smithereens. Following the screams of a middle-aged man, and the cry of a hysterical woman, I pulled the lever. At the same time, a huge explosion followed by a ball of fire erupted from the mansion. The second floor was obliterated, and fire now engulfed the first floor. I moved through the trees and I found a spot where I could spy on the courtyard. There, I saw a middle-aged man in front of a carriage, shell-shocked and on his knees. The man must have been the Marquis. Was that his wife who was fainted by his side? She was supported by several servants. Okay, what'll happen next? I waited a little longer before I heard the sound of a bell from outside the gates, along with the rattle of many horses of carriages. Apparently, the Capitol Guards had arrived. They rushed to the burning building with several mages in robes holding canes. They lined before the building and began to chant. As it turned out, they were firefighters in this world, except they were using water magic to douse the raging flames. So even this was done with magic. Could it be that Duke Barga had arranged for these guards to appear now, telling me to demolish the residence so he could be brought to the guard station? We didn't miss out on anything since all the evidence in regards to the connection to the guild had been collected. Duke Barga could now expose the whole picture behind the assassination attempt on his daughter. In other words, after that, never mind. Even if I knew where this was going, nothing would change the job. Rather, I was more concerned about the true identity of Cactus. Let's just keep at it for now. I now sat inside a carriage provided by Duke Barga as we returned to Fort Barga from the capital. The carriage was escorted by the Knights of West Barga, who'd specifically came to pick us up. Two men on horseback approached the carriage. One of them was the Knight Brigade Vice Leader Viscount Butler Canyon, while the other was the Barga family escort commander. Shaft, I heard from the commander. You've done quite well in the capital and Veneer. Pardon me, but we still took a lot of casualties on the return trip. It's impossible to have a job go perfectly all the time. The most important thing is that Lapit Hiraku-sama is safe. And that's a fact. Otherwise, there'd be no point for escorts to exist. As His Highness Viscount said, we've pledged our lives to His Excellency. Thanks to Shaft Ono, we were able to fulfill our mission. Sorry that I can't stay to serve Duke Baga. After this, I guess you guys can rely on him. All three of us turned to the person riding at the front of the carriage, the young knight who'd acted as my body double. That young man isn't half bad. Even among the knights, he's an exceptional swordsman. If Lapit Hiraku-sama marriage to the royal family goes smoothly, I think I'll write a recommendation letter for him. Why doesn't Shaft Ono apply to become a knight? Given your achievement, His Excellency Duke Baga should have given you an ample reward. I'm not interested in becoming a knight. But if you ask me, if there is something I want for completing the mission, then I do have one thing. Here I thought you were the type that hid your gree well. If there is indeed something you'd like, then please convey it to His Excellency Duke later. Viscount came and seemed to take special note to my response. Then, I guess all I needed to do was ask. If it's impossible, then so be it. Then, 2-3 days after leaving the capital, the Fort Baga finally came into sight. Through the days, there'd been no sign of the Dark Guild anywhere, and nothing occurred as well. I'd been idle the entire time, enjoying the scenery during the journey. To be honest, it was a bit boring. Now that I thought about it, there was something. At one point during the journey, I'd been too idle for my own tastes. So I decided to look around with the flare mode on. When we'd set up camp in the rest area, I'd gotten off the carriage and went to help Laptisha-sama and Ashley off. When I looked to the rear of the carriage, I saw something. Coming from the carriage I was in was the Duke and Duchess. I'd seen something like a lump of heat, but why was there a lump there? I opened the door and helped the girls off, but I kept my eye on it the entire time. Afterward, I approached the Duke and Duchess carriage. I signaled the driver to stop, walked closer, then opened the cabin door vigorously. Whoops. It seemed that something just fell on the ground. Oh, thank you, Shaft-kun. We arrived at the rest area, Your Excellency. I waited for Duke Baga to exit, then helped the Duchess climb down. After seeing them off, I looked behind me. Hi, Vi. What in the world was that for? Black Mask Shaft. I should be the one asking. Have you been stalking the Duke wherever he goes like that? What are you saying? I'm not doing anything wrong. As Frank Sama's escort, I have to be by his side day and night. Whether he's going out, eating, or heading to the bathroom, I need to stay by his side until he goes to bed. This woman, I'm going. Annoying bug Shaft. Frank Sama is waiting for me. As I watched Vi leave to chase after the Duke, I noticed a man following slowly behind her. He must have been the Duke's exclusive male escort. Whether he noticed my gaze, or not, I could see that he had an exhausted look on his face. I see. He must have struggled hard. Yeah, of course. That was pretty much the only notable event during the journey. When we arrived at the Duke's home in Baga, Bardish Castle, I was guided to the Duke's office. Shaft-kun, I hereby declare the escort request has come to an end. It was for a short time, but thank you for your assistance. I'm glad to be of help. As for the reward, we've decided in advance. In order to prepare that something for you, I have written this letter. You can bring it to the mercenary guild in town. I received the letter and lightly scanned it. It seemed that everything I requested was listed. Thank you for your kindness. Rather, I'm wondering whether it's enough. Would you accept becoming a knight if I increased the reward? No, the current reward is more than enough. Very well then, I'll excuse myself now. I decided to leave as soon as possible. If we talked too long, I was afraid he'd ask for another favor. So, let's just receive the reward and get out of here. Being favored by the Duke was one thing, working for him was an entirely different matter. I'd only do it if it's in the form of a request. I excused myself and headed to Lapit Hirako-sama's room. It wasn't set in stone yet whether Lapit Hirako-sama would marry the prince or not. However, I was sure she was the best candidate. If there's no one else with superior ability and achievement comes the third prince's next birthday, then she'd become his bride. Until that day, Lapit Hirako-sama would still need to continue training hard. In the room, Lapit Hirako-sama thanked me for my service and bade me goodbye for now. Although we actually worked in the same team to conquer the Green Ogre Labyrinth, the me who escorted her these past days was different from me then. Our social statuses were different, and so were our roles. The next time we'd meet, it'll be under different circumstances as well. While I thought so, I left the castle. Ashley waited for me outside the gate. For now, we'd head to the General Guild together. Ashley would resign from her position, while I'd claim my reward. As we walked down the street, we reviewed our future plans. Ashley would head back to the Zephanel family's head home in the southern parts of Kurtmaga Kingdom. She'd received her order to lead a subjugation force against pirates. Apparently, it'll take 2 months to travel to the southern port by carriage. Therefore, after reorganizing her stuff in the city, Ashley would head back to the capital. From there she'd join a transfer magic team that is heading there in order to shorten the time. In the meantime, I'd conquer the Wolf Labyrinth, defeat that guy, and show those who dropped me into this world what I'm made of. Then I'll head south by land. I'd most likely arrive there much later than Ashley, but it couldn't be helped. I intended to use VMB's vehicles to cut down the travel time as much as possible. We confirmed our plans before Ashley entered the General Guild's main office. I then headed to the Mercenary Guild.